bold and courageous in all things, was now much diminished. But when I went and sat beside him, I was at once disabused of any thought that my friend was abashed or humbled by the might of Kerchak. In fact, he was seething with so terrible a rage that his crouched, removed pose was an attempt to control an uncontrollable infuriation. I felt waves of violent heat pulsing from his skin. His face was hidden, but I was certain that if I could see them, his features would be disfigured with hatred. I therefore hesitated speaking and sat quietly beside him. Then I remembered to what great lengths Tarzan had gone to bring me here. He wanted me to see this. Wished me to understand. Tell me a Kerchak. It took some time for Tarzan to compose himself. Tarzan boy lu ha Kerchak. He whipped the Bowie knife from its sheath and sliced the air with it again and again, describing lu ha, a fierce battle. Tarzan Uto Yat Kerchak. I knew that Yat meant eye. So the young boy had been the one who had taken out Kerchak's eye. Kerchak Uto Gash Tarzan. He bit into his own arm. Raked his fingernails across his neck and chest. Kerchak Aro Tarzan Mangani. He pointed away to the east with a look of despondency. Tarzan no here Mangani. It was indeed a dreadful story. For daring to defy Kerchak, Tarzan had been badly mauled and sent away from his family and tribe with the memory of his abuse simmering like hot oil in his veins. He stood and returned to the blind, both hands clutching the sides of the hole. In a white-knuckled grasp. I became alarmed. I wondered if a brutal confrontation was inevitable. I had to prevent that. If something were to happen to my protector, I would surely die in the forest. My death would be tragic for my mother, but more important, news of the find would be lost to the world, perhaps forever. These were selfish thoughts, I knew, but gazing at Tarzan, so heart-sicken, so murderously inclined, I realized how deeply I had come to feel for him. Zu Dark Lul. All along our westward imperative, riding the Ogo Mbel above and below ground, I knew that our final destination must be the Atlantic. Yet my first sight of it as we emerged from the brackish mangrove swamp stunned my senses. In all the time I'd lived under the deep forest canopy I had felt no claustrophobia or even longing for the light that had largely gone from my existence. But here on the wide beach of fine-grained, blinding white sand lined with a pretty fringe of coconut palms, here was where Tarzan had harvested the coconut shells. I felt a great rush of joy tinged with something akin to homesickness. There was a great dome of stark blue sky, gentle green waves rolling landward, and the equatorial sun that began in an instant to burn my skin. I heard Cecily admonishing me to put on a hat. Certainly the happiness was born of the light and freedom, the diving seabirds, and the fresh breeze whipping my hair. It was, I decided, the sight of the sea that had made me nostalgic. This is my ocean, I mused. The water here may once have touched the coast of England. It is the same in which I swam with my father as a little girl. This ocean bore his body home. I was all at once overcome with the urgent need to immerse myself. I strode. How odd it felt to be able to stride, unhindered by roots and matted vines of the forest and jungle floor, across the sand and without hesitation waded into the shallows. I was grateful for the gradual slope and the calm, waist-high waves, and plowed through them, using my arms to push myself forward. The water was warmer than I had ever felt it, and utterly delightful. All the grime of the mosquito-infested jungle and the stinking mud of the mangrove swamp were washed away in moments. When I was chest-high, I pushed, and began to swim. It was only then that I remembered Tarzan, assuming he would be right behind me in the water. But when I turned, I saw him standing, unaccountably, on the shore, watching me. From this distance I could not see his features, but his posture was odd. As if he was straining forward and restraining himself all at once. In any case, he was immobile. I called to him and waved him in. He shook his head. Well, the water was too glorious to abandon, so I had a good strong swim down the coast a piece. Finally, with no need for watchful stepping or hair-raising rides upon raging rapids, in and out of eerie underground rivers, and slogging through snake and insect-ridden jungles, I was able to revisit my find of When this portion of the adventure, whatever it was done, I would insist on Tarzan taking me back to the nesting grounds so I could begin memorizing every detail for the time there would be pen and paper to record it. I swam back up the coast to where Tarzan stood and saw that he had not moved from the place I'd left him. Reluctantly, I regained the shore and stood dripping and refreshed before him. "Why did you not swim?" I asked him. "Here Zudarklul," he answered cryptically. "Large water," I silently translated. I could see his expression, but I could not read it. "Tarzan no swim Zudarklul." This was spoken with such simple authority that, despite the mysteriousness of the pronouncement, he was a more than capable swimmer in Eden's pools, I refrained from further questioning. There was so much I wished to ask. But I forced myself to be patient. All would be revealed in time if I practiced patience. "Come," he said and, turning north, began walking along the water's edge. It was strange seeing Tarzan on foot in so spare and open a landscape, without the wall of trees, the lush carpet and upholstery of greenery. And yet he walked the beach with assurance, as though he owned it, every bit as much as he did the forest. What was this up ahead? Tucked into a monstrous baobab tree surrounded by a small forest of coconut palms was a man-made structure. As we approached, I could see it was jerry-built and weather-beaten, much of it the driftwood of some old shipwreck and the tattered remnants of a canvas sail. The thatch roofing had all but blown away, but there was a cleverness to its construction, a thoughtfulness and intention of purpose. Now we stood below it and I could feel Tarzan immobile but agitated at my side. Origins and history, as surely as a limestone cave would give up the fossils of a man dead for 1,000,000 years. Suddenly Tarzan sprang to a horizontal palm trunk and up onto the lowest limb of the baobab. He climbed through the many branches, approaching a wooden platform near what appeared to be the hut's front door. A moment later, a frayed but still sturdy rope ladder unfurled from above, and Tarzan jumped down to my side. I saw him hesitate before he put his foot on the first rung of the ladder. Hesitation was rare in this man, but here on the beach of Zudarklul I had seen both refusal and hesitation in an otherwise fearless individual. Now he was climbing and turned to urge me to follow him. With the greatest eagerness, I did. Tarzan gained the platform and held out his hand, pulling me up. What I saw then was a door made of several thicknesses of crate sides. Yet it was a proper door, with cleverly fashioned hinges and a latch. Tarzan opened the door and disappeared inside. I followed. What I saw then was so improbable, so mismatched a gathering of native and civilized cultures, that my mind fell briefly into confusion. Here were walls made of driftwood and crates, carefully sawed palm tree trunks, and a roof of the same. The palm leaf thatch had been an adjunct to the wooden construction, so that although the giant leaves had blown away from the roof, there was still a ceiling over our heads, and even though the boards beneath my feet squeaked, I felt the floor safe and sturdy. There was a porthole window to the side open to the sea, but I noticed the top half of a solid shutter, long ago broken off, that would have closed the window against the weather when necessary. And what was this? Were those ragged remnants of lace curtains at the window? The single room was appointed with pieces of furniture, some of them rough-hewn, like the table, 2 broad planks of a ship's deck carefully nailed together, and benches on both sides, of the same construction. But near the window was a beautifully made rocking chair, looking very much like the one in the Edlington Porter nursery. And there was a child's desk and chair. And a bookshelf filled with books written in English. Drawn to the most unlikely of objects in such a place, I took a step toward the bookshelf and felt something crunch underfoot. Shock at the sight of civilized trappings in that rude hut on a remote, palm-lined beach in Gabon was nothing compared to the horror of having crushed beneath me the bones of a human hand. Recoil had to have been, I thought, shuddering, the most violent of deaths. I looked to Tarzan, who had, with quiet indifference, stepped around the bones on the floor and squeezed himself into the child's chair behind the little desk and had pulled a book from the shelf. He was turning the pages slowly, but too quickly to be reading. As I walked farther into the hut, my eyes fell on a bed tucked into a corner. There, sprawled on the once fine yellow silk coverlet, now in mouldy shreds, was another bony corpse, this one smaller and, by the look of the wide pelvis, a female. Although it was intact, its posture, with limbs splayed and the mandible open in the shape of a scream, indicated that the woman's death had come at the end of an appalling struggle. Most gut-wrenching of all was the sight of a gold wedding band on the skeletal finger of her left hand. Looking back at the door through which we'd entered, I saw quite clearly all the signs of a forced entry: 3 trunks that had been piled in front of it pushed aside, splintered boards nailed over the opening that now hung from a single nail. Once more my gaze found Tarzan, but he was fully engrossed in his book, not in the least concerned with the carnage around him. What on earth could be going on in his mind? Now my eyes fell on the floor beside the bed. There was a third skeleton. Though this one was tiny, perhaps the size of a year-old child. I knelt beside the piteous remains of a short-lived life. But when I reached out to touch the bones, I was jolted with a further shock, something unexpected in this den of unnatural and macabre surprises. The infant skeleton was not human. Most obvious was the shape of the skull, clearly ape-like. The leg bones were straight and the fingers overlong. The big toe bones stood at right angles to the foot. This was a Mangani child. I glanced again at Tarzan, who was still entirely engrossed with his book, thus allowing me to continue this astonishing investigation. Behind the open door I found a proper mahogany writing table, its elegant matching chair overturned. A dried-up inkpot, pen, and blotter were askew on its top. At my feet was a large journal of faded claret leather that had fallen to the floor, splayed open, facey down in an attitude that to my eye appeared obscene in its violence. I hesitated before lifting it up from where it lay, as I foresaw the weight and profundity of its contents. I was certain that what was written within would change forever the life of the nearly naked. I lifted the journal with reverence, keeping it spread to the page where it had fallen open, turned it, and placed it on the writing table. Even in the stuffy heat of the room, I shivered, knowing at once that the faded brown blotches that overlay the careful script were bloodstains, surely those of the man who lay in pieces on the hut's floor. With growing dread I righted the chair and placed it before the table, then sat myself down. I thought then how odd it felt to be sitting upright in a proper chair and not squatting in a moss nest or on the limb of a tree. To have in my sight the trappings, however few, of a familiar society. I closed the diary, squaring it before me. Then steeling myself for what was to come, I opened the front cover. On its title page in bold masculine lettering was centered, "The Journal of John Clayton." Below it had been added in a fine, spidery, "and Alice Clayton." I found my eyes locked on those few words on the page, but my mind was racing. The family name was familiar to me, if only vaguely. Clayton. John Clayton. I turned the page to the first entry and stared at the date. The 2nd of March 1885. Leaning my elbows on the table, I covered my face with my hands and went inward, searching my memory as I had taught myself to do when studying. I sifted and rummaged through the multitude of acquired facts and knowledge of my 20 years. It was far easier for me, I thought, to remember the names of the 28 bones of the foot than it was recalling minutiae about a member of the English aristocracy for which I had so little patience, but that was what I must do, for I was quite certain that the name Clayton was of the peerage. I had some faint memory of it. No more than gossip overheard at an afternoon tea. Greystoke. The title came suddenly and unaccountably to mind. Lord and Lady Greystoke. A long and high lineage. A tragedy. Died prematurely. Yes, dinner at the Blanchfords' London house was where I had heard it. A heated discussion of a vast fortune languishing in limbo with no heirs. John Clayton and his young wife, against the advice of his aging father, had taken a diplomatic post in some godforsaken outpost. The ship's wreckage swept up on remote shores. No survivors. The vulture-like families of England petitioning Queen Victoria to award the Greystoke title to one of them. A legal quagmire. What to do with the London mansion, the country great house, the many properties. Lost at sea. Lost at sea. Godforsaken outpost. John and Alice Clayton, Lord and Lady Greystoke. The man and woman in Tarzan's locket. His parents. With trepidation and anticipation the likes of which I had never known, I began to read. The 2nd of March 1885. I had not thought to begin writing in this journal until we had made landfall and set up our household in the port of Angripequena, but circumstance has a way of riding roughshod upon the best laid plans, and the disquieting turn of events of the past several days has me concerned that my sweet bride and I shall never set foot on the coast of West Africa. That we are here, hiding in our cabin of the Fuwalda, a rough sailing ship, with a crew of scoundrels and cutthroats, is a folly born of equal parts ambition, loyalty to my queen, and the influence of my wife. As a peer of the realm I had, as all men of honor do, served as a there had been no war worthy of making me a hero, and I sometimes wondered, had I seen battle, would I have even been one? Instead I'd read the law and entered Victoria's service in the lower ranks of the diplomatic corps. There I would surely have languished had it not been for the family alliances of my lovely young wife, Alice Rutherford, an intimate of our Queen's eldest daughter, the Princess Victoria, known to all as Vicky. Her marriage into the German royal family to the son of Kaiser Wilhelm, the Crown Prince Frederick, had taken Alice's friend away from her in all but letters. That passionate friendship of a kind that only women seem able to continue from girlhood to old age produced one missive that changed our lives forever, and if our luck runs out, may end it at the bottom of the sea. Vicky and her royal husband were of a liberal bent. They sat in fierce opposition to that tyrant, Chancellor Otto von Bismarck, a man who held the German Kaiser in his thrall. One evening at a state dinner, she had chanced to overhear Bismarck's plan to begin the colonization of Africa, a policy he and the Germans had always eschewed as a serious fiscal blunder. The objects of Bismarck's colonial desires were territories along the west coast of Africa, including a puny port town, though any port is better than no port at all, called Angripequena. But the place was legally held by the English crown and run by her consul of the Cape Colony at the southern tip of Africa. It was well known that Bismarck had spies reading all of Vicky's letters to her mother, the English Queen, but no one bothered to read those sent to her girlhood friend Alice Rutherford Clayton. In short, Vicky told Alice of the planned coup, Alice told me, and together in an audience with Queen Victoria, we passed along the secret intelligence. She, in return, rewarded me with a posting to Angripequena to keep a close but tactful eye on the German machinations. I would have jumped at the chance had Alice not recently announced her first pregnancy, so instead I privately balked. But she would have no part of any refusal to help her queen and empire. She was young and strong, with several sisters who had had no trouble birthing babies. We were going to Africa together, and that was that. With little fanfare, save the vigorous protestations from both our families, our true mission kept even from them, we set sail out of Portsmouth, with all believing me the purveyor of Victoria's new money-making enterprise bat guano, which was found in abundant quantities on the islands off the coast of Angripequena. Alice was a trooper from the moment we boarded that vessel and had suffered far less seasickness than I had. Indeed, her pregnancy nausea disappeared entirely, and she became a woman with a mission. My mild-mannered bride was suddenly bursting with confident purpose. Of course Equatorial Africa was a foul posting and a dangerous place with its savages and malarial fevers, but she was certain that our destiny was calling us to this godforsaken outpost and that, of course, it would not last forever. Before we knew it we would be back in England with my diplomatic career assured. Neither of us had expected the mutiny. At the Gabonese port of Liberale, we had boarded a second ship, an aging bark, to take us the rest of the distance. If the crewmen aboard the Fuwalda are the minions of hell, its captain, one Marston James, is Satan himself, and his officers incubi. Vicious and ignorant, the captain takes daily pleasure in corporally abusing his men with a belaying pin and threatening them with his revolver. We, of course, loathed him utterly. We wondered between us why the men stayed under his captaincy and reasoned that their own histories must render them unfit for more convivial situations. But 2 days south of the Gabonese port at Liberale, Captain James stepped beyond the pale. While speaking on deck to Alice and myself, he stumbled over an old crewman, scrubbing the deck, fell, and soaked himself in filthy water. Humiliated, he struck out at the poor man with the belaying pin, only to be confronted by another deckhand coming to his friend's defense. This crewman was a great hulking fellow aptly named Great Henry. He fearlessly put his body between the captain and the scrubber, who lay bleeding on the deck. Without hesitation, James withdrew his revolver and pointed it at Great Henry's head. A swift brush of my hand on the captain's firing arm caused the bullet to merely wound and not kill the sailor, who limped away. For this I was roundly chastised by Captain James and told to mind my business on his vessel. 2 days later, the crew was primed for mutiny. Great Henry gave us fair warning of the coming carnage and instructed us to stay below in our cabin. Since then Alice and I have had the first serious argument of our marriage. I am a man of the law, and despite the appalling behavior of the ship's captain, I regard mutiny as a most heinous criminal offense. I felt it my duty to warn him. Alice would hear nothing of it. That Great Henry told us of the rebellion and cautioned us to stay below convinced me that he means us no harm, that he is grateful for my having saved his life and will return the favor by saving our lives. But I am morally torn and in fear of the outcome in either direction. Good Christ. The first shots have been fired above deck. Alice, more stoic than I ever imagined her to be, is sitting upright on her bunk, her hand await our fate. I pray that there will be another entry in this journal, and that a peaceful fate awaits us, one that will not have us fish food at the bottom of the Atlantic. Written below decks in our cabin on the Fuwalda. John Clayton. The 1st of April 1885. There may be eloquent words to describe the predicament in which Alice and I now find ourselves, but I am no Daniel Defoe, and we, unlike his heroic creation, Robinson Crusoe, have not been battered, half-drowned, or shipwrecked upon an island. We have instead been set down upon a wild, deserted shore by mutineers, some of whom wished, I believe, to throw us overboard with the abhorred captain and his officers, but one of which, Great Henry, was a man of honor and gave us our lives as well as our possessions, and even a promise that when they were next in a safe port he would convey our location to the authorities in order that we might be rescued. Alice astonished me with her fortitude, never shedding a tear, even as the Fuwalda disappeared around the point, leaving us alone with piles of crates of our personal items, furniture, tools, rope, food provisions, 2 of the ship's old canvas sails, and, blessedly, my box of rifles and ammunition, far more than I might have expected from that scurrilous company of ruffians. It is true that Alice had no earthly idea what we should do with ourselves as the sun set in a shocking blaze of crimson and gold. Nor did I. Thankfully she had bullied the sailors into piling our things as far back from the water's edge as possible, under the row of coconut palms, for we had no idea of the action of the waves, and sensible girl that she is, Alice did not wish for our belongings to be ruined in the first high tide. They grumbled but complied, and so placing the canvas over the great pile, and ourselves with them, we settled into the sand for our first night, with my Winchester loaded and close at hand. I never slept, though she did. In the morning she said that she had had a prescience that we would be found in less than a week's time by a stroke of good fortune, having nothing to do with our mutinous benefactors. Choosing to trust her optimism, we spent the next day scanning the horizon for our saviors, and I, therefore, failed to put forth any effort whatsoever in improving our circumstances. That night, unfulfilled of our hopes, we huddled again under the canvas as a great tornado raged over the sea, whipping the waves so high on the beach that I blessed Alice's foresight 100 times, as in the morning light we found all our possessions spared. But in the next 2 days, as we vainly awaited rescue, flotsam began washing up on our shore. Great chunks of a wrecked vessel, most certainly undone by the tornado. A good portion of the deck and timbers, and some of the aft with its brass porthole window still intact were gifts from the sea on successive mornings. When a jagged bit of the bow with the lettering Fu washed ashore, I found it first and tried to hide it from Alice most unsuccessfully. Finally she wept, her premonition a worthless scrap of wishful thinking, for now our location would never be passed along to the authorities, and if the wreckage were found, we, along with the unlucky crew, would be presumed lost. I began to berate myself for demanding we embark on this fool's errand. It was nothing of the sort, she insisted. We were doing our duty to God and country, and besides, she told me, we might still be found. Nevertheless, sobered by this inconceivable reality, I began that day to build a shelter. The one large tree on the wide, sparkling beach would be perfect, I told her. I had never built so much as a wooden box, but there were tools and excellent pieces of timber at hand. Further, I had a brain in my head and a very serious purpose, to protect my wife and my unborn child from the elements until the time we were rescued or died. I thought again of Robinson Crusoe, his courage and manly self-reliance, and silently vowed to emulate him. I counted myself infinitely more fortunate in having not a Negro servant as my companion but my young wife, who appeared to me more beautiful with every passing hour. My marriage to Alice Rutherford was, as all marriages in our society are, an arranged one. We'd been pledged to one another from the time we were children by our fathers, who saw some great benefit to both our families. She had always been a plucky girl, but I never knew her mettle till that day I spread my tools about me on the sand and took stock of the materials I might use for our new home. I looked up and saw Alice, who, having crowbarred open a crate, was similarly taking stock of our food stores, salt meats and biscuit, even a small supply of potatoes and beans, with as much calm assurance as she might have overseeing a half-dozen kitchen maids preparing for a dinner party at Greystoke Manor. God grant me the strength to keep her safe, she and our child who will, I fear, be born on this terrible shore. And let me build a strong fortress against the wild elements of nature that will surely test us in this great adventure, one that we neither asked for nor expected, but one, I pray, that will make better people. John Clayton. I closed my eyes. I could not bear to read any more, nor did I wish to look at Tarzan, for my heart ached with grief for him. Yet I refused under any circumstances to regard him with pity. I must make him understand what the horrors within this room revealed of his past, unsure what result it might achieve. Here was a young man who had conquered unspeakable adversity and become extraordinary. He was not, for all I could tell, unhappy with his circumstances. Indeed, Tarzan had shown himself to be a man of courage, honor, and intelligence far surpassing any of my English suitors and equaled only by my father. Who was I to rip apart the finely woven fabric of his remarkable existence? What would be the consequences if I did? I chanced to look at him and found that he was staring openly at me. There seemed to be hope in his gaze, anticipation. Tarzan had, I now reflected, quite deliberately and purposely taken me to see the Mangani tribe and brought me here to Zoo-Dark-Lul. To this hut strewn with the remains of his early life. He wished me to unlock the mystery for him. He could not have been more clear about his intentions. I must be brave. As brave as he had been to survive these many years, survive. And not devolve into feral depravity. To retain deep in his mind snatches of humanity and language and civilized behavior. I grasped the locket he had hung around my neck. Open it, I thought, and you will be opening the door to his memory. Tarzan, I said, come here. He padded over across the wooden boards to me. I knelt and, without being told, he did the same. I placed the open locket before Tarzan's face and pointed to John Clayton, Lord Greystoke. This is Tarzan's father, I said. Then with my heart pounding hard in my chest, I swiveled slightly and touched the rib cage of the skeleton on the floor. This is Tarzan's father. I watched his eyes as comprehension began to manifest itself. He looked many times from the handsome image of John Clayton to his broken remains. Tarzan's breathing was even and his features stony. Do you understand? I said, unsure he comprehended the question spoken in a language long forgotten. Finally he whispered, Tarzan Fartharbund. Yes, your father is dead. I placed my hand over his, but he was still as a statue, and silent, trying to fathom the unfathomable. I stood and walked with the greatest apprehension to the bed. I sat gingerly on the edge and called to Tarzan. He stood but refused to move from his place. My voice was gentle, but I felt like a trickster, for I knew that the invitation to my side was an ambush, anything but gentle or kind. Tarzan, I said, please come. I held out my hand to him. He knows, I thought, knows what is coming. Dreads it above all dreads. But finally he came and sat by my side. He looked deep in my eyes and refused to look down. I held the locket before his face again and pointed to the woman's photograph. The words when they came were bitter as Billa. This is Tarzan's mother. I felt hot tears burning my eyes. It was impossible. I could not say these words. I could not hurt the dear man beside me. But when I chanced to look at Tarzan fixed on Alice Clayton's image, I saw the faintest glimmer of recognition. His breathing came harder now as he beheld the portrait. I must speak. I reached out and put my hand on the dead woman's skull. This is Tarzan's mother. He remained more calm than I had expected, but he slowly shook his head no. This is Tarzan's mother. I held out the locket, which he took and snapped shut in the palm of his hand. No Tarzan Muthar. He shook his head from side to side, again and again, squeezing his eyes tight to blot out either image. Here no Tarzan Muthar. Kala Tarzan Muthar. He wiped a hand across his face. His cheeks were wet. I had begun this. I must finish it. I stood and walked to the tiny skeleton on the floor. Kneeling down, I touched the little bones. This is a Mangani Baloo. His expression was blank. Try to remember, Tarzan, I said, aware that I spoke in words of which he had no comprehension. How did you go from being a Baloo of Tarzan's to a Baloo of Mangani? Suddenly I saw him move, and his actions, macabre and repulsive in any other circumstance, choked a sob from me. He had pulled the skeleton of Alice Clayton into his lap. I did not dare move or speak, and I barely drew breath, for a great and terrible epiphany was unfolding before me. Tarzan tilted his head to one side to regard the remains in a different light. Carefully he closed the gaping jaw. But as he moved to pull the bony figure into a delicate embrace, I watched from the doorway as he leaped from the trees to the sand and, running pell-mell, dove headlong into the sea. He swam like a man possessed, slicing through the waves, farther and farther from shore. My heart sank. I had done wrong in telling Tarzan the truth. My father always told me that while the truth might hurt, it would never harm. Now I saw that he was wrong. This truth had harmed Tarzan. He was a tiny speck in the ocean now, swimming farther from my sight. All at once the air of the tree house felt filthy and choking. I escaped, climbing down the rope ladder to the beach. I walked slowly to the edge of the ocean. There was no sight of Tarzan. Shuddering with guilt and unutterable remorse, I sat down hard on the sand. If ever there had been a time to pray, certainly it was now. But what savage god would have conceived of a punishment such as this for an innocent young family like the Claytons? None that I would wish to worship, I thought angrily, nor one who would listen to my most fervent prayers. No, it was useless to pray. The best I could do was wait. I have no idea of how long I sat on the shore, knees pulled up to my chest, head sunk between them, mourning all of my losses, mistakes, and this cruel fate. I had driven Tarzan into the sea with my well-intentioned ignorance. Why had I not left well enough alone? He'd been beautiful just as he was. Wild, fierce, untrammeled by his English lineage, a heredity no more valid than his Mangani roots. Now he was gone, drowned in the sea, drowned by his sorrows. The mutineers had been kinder to the Claytons, putting him ashore, than I had been to Tarzan, tossing him onto the shoals of unwanted memory. Shipwrecked. How could I have been so unfeeling? Jane. I startled at the sound. My heart leaped at the single syllable of my name, spoken by a someone I thought lost. I looked up. Tarzan towered above me, a mountain of a man. Then he fell to his knees before me, his expression suffused with equal measures of pain and joy. In the long silence that followed, his face twitched with fervid emotion. I was terrified to utter a word, to damage him further. And then he opened his mouth and spoke. Chillingly, in the voices of a woman, a man, a child. Give me my shawl, will you, dear? Are you ill, my darling? Look at him, Alice. He's so strong. A B C D E F G. Tickle me, mummy. Let me help you, papa. He looked at me then, directly, piercingly, and in the voice of a 4-year-old. Demanded, "Sing to me." I was struck dumb, my limbs paralyzed. I could remember nothing of the songs my mother had sung me in the nursery. In the void of my silence, with only the waves as accompaniment, Tarzan obeyed his own command and began to sing in a sweet, wavering voice. "Sleep, my baby on my bosom. Warm and cozy will it prove. Round thee mother's arms are folding, in her heart a mother's love. There shall no one come to harm thee. Naught shall ever break thy rest. Sleep, my darling babe, in quiet. Sleep on mother's gentle breast." Now I remembered the lullaby. The words flowed back to me as though I myself were nestled in my mother's arms. My voice rose together with the little Clayton boys. "Do not fear the sound of a breeze brushing leaves against the door. Do not dread the murmuring seas, lonely waves that wash the shore. Sleep serenely, baby, slumber. Lovely baby, gently sleep. Tell me wherefore art thou smiling, smiling sweetly in thy sleep." We buried the 3 skeletons with somber dignity far back from the highest level of the tide. There being no stones, we sank heavy pieces of driftwood deep in the sand over the graves. I had retrieved Alice Clayton's stared uncomprehendingly at it. "Here," I said, taking it and fitting it on the first joint of his little finger, the only digit on which it would fit. "She would want you to have it," I thought but did not say. But I had no wish to dwell on remains and heartbreaking mementos. I had pried open the door to Tarzan's past, but the deep vault of his mind was yet untouched and needed the tenderest mining. He had begun parroting words and phrases he remembered, as he had recalled the lullaby, sung by rote. When we spoke now, English words were more liberally mixed with Mangani, and I encouraged him at every turn to use proper grammar, something he took to like a fish to water. I taught him the use of verbs and adjectives, as nouns were so easily learned. Still, it was elemental communication. There was in the tree hut on the handmade bookshelf of deck planking a fine and varied collection of titles, less blackened with mildew than I might have expected. It had, I thought, been planned by the Claytons to serve them during their years in the South African colony. Aside from the obvious, the classics from Pliny to Shakespeare, there were entertainments from the Bronte sisters, Austen, and Doyle. What looked to be a centuries-old family Bible had recorded on the pages of the front and back covers the marriages, births, and deaths of generations of Claytons, and the proud passage of the title of the Lords of Greystoke. All 24 volumes of the 1880 edition of the Encyclopaedia Britannica stood in neat alphabetical order on the top shelf. But it was the bottom shelf that most captured my attention. Here were books that had been brought along for the edification and enjoyment of the expected child or children. Hans Christian Andersen's fairy tales, Alice's Adventure in Wonderland, The Adventures of Pinocchio, Treasure Island. There was a primer for spelling and grammar, worn and grimy from tiny hands fingering and turning the pages. It explained Tarzan's quickness of learning. And it was with this primer that I began his re-education. We would sit for hours in the shade of a palm with the primer between us, and I did my best to move him through the lessons. At first the letters were A to go nene, little black bugs to him. But Alice, I thought, must have been a gifted teacher, for her little Johnny, by leaps and bounds, mastered and relearned his letters and numbers in days, even writing in a childish but steady penmanship. When I began to read the Andersen fairy tales, my friend grew dewy-eyed and enraptured, and though I could not be sure he understood every word for as yet he could not speak in complex sentences, his responses to the stories were most appropriate. When the ugly duckling was bitten and pushed and made fun of, Tarzan grew sad. When in the snow froze people's hearts, he trembled. Clearly they had been read to him over and over again, and if the words themselves made no sense, then the memory of the stories came back to him by heart. I thought it a leap but decided to graduate to the encyclopedia. Starting with A, B, we began. I had never been so appreciative of the many finely wrought illustrations in the volumes as I now was, for much of the text was in language far beyond the young man's comprehension. I was forced to translate into simpler concepts, for example, what a locomotive engine was. To Tarzan it was a huge creature the size of 3 elephants. I explained it was not a living creature at all, rather made of the same material as his blade. Though not alive, it was able to move along a track, ate a hard black soil called coal, and made a loud noise as it came, spouting from its top a thick cloud of steam. It was, I discovered to my chagrin, impossible to explain the new technology of moving pictures. I had been suddenly thrown into the role of teacher, something quite unknown to me, and I did the best I could. But I soon discovered I was doing all the guiding and decided that Tarzan himself should choose the direction of his education, and to that end I taught him, along with the questions why, where, how, when, and who, the phrases do you remember? Now imagine, and tell me about. This served me in 2 ways. First, I was spared the constant responsibility of the fledgling tutor for choosing subject matter and, happily, it provided a window into the workings of Tarzan's mind, the ways he perceived his experiences and the world he knew. What fascinated him and the gaps in his understanding that wanted filling. I spread out a map of the world on his father's writing table, and we stood over it together. I had enjoyed geography as a schoolgirl, but explaining the entirety of the planet was overwhelming. I began by pointing out the continents and seas, the great mountain ranges and rivers, countries, cities, and towns. Almost at once he asked, "Where are we?" It was a simple enough question. But his comprehension thrilled me nevertheless. I pointed at Africa and more specifically to the coast of Gabon, explaining that Zoudarkloul was known to me as the Atlantic Ocean. I moved my finger slightly inland, eastward, and pointed to my best estimation of the Mangani encampment, his own nest in Eden, Waziriland, and the hills of Sumbula. Once Tarzan, simply the location but all the details I could manage. There were huge mountain ranges that made Sumbula look like anthills. Peaks, so high they were freezing cold and covered with snow and ice. People crossed the Atlantic Ocean in great ocean liners. Men like him, wearing suits of clothes, drove automobiles in New York City, a place that had as many buildings, Wallace, as the forest had trees, some of the Wallace as tall as mountains. One day he said, "Tell me about London." I found myself speechless. Here was a subject about which I was more than conversant but had never been called upon to describe. That answer took the better part of a day, my pupil absorbing hundreds of new words and ideas. The encyclopedia provided drawings of Parliament and London Bridge and Buckingham Palace. I was not much inclined to theatrics, but I managed with the help of pantomime and mimicry to impersonate a variety of characters one might meet in the city, from a merchant to a beggar to a bobby. I attempted a barrister, a washerwoman, and a lorry driver. For a few moments I was Queen Victoria. My performance delighted Tarzan utterly, especially when I collapsed into giggles at my own silliness. When I'd pointed out the Sahara Desert, he'd insisted I tell him about the desert, somewhere I had never been. I picked up a handful of fine-grained sand between us. "This is called sand." He repeated the word and learned it instantly, as he always did. Now imagine a world of nothing but sand. I pointed to the western horizon, to there and there. I pointed north and south, all the way back to your nest. Nothing but sand, some of it in huge piles called dunes. There are hardly any trees and very little water. "I will see the desert," he said, as much a pronouncement as a question. "Well, yes, if you like," I answered in as even a tone as possible, realizing the implications of that simple promise. Tarzan had taken me under his wing, nursed me, protected me, discovered the fate of my father, and led me on the strangest of odysseys, introducing me to Pithecanthropus aportarensis erectus, and here to this beach holding the mysteries of his past. I would certainly, at some point in the near future, be called upon to bring him out into the wider world. How far from his home should he be taken? Surely his help would be necessary to get me as far as Liberale, but was it my duty to bring him back to England, present him to society, assist him in retrieving his birthright and title? Was it my duty or my desire? I was forced to admit that when he'd uttered the words "I will see the desert," I'd envisioned my new friend standing tall on a windswept dune with me at his side. Visions of Jane Digby and her Bedouin husband, our chance meeting, this exceptional adventure, and Tarzan's unbreakable bond with the Mangani might suggest some ties between us in the coming years. But what of the nature of those ties? What were my responsibilities to him? What were my feelings? I had less question of what his feelings were toward me. I would find him staring openly at me in any and every circumstance, listening with a cocked head if I hummed a tune. He was protective to a fault. He would endlessly demand to hear about my walla in England, and my nest. I would describe as best I could the Edlington Porter estate, the grounds and greenwood, the manor, the stables, my canopied bed. I told him of the long dining table made with wood from the mahogany trees of a forest like his, with their legs, so different from the Waziri banana leaf table. My explanation of glass windows left even me confused. I attempted to show him the way to drink from one of the Clayton's teacups, but all he could do was laugh at the ridiculousness of the too delicate coconut shells in his muscular fingers. He did a side better with forks and knives and spoons but refused to employ them outside our lessons. He liked especially to hear about the animals in England. The horses. Like a Paco, zebra, but all of one color and many times larger in size, upon whose backs I would ride at great speeds and jump over hedges and stiles, followed by a pack of yapping hounds. He urged me to make the sounds of all the animals I described and added them to his already prodigious repertoire. His eyes would grow wide as he imagined my descriptions and was shocked to hear that sometimes a tiny cheetah I called Tabby would sleep in my bed and wake me licking my neck with its tiny pink tongue. He thought it very odd that we should be forced to feed our animals to keep them alive. Why did they not feed themselves? The day we sat under the palms, me describing the roses in my mother's garden, I began with no warning to cry, surprising myself and alarming Tarzan. "What hurts you?" he said. It was so hard to explain that despite this magnificent adventure, I was homesick. "I want to see my mother," I finally told him, sniffing back the tears, which did nothing but cause a flood of them to follow. I felt an arm pulling at my shoulder and suddenly found my head in Tarzan's lap, facing out to sea. The next thing I knew he was picking at my scalp with the gentlest fingers. He was grooming me, perhaps what his Mangani mother had done to soothe him when he was— It was time, I realized, to begin reading Tarzan his parents' journal. There had been moments I'd been tempted to read on by myself, for my curiosity was intense. But there was fairness to be considered. This was young John Clayton's life to be revealed. What gave me the right to gain knowledge of it before he did? For the reading of the diary I chose the inside of the hut, in order to protect this precious and most irreplaceable document. Since the burial of the remains, Tarzan and I had tidied up the place as well as we were able, and after remaking the bed with the least frayed linens found in a wooden trunk, I had begun to sleep in it, very grateful for its comforts. He had chosen to sleep on the porch just outside the door, the closeness of the walls unbearable for him for more than an hour or two. Likewise, he was loath to sit on the bed, and this I put down to that tragic experience of his mother's bones crumbling in his hands on this very spot. And so I began reading, slowly and deliberately, stopping here and there to explain, simplify, or translate a word or passage Tarzan could not yet comprehend. The 8th of May 1885. While we thank God Almighty for our kindly treatment by the mutineers setting us down with all of our belongings, Alice and I yet find ourselves trapped in a nightmare from which there is no waking. We do our best, I with the building of the shelter, which I suppose could be called a tree house, and she furnishing it with the contents of her dower chest, the finest French linens, which we view with some irony laid across the crude bed that I have fashioned from the straightest of the found boards, and trying to eke out our stores of food by fishing, collecting small mollusks and seaweed, and partaking of the coconuts that have already fallen to the ground. Alice will not allow me to try my hand at climbing the long-necked trees, for if I should fall and injure myself or worse, all will be lost. She is right, of course, so I do not fight her on this, though I must admit to wanting more of the hairy shelled fruit, its delicious white meat and delicate milk, the most refreshing of beverages. In the last few days Alice has taken to helping me with my carpentry. Something I at first protested, citing her delicate condition. She appraised me with a quirk of "We'll have a shelter." It surprised and delighted me more than I could have imagined that Alice is no wilting violet. That she is indeed a true helpmate and what Coleridge called a soulmate. I am blessed, so blessed. Written with great hopes of rescue. John Clayton, the 23rd of June 1885. How odd it feels to take up the pen, for while I have since girl had been an inveterate writer of letters to my friends, aunts, and cousins who lived a distance from Rutherford House, it had never occurred to me that my thoughts were worthy enough to warrant diary keeping. But here I am gazing over the sea from the window of the hut my hero of a husband built with his 2 hands, sitting at my mother's antique writing table, a wedding gift, preparing to pour out the contents of my heart on these pages next to John's own. How it has come to this is all but inconceivable. How strange are the fates. That placed me first in the marriage bed of Lord Greystoke, who strayed far from the path set down for him by his father, instead following the commands of our Queen, then boarded us on a certain ship and, by the whimsy of a mutinous sailor called Great Henry, finally set us down on so deserted a shore as this. I cannot say the fates have been unkind, for we are not at the bottom of the sea. We've not died of malarial fevers, nor even suffer in the brittle cold of an English winter. The sun shines every day, breezes soothe our heated brows. We eat fish of a freshness indescribable and drink sweet rainwater collected in halves of coconut shells lining our porch. Our skins have grown golden tan, how horrified mother would be. But my belly bulges high and round, and by the sharp kicks and the tiny footprints that, to our delight and laughter, there appear, our child grows strong and healthy within. John will read this, I know, but diary, here is the truth of it. My husband, while always kind and attentive in our brief married life in England, held me as all men do their wives, as a sweet appendage and companion in the times set aside for family pleasures. Men work, attend to matters of business and estate. Women tend to social chores and children. Had we safely arrived at his post in Africa, our lives would yet have been separated by roles and rules, masculine and feminine. But here on this beach no such lines of distinction apply. Some days I fish for our supper. He washes our clothes. I will collect wood for the fire. He will cook a crab and coconut stew. Still, I'll sew on a button. He will lift a heavy load. But that such sweet equality should exist I never imagined in the world. I would be lying if I said I do not long for a feather bed, Bessie's apricot scones slathered in sweet cream, a stroll in Hampstead Heath on a crisp autumn morning, and most of all my mother's hand to hold when this babe is born. But I do not curse the fates or God for this strange adventure, one that I believe in my heart will end with eventual rescue. But it will leave its indelible mark on my life with John. Of this I'm sure. Once so tightly cleaved together, we shall never be torn asunder. We are one creature now, and for that I can only give thanks to God and the fates and to great Henry himself, who, by the look of the wreck of the Fuwalda, is already in the arms of Jesus. Written in gratitude from a beach in Alice Clayton, the 18th of September 1885. I have in the many months of this sojourn thought myself a brave man. But I have in the last day been rudely disabused of that notion. For without benefit of physician or midwife I was called upon to bring my child into the world. Before Alice's true labor began, I had time to muse on the sheer unorthodoxy of a husband presiding over this most primal of occasions. I would in the society we once knew have paced impatiently, whiskey and cigar in hand, in the downstairs salon, far enough away from the birthing chamber to be spared the womanly shrieks of pain, and I, like all men, would wait for news of a joyous birth or the tragic death of mother or child, or both. Modesty prevents me from imparting the sometimes gruesome particulars, but finally the moment came and there I stood between Alice's thighs, she the picture of courage to my knee-clacking terror, pulling the slippery head and shoulders of our son from her heaving body, waiting breathless to hear the first squalling cry that would signal he lived. But it did not come. An eternity passed in terrible silence broken only by Alice's exhausted panting and my own feeble gasps of defeat. My eyes met hers, her face wet with sweat and tears of pain, lips twitching, but no words came forth. She should have been shouting out to God her fury at this betrayal, but she was silent. Alice, I thought but could not say aloud, I love you more than words have meaning to express. I love you to distraction, whether this child lives or dies. And then it came. From the bloody bundle I held in my 2 hands a sound. More welcome than a chorus of angels. Not a whimper or choked spluttering but a demanding bawl, a raucous cry, a clamorous announcement of new life. Alice collapsed into sobs of relief as I laid our son on her breast and cut the cord, tying it twice. Little John Clayton, having taken his place in the world, lost no time seeking his first meal. I helped Alice to sitting, and the boy sucked noisily. I left them, she staring down at the miracle in her arms, and sought the narrow porch outside the door, gulping in fresh air and trying to still my knocking knees. The sun had commenced its setting behind a great wall of grey and golden orange clouds, a storm far out to sea. Here the waves still lapped lazily on the shore as though unaware of what forces behind would whip them soon into frenzied foam, and before them a rude hut in which a storm of a different kind had already been weathered. I laid my head on the rail and began to weep, relieved of unutterable terror, and racked with unspeakable joy. We have borne a child, Alice and I. Little Lord Greystoke. John Clayton. Johnny. Our son. Beloved. 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 Written with all the beauty and blessings of heaven and earth. John Clayton. I looked up from the page blinded by tears to find Tarzan standing behind me. I was born here, he said, as much a statement as a question. I looked across the room. You were in that bed. My father was John Clayton. Tarzan was thinking very hard. I am John Clayton. I am Johnny. I nodded a vigorous affirmation. Who is Lord Greystoke? Ha! What a question. How on earth could I possibly explain the idiocy and ridiculous complexity of titles and noble lineage? That Tarzan, a naked jungle dweller, was a peer of England, heir to a vast fortune, owner of farms and greenwoods, houses in country and town, master of servants, tenants, gardeners, gamekeepers, client to grovelling lawyers and accountants, each at his beck and call. A seat in Parliament awaited him. It was ludicrous and altogether indescribable. I will explain this at another time. Is that all right, Tarzan? He nodded, then said, My mother is Alice. That's right. My mother is Alice Clayton. My mother was Alice Clayton. I wanted to correct him. But I could not bring myself to make a grammatical point that might remind Tarzan of his loss. Why don't we read more some other day? I suggested, and after a considerable moment of thought, he agreed. I could see that Tarzan was mesmerized by the stories of his mother and father and the innermost workings of their hearts. He would sit alone staring out at the sea, mouthing words or phrases he remembered from the journal. I tried to avoid disturbing his thoughts, for it seemed to me he was piecing together all that he knew of Sue Darklaw with everything he had learned from the diary. Fuwalder, Great Henry, writing table, heaven and earth. Beloved, I heard him whisper as he sat below the hut cleaning a fish he had caught for our dinner. I love her to distraction. We were scouring the beach for small delectable crabs and the long strands of salty. My mother. The question took me by storm. Where to begin? How could I make Tarzan understand the complexity of emotions I had for her? Here was a man who had known feelings for his 2 mothers, deep and purely loving, unsullied by resentment or contentious battles. Mothers who had urged him to his full potential, whether swimming or climbing or wrestling, whereas mine had straitjacketed me in innumerable ways. Her social etiquette was intolerable. She was stubborn to a fault. And yet I had, from the earliest days of my childhood, been altogether certain of her maternal affections. 2. She had in the end given her permission for me to come to Africa, a courageous act by any standards. My mother's name is Samantha, I finally said. Like your mother Alice, she is very beautiful. Her eyes are green and her skin is very fair. Many people say my features resemble hers. I touched my eyes and nose and mouth, meaning they are very much like hers. The same way your features resemble your father's. So you are beautiful, too. Like your mother. I marveled at Tarzan's improving skills of logic, even as I acknowledged the compliment with a shy nod. She and my father were married for many years. What is married? I stalled for time, scooping up a long strand of seaweed and winding it around my arm, but I could see that Tarzan was eager for an answer. How could I ever begin to explain the typical marriages of our society? Here was an institution that was in almost all instances abhorrent to me. There were exceptions, of course. My parents had wed for love's sake, and apparently John and Alice Clayton's arranged union had blossomed into deep affection. I decided, simply avoid any explanation of forced marriages whose sole purpose was the enrichment in fortune or status, or the continuity of a family's high and mighty bloodline. I would describe only the romantic ideal. When a Tarzan man and woman love each other, I began as though treading on a path of broken glass, they give each other rings. I pointed to the gold band on Tarzan's little finger, like your mother and father did. The man and woman promise to live together in the same walla all through their lives. They mate and have many children. Baloo. I sighed, wondering how so simple a sentence could be fraught with such huge and labyrinthine ideas. Tarzan had grown silent, contemplating my explanation. I shuddered at the thought that he might ask me next what love was. How on earth would I answer him? What did I know of love? I was probably the only person alive who found Romeo and Juliet preposterous. Two children rather die than live without each other. I'd always assumed their affair was simple lust, wallpapered over with flowery words and chivalric ideals. Suddenly I realized with horror that any explanation of married love would certainly entail some mention of the sex act, and I began to flush red remembering those wild gropings in the Waziri hut. Here before me was a man of primordial desires but possessing no more than a childish grasp of emotion. And suddenly I was faced with the most embarrassing irony. When it came to the subjects of love and passion, I was no less naive than Tarzan of the jungle. He helped me fill the skirt of my shift with the crabs, and we started up the beach for the hut. To my great relief, no further mention of marriage or love was made. Tarzan had asked if I would read him more of the journal. This time he sat on the floor of the hut with his back up against the bed in which he had been born. When he closed his eyes I knew he was ready to begin. He was picturing it all as I read, I thought, teasing from his lost memories the faces of his parents, imagining his mother on the beach at Zoo Darklul bending to gather sticks of driftwood, his father cooking a crab and coconut stew. How I blessed them, John and Alice Clayton, for leaving this warm and brilliant record, illuminating for their child that which would otherwise have left him blind and groping in the dark, bereft of his beginnings. Further, I apprehended that this young man had been raised in his earliest days by parents who shared the exact sensibilities, society, and intelligence as my own. Had Tarzan been born John Clayton in England, I might have known him, sipped tea with him, perhaps even had him put forward as a suitor. The thought took my breath away. "Read, Jane," he said. "Please read, Jane," I corrected him, then caught myself. By ingrained habit I am turning him into a gentleman of manners, the kind of person I most abhor in the world. I smiled when he did not obey my correction. He might come to speak the king's English, one day come to be a man of the world, but he knew his own mind. He was still Tarzan. I would never, I realized with certainty, wish him otherwise. The 18th of September 1886. John has insisted on keeping a calendar, simple marks with his bowie knife upon a wooden plank, and by his reckoning, Johnny is 1 year old today. Not much in the way of celebration, just a happy birthday song. Our boy, having never heard both his parents singing at once to him I croon him all his lullabies, began to giggle madly, putting his fingers to our mouths to quiet us. But we wouldn't quiet, and sang it again, even louder. He fell about laughing and rolling in the sand, parroting the words happy birthday, which he repeated all day long. For a present, John carved him a boat with 3 sails, but the waves were too rough to set it in the water. Otherwise the day was like any other. My favorite times are when John reads to me while I feed my child. I know full well that women of my station never dream of suckling their infants. That is the job of a wet nurse. Most would grant that a Mrs. Robinson Crusoe cast away on a desert shore, having none to serve for this task, must take it on herself and, while pitying me, would not chastise me, for the child needs feeding. What would scandalize the matrons and disgust brides to be is my passionate love of having my son drink from my milk-swollen breasts and the pleasure of his peaceful, contented gaze into my own. At first he was ravenous, fastening hard and biting my nipples till they grew red and sore. But I sang to him, rocked him in the chair by the window, and soon he softened, knowing his wants would always be met. It is a miracle to me, and one on which I had never spent a second thought, that a mother's milk is all a child needs to live. That my body provides rich sustenance, a fountain of life. Oh, they would be scandalized, my cousins and friends, even my mother, to hear such ruminations, but they are all far away. My child, however, is close as he can be, and my husband, too, head tilted down at the book as he reads me Romeo and Juliet, my favorite of the bard's plays. My bounty is as boundless as the sea, my love as deep, the more I give to thee the more I have, for both are infinite. It seems outrageous. Dare I say it? I am content. Written on our son's happy birthday on the beach in Gabon. Alice Clayton. The 17th of January 1888. I have few complaints except, perhaps, the monotony of food. Our stores from the ship are long gone and now we eat only what is at hand. I have fashioned a long pole allowing me, from the roof of our hut and various branches of the baobab, to knock coconuts down that would have taken longer to fall, so we have all the milk and meat of that fruit that we desire. I'm frankly sick of fish and would give my eye-teeth for a slab of rare beef and a pile of roasted potatoes. Bread pudding with hard sauce, a glass of aged port. Enough of that. Johnny is doing marvelously well, sharp as a whip. Allison. I split his day, me with my manly chores, she with lessons. He loves his books. At 3 he's learned to read and knows his numbers. The child is a chatterbox and can barely be silenced. If he is not reading aloud, he is singing. If not singing, then spouting off the thoughts in his head, what he sees, what he hears, what he imagines, what he wonders. He is a gushing fount of questions. Why does the fish stop moving when you knock it on the head? Why is the sun yellow in the day and orange as it sets? How many crabs are in the sea? Why do birds fly? When they dive into the water, how do they always come up with a fish in their beaks? Why does Mummy have breasts, and not me? And on. The only way I can silence him is by working him, and even at 3, he is quite a good apprentice. He has learned to hammer a nail, however crooked. He is a patient fisherman and has caught a great many of our dinners. He is a prodigious collector of crabs and turtle eggs and does not mind handling the slimy seaweed, which Alice prefers not to do. To her horror, I have allowed Johnny to place his little hand around the grip of my Bowie knife, for one day he must learn to wield the blade, though I draw the line with my machete. This I wield with some violence in order to chop coconuts in half. Alice holds him in her lap as I swing downward, hoping to split it cleanly, catching the milk in a bowl below, and as many times, like a circus clown, I miss it altogether on purpose, to give him a show and a giggle. But our favorite times, Johnny's and mine, are swimming in the sea. He is fearless of the water and shrieks with delight as I carry him through the breakers to the calm. I do admit a certain worry as I release him and push backward away from him, watching his doggy paddle, the excited grin, the shining eyes, he waiting for the moment I say, "Come on, Johnny, swim to me. You can do it." Then he comes, splashing arm over arm, legs kicking wildly. He's fast and strong, my boy, and when he reaches my arms he laughs triumphant, holding me tight and kissing my face. Written with pride and happiness from a beach in Gabon. John Clayton. The 30th of March 1888. Our boy is very agile. Today John took him to the roof of the hut and, standing below the lowest overhanging limb of the baobab, allowed him to reach up and grab on, instructing him to throw a leg over and pull himself up and onto the bough. How pleased Johnny was to be sitting there. His father followed, and together, very carefully, with John the safety net, me with my heart in my throat, they climbed their first tree. John and I did not hear the end of it all day, how high he had gone, the bird nests into which he peeked, the lizards he saw that changed colors from red to green to brown. And the question, what would happen if he fell from such a height? Johnny babbled all through supper and was only quieted as a storm came thundering upon us from the sea. There were great explosions of lightning and waves crashing far up on the beach below. We three pushed back in the corner of our bed, John holding an arm around each of us, pulling us tight and weaving stories of flying horses and brave guardian angels so that, as the tornado roared overhead, there never was a moment that we were gripped by fear, but rather swam in our private sea of happiness, contentment, and love. Written on a peaceful morning after the storm. Alice Clayton. It was not all about lessons or reading from the journal, our time at the edge of the world. Tarzan and I swam every day in the sea, and I grew stronger. We played in the waves when they were gentle, one morning diving below to follow after an ancient turtle studded with barnacles, its paddle-shaped feet speeding it out from the dappled sunlit shallows into the depths of a blue-black abyss. Tarzan would race the length of the beach, glorying in the space and freedom unknown in the forest or jungle. I found I could not tear my eyes from the sight of his magnificence. He was more beautiful and more dear to me with every passing day. "You run, Jane," he commanded me one afternoon. "You run." I hesitated. Had I ever run before? A little girl was taught to walk with proper composure. A young lady might leap about in short bursts after a tennis ball. But to run unhindered with the wind in her hair. It was unheard of. He was standing there waiting for my answer. "We'll run together, side by side," I said. Tarzan's smile was mischievous. He sat himself down in the sand. "I will watch you run." "No," I cried, suddenly shy at the thought of this handsome voyeur appraising my nearly naked body in motion. I pulled him to his feet. "You will run with me." And so, with this mighty athlete at my side, I ran for the pure joy of it, racing the length of the Gabonese beach till my thighs ached and my lungs burned. Ran until we fell laughing onto the sand. That night the air was thick with salted wind, and I fell into a restless sleep. Dreaming of my father. We were in the sea together, he a distance away calling, "Come on, swim to me, sweetheart." His wide-open face beamed, and the spray glinted like chipped diamonds around his long, curly hair. I stroked toward him with smooth grace, relishing the moment he would catch me up and praise my efforts. Then in the sweetest collision I was in his arms, face to face. But when I looked up, it wasn't father. It was Tarzan, his gray eyes sparkling, his black mane curled and dripping around his broad shoulders. "Beloved," he murmured, "I love you to distraction," then he kissed me deeply, hungrily. In the cold water, flesh seared against naked flesh causing steam to rise. The dream had rattled me. What could I be thinking? What was I feeling? I forced myself fully awake. I needed to keep my wits about me. I really did. I felt a sudden urgency to continue reading the Clayton's journal, and now my listener sat rapt at his place on the floor beside the bed. The 2nd of December 1888. An unsettling occurrence has got me on edge. Worse still, dear Alice is quite unconcerned. I think she has been lulled by our strangely idyllic existence and her perception of me a quite incorrect one as a hero. I feel anything but heroic after this morning's sighting of a most frightening creature. I have for all of these nearly 4 years been able to keep at bay any wild animals that happen onto the beach and threaten us in the least. On several occasions, a large crocodile has wandered from the brackish outlet of the mangrove swamp and onto the sand. The first time a blast from my rifle gave the animal a fright and it turned tail, returning whence it had come. The second time it emerged in the night, and in the morning it was Alice who received the fright when she opened our door and found the armored reptile, 12 feet long, sunning itself just below the porch. I dispatched the thing with a single shot. It proved my first experience with skinning and butchering an animal. We tried to cook and eat its meat, but we all found it distasteful. Its pieces quickly putrefying in the sun had to be hauled down to the shore and set out to sea. The spotted leopard that came padding up the beach from the south was scared away by warning shots from the Winchester and never returned. These incidents, I presumed, imbued Alice with a false sense of security of which I quite wrongly failed to disabuse her. For it was from these incidents I came to believe that I, with my weaponry, could repel any and all threats to our well-being. But this morning there emerged from the mangroves perhaps 300 long paces from the hut, a thing that struck such unreasoning fear into my heart that these many hours later I am still unnerved and trembling. How shall I describe it? It was an ape, but not an ape. The whole of my body tingled with gooseflesh. I looked down and the hair on my forearms stood erect. All at once Tarzan swept past the hut door. By the time I had laid down the journal and followed him, I found that he had attained the highest branch of the baobab above the treehouse. He squatted there on a limb staring out to sea. "Tarzan, come down." He disregarded my call as though he had not heard me. The problem, I knew, was that he had heard me. Heard the words I had read from the journal. The frightening ape man that had emerged from the swamp was Mangani. I was dangerously close to opening the door behind which lay the darkest and most terrible secrets of young John Clayton's past. It must be true, I thought, gazing up at perhaps the strongest human being on earth. He crouched in a pathetic posture avoiding my call, refusing to hear more of the story that had, until now, so delighted him. I considered climbing the baobab. It would be unwise, I decided. I was yet unskilled for such a feat without Tarzan's close assistance. And besides, he had fled from the story in the journal for a reason. Though it pained and frightened me to see Tarzan in so weakened a state, I must give him all the time he needed. He would come down when he was ready to go on. Just after the sun set in a blaze of outrageous crimson and serpentine green, he descended and came to sit with me on the porch outside the hut door, the place from which John Clayton had first spied the ape that was not an ape. "I must tell you," he said, his voice choked with misery. "What? Tell me what?" He raked his fingers across his forehead. "Is it a story?" "A story, yes. What is it about?" "About Boii Bowie," he corrected himself. "And Kerchak. And Carla." His voice quavered at this last. "I was a boy." Tarzan raised his hand 5.5 feet above the floor. Perhaps he'd been 13 or 14. "I stand in the mangroves, there." He pointed inland. "I have come from Zudarklul. The blade," he balled up his fist as if gripping the hilt, "it is in my hand." As he began to weave the tale in words he had recently learned, I saw it clearly in my mind's eye, like a moving picture. Heard the words as if in a play. Felt the depth of feeling he so simply and perfectly conveyed. Blade. The cool, salted air of Zudarklul had disappeared quickly as the boy plunged inland through the mangrove swamp. He thought about the blade hanging at his waist from a hide thong and sheath, the way the knife felt as if it belonged there. It was his. It had always been his. As he pulled the blade from its sheath, he wondered at the perfection with which the handle of the blade fit the palm of his hand. But then he had never once left Zudarklul without the sensation of wonder, confusion, or elation. Sometimes an unnameable fear. This was, however, the first in all of his solitary visits to the bower by the great water that he had taken something away with him. It was not as though before this he had found the blade of little interest. He had handled it on innumerable occasions since its discovery. The first time he'd slid his fingers across the sharpened edge he'd sliced the flesh. Surprised, he'd cried out, but as he sucked the blood away, his surprise was mild, perhaps tempered with the same wonder he now felt at the grip of the knife's hilt. Somewhere within him was the sure knowledge that the artifact could cause harm. It was meant to cut and stab, and that with it held in his hand he could become a brave hunter, like Ko Saba, the mighty lioness. As he moved from mangrove swamp to jungle, he felt a gnawing in his belly. He knew his hunger would be sated by a handful of nuts or pawpaw, or the white worms he could pick from the wood of a rotting log. The watering holes with snails and crabs were still far ahead of him. But he longed to employ the blade. So he stopped, ceased all forward movement. He lifted his eyes and attuned his ears to the canopy above. He drew breath equally between his mouth and nose, tasting the air in a long slow pull. Oh, the cambo was rich with life. The sweetly rotting stew of the jungle floor. The animals in all their abundance. The perfumed flowers in profusion. He should hunt before the rain began again, he knew, for the scent of his prey would weaken in the downpour. There. He inhaled the faintest whiff of manu just above his head, but he hesitated. Monkey meat was hearty and delicious, he knew from the bits of it left on the bone after a kill and before it had been picked clean by vultures or ants, but the furred creature with long agile limbs had a form and a face close in shape and features to the Mangani, his clan, and eating its flesh always left him uneasy. He found a fat Dan Sopo tree, its trunk encircled with roots, and began to climb, the footing so easy he ascended quickly. There were myriad meals along the way. The nuts that grew on the tree. A fat lizard. Curled green fern fronds tempted him, for they were tender and luscious and required only that he pluck them and put them in his mouth. But Tarzan longed for something more. Something upon which he might use the blade to subdue. The barest movement and swish along a burly limb below him was loud to his ear, and before he saw Hastar the skin beneath his forearms shuddered, the hair rose, and his loathing for the creature was felt as a fleeting jab in the pit of his belly. He saw the snake then, almost as long as the boy was tall, just now finishing a curl into itself, yellowish with its black bars hidden within the coil, and its head drawn down to settle at its apex. It was a night hunter, he knew, but even as it had found shelter from the heat of the day under a broad leaf, Hastar would not hesitate to strike if provoked. Tarzan nearly ceased his breathing and drew the blade from its sheath with slow and infinite care, for even if Hastar could not hear well, its incessantly flicking tongue could taste the most delicate scents, the faint wafting of musk from the pit of his arm. His breath. His fear. He remembered the Mangani Baloo who had fallen victim to the yellow snake. She lay on the ground spasming violently. When blood began to seep from her eyes and out from under the fur of her arms and chest, all life left the child's body, and a great wailing went up from the clan. The boy's mother, Kala, had pulled him and his sister, Jai Kala, close, clutching them to her with such ferocity that her long fingers dug into his flesh. Hastar ugly Yuta, she whispered. Hate and fear the snake. From that moment, all and every Hastar, small or harmless though it might be, was avoided by the boy. Now as he watched the creature, I must be quick and clever, he thought, or I will die like the Mangani Baloo. Then he saw, not a hand's breadth from his face, his salvation, a bright blue rock staring placidly down from the white-petaled flower in which it was cradled. The boy well knew this frog, its habits, the distance of its leap. He also knew the creature's language, its sounding. Never taking his eye from Hastar, the boy croaked hoarsely. Rock echoed the sound precisely. It was a greeting, given and returned. I am a friend, it said, sharing the same branch. Hastar remained immobile, unmoved by the conversation above it. With another call, Tarzan moved carefully and took up the rock in his hand. His fingers curled like a small prison around the frog. Then before Rock could begin to struggle, the boy threw it down to the branch upon which Hastar rested. But not for long. The movement, the scent, and the sight of perfect prey caused an uncoiling, jaw-expanding assault that, in its speed, rivaled a lightning strike. Once the snake was stretched to its full length, devouring Tarzan's sacrifice. He dropped with perhaps less grace than purpose and began his assault. The long, muscular body twisted around the boy's body, causing great terror in him. The dangerous head whipped from side to side, poisonous fangs snapping at him, keeping all of the attacker's limbs employed in a frenzied defense. But something burned in the boy, even at the midst of his struggle. With a burst of strength that he never knew he possessed, he grasped the snake's neck with one hand and with the other slashed the head from it. While the long body still writhed, curling around the boy's leg, there was, he realized with some shock, nothing left to fear. He had killed Hastar with this blade. He shouted with joy. The body of the beast had finally stilled and now Tarzan slit the skin of the belly from end to end, taking great and slow pleasure in the precision of his task. He stopped then. Snakes were strange creatures. Did they have entrails like monkeys and birds, that might be removed and eaten separately from the flesh? With the knife's tip he made a deeper cut and pulled at the length of the flaccid body. Yes, there were entrails, but Tarzan had no stomach for them. Pulling them out, he threw them to the ground, a good meal for the jungle pigs. He wrapped his fingers tightly around the top of Hista's headless, gutless body and pulled the skin from the flesh, cleaning from it the remaining blood and membrane. Then, filled with satisfaction, Tarzan sank his teeth into the flesh of his once feared and hated enemy. It was surprisingly sweet. The triumph over Hista brought, when the first of the monstrous tall and thick-trunked trees came into sight. His heart grew calm. Soon he would be among his tribe and the warm embrace of his mother, receive the playful jabs and jostles of his sister. Tarzan began to climb the first of the trees that divided the jungle from the forest. He stood in the crook of the tree and leaped into what, for anyone but him, would have seemed an endless void. Tarzan lived for this feeling of flight, of soaring. Through these branches he swung his lithe body hand over hand above the forest floor. To home he flew. To Kala, his mother, her warmth and indulgence. He knew that in Mangani eyes other than hers he was dwarfish. The scrawny one. The weakling. The strange white-skinned Tarzan. He'd long suspected it was his stunted proportions and pale hairlessness that had forced Kala's nest and that of her 2 children to be built at the farthest edge of the clearing. That he was a shame to his race. To Kerchak, their leader, the boy was an affront, an abomination. Nevertheless, Kala loved him. He had never known a time when her strong, brown-furred arms had not tended his many scrapes and bruises. He could not remember when her deft fingers had not tenderly groomed him. When she had not uttered soothing words of mother love and kissed his one puny patch of fur on the top of his head. Kerchak plagued Kala with threatening displays, pounding his massive chest, baring his teeth, sometimes lashing out, even striking her. But where other females cowered, Kala stood tall. The boy would watch amazed as she held Kerchak's eyes, mad and flashing with unreasonable fury, amazed that his menacing did not frighten her. Finally he growled, and with one last pounding of his chest turned away and climbed to his nest, twice as high as all the others. There were words to describe the rages into which Kerchak would sometimes fly. He was Gumado Banala, Kala told her son, sick in head. Tarzan could hear, before he could see, the circular grove of giant trees that was the Mangani Bower. He knew by the commotion of sound, excited hoots and howls, the calling of names and instructions that something was afoot. All of the Bower's members were on the ground and gathered tightly around something Tarzan could not yet see. They did not know of his arrival. He thought to surprise them. Enter the clearing with no warning calls that the Mangani used to announce their coming. But just as this thought crossed his mind, the head of a female snapped back, her flared nostrils twitching. It was Kala, his mother. She had smelled him, perhaps sensed him in that strange way all mothers felt their children's presence. How simple of him to think he could take her by surprise. Tarzan. Clearing. His heart bursting with joy, he darted from the bush toward the gathering of Mangani. Some looked up at his approach, others fixed too intently at their feet to care. He sprinted in Kala's direction, saw her smiling eyes and teeth bared in a happy grin. He was proud of his mother, the strongest and most beautiful of the Mangani females. But before he reached her long outstretched arms, the boy was knocked off his feet by the furred projectile that was Jai, his sister. They rolled and tumbled together, wrestling and pummeling as they had since their earliest youth. She was as strong as he and enjoyed biting his hairless neck with a soft, playful mouth. He liked to tickle her to hear the grunting laugh, so different from his own. Suddenly he felt a strong hand on the scruff of his neck. Kala pushed her children apart and Jai tumbled away to let their mother embrace him. Ah, those arms, the clasp of affection that had, from earliest childhood, been the soul of his world, the web of safety, warmth, and the purest love. He sank his face onto her shoulder and inhaled the rich scent of female musk, her fur suffused with fragrances of all the leaves and mosses through which she had moved. She pushed him to arm's length to observe his face, learn by his expression how he had fared on his solitary adventure. It was then she noticed the skin of Hastar tied around his forehead. She recoiled in a moment of unguarded reflex. "Bundalo Hastar," he said. "I kill snake." Her look demanded to know how this had been accomplished, and with care. So as not to further alarm her, Tarzan withdrew the blade from its sheath. Jai came close and stared openly at the terrifying adornment on her brother's head and the strange stick he held in his hand. "Boy," he said, naming it. The word came to him unbidden in that moment, surprising him. It was the merest fragment of a memory, and he was unsure from where it had come. "Boy," Carla repeated and moved to touch it. He stayed her hand. "Uta," he said. "Danger." Now he had attracted the attention of several of the huddled group. They stared at the shining object of a shape and material they had never before encountered. Now, too, the boy could see the locus of the crowd's interest. On the ground lay the body of a paco. It was quite dead, a fresh kill, yet there were but 2 puncture holes in its neck. No mangling or mauling had been visited upon the animal. "Paco," Jai said. "Numa bundalo. Ho tanta bizibo numa." A lion had attacked the zebra, but before it could be eaten, a family of elephants had come stampeding and the cat had been trampled to death. "Dako Zarut," said Carla. "The flesh is tough." Tarzan could see there was no way to extract the meat. The many sticks the Mangani had been using to tear at the hide had broken, the puncture wounds too small to allow even the sharpest stones to rip them open. Tarzan felt an upwelling of assurance. He stepped to the center of the gathering, well aware that all eyes, suspicious and contemptuous, were on the puny Mangani. Without a word, he knelt beside the paco and raised the blade high over his head. There was awed silence at the sight of its point, dangerous as the fang of Hastar and so much larger. But as a ray of sunlight struck the metal shaft, its glinting fire wrenched from every Manganese throat a cry of terror. Then with all force he could gather into both hands, shoulders, and arms. Tarzan brought the blade down into the haunch of the zebra. Now the boy, using the sharp edge, cut the hide from the leg, exposing the dark pink flesh and white sinew. Working with precision, he removed the muscle and cut it into pieces, handed one first to Carla, one to Jai, and then to the other suddenly admiring Mangani. Without looking up from his work, the boy could feel the warm pride of his mother, the delight of his sister, and the begrudging and bewildered murmurings of respect for Carla's hairless runt, or at least the dreaded weapon he now possessed. Then, without warning, a seething storm of rage roared down upon them, fists and feet flying, great fanged mouth snapping, eyes fixing with murderous intention on all and any that did not flee the might of Kerchak. Most did run, mothers snatching up their little ones, all making for their nests. Cowering in 2s and 3s, teeth chattering. Jai, too, had fled for the trees. Tarzan and Carla alone stood their ground, she with eyes blazing, and he, back straight, clutching the blade with white-knuckled terror. The rank smell of fear hung above the neatly butchered carcass. The Tarzan had received more blows from Kerchak than he could remember. Even at the distance Carla's nest was set away from the clans and from their leader's nest high above. Any and all chance encounters between the two would end with a clout of a fist to the head, a blow to an arm or leg or torso with the shaft of Kerchak's favorite weapon, a stout branch, or a tear to the flesh with its ragged end. These attacks, much as Carla raged against them, could not be avoided. They had begun before the boy could remember and continued till the day he had left. On his most recent journey to Zu Darklul, Kagado Balu Den Kerchak, the great beast, 3 times the boy's size, weight, and strength, was demanding the blade, what he called a stick, to be surrendered to him. Tand, Tarzan said. It was the word for refusal, never ever spoken to Kerchak. Tand Kagado. A sound came from deep in the creature's throat. It was a rumbling growl, and, as it grew, the expression on Kerchak's face became more frightening than anything the boy had ever seen. Kagado Baluden. Kerchak roared in Tarzan's face, the stench of his breath fouling the air around him. The boy raised his arm and put the knife in Kerchak's palm. The moment the beast's face settled into satisfaction and his long furred fingers closed around the blade, Tarzan, his own fist tight on the grip, drew it backward with swift force. Kerchak howled with surprise and pain, as the razor edge sliced through the thick pad of his hand. The boy could see the pupils growing black, the whites red-veined, and the face beginning to twitch with fury. Kerchak raised the bloody hand, but before he could strike, the boy, with a defiance he never knew he possessed, sent the blade flying end over end through the still, silent air. It sailed for so great a distance that it disappeared into the thicket of the far boundary of the Bowers clearing. He could see, however, that Kerchak had raised his uninjured hand into a fist, nearly the size of the boy's head. In a moment it would come down into the center of his face. The blow would certainly kill him. But suddenly, there at Kerchak's back was Kala with a rock held in both her hands. No, mother, Tarzan thought. The rock is too small. Its blow will only anger him further. But in the next moment the rock found its mark, the side of Kerchak's skull above his ear. This deception by the runt and now this adding of insult to injury was more than Kerchak could bear. The eyes, already black with rage, transformed into that madness that all Mangani most feared. The blow to the boy's head came rapidly and with such force that he was suddenly sprawled supine across the Paco, his ears ringing and his body paralyzed. But Kala had, as Tarzan vaguely realized, accomplished her intended purpose. Diversion. Cut and Kala race across the clearing. Deranged by frenzy and forgetting the boy, he took chase. Kala began to climb the tree farthest from where Tarzan lay, still struggling to rise. She was strong and nimble, but massive as Kerchak was, the power in his limbs made him fast. Once high above, her foe in close pursuit, Kala shouted down to her son. "Boy!" she cried. "Boy!" He understood at once. She had drawn Kerchak away so he could retrieve the blade. Now, fighting pain and dizziness, he rose to his knees and finally his feet. He scrambled best as he could and, blotting out the sound of Mangani screeching above him, crossed the clearing and dove into the thicket into which he had thrown his knife. He pushed aside branches and leaves, scouring the ground with his eyes. Where was it? With the knife in hand he could face Kerchak. Save his mother. There. The handle was barely visible among the woody stalks, but the moment it was in his hand he felt power returning to his body, clarity to his mind. He ascended the closest tree and emerged on high with a view of the bower, the screeching, cowering Mangani, and the only movement to be seen in the whole canopy. Far across the central clearing his mother evaded her enemy. She was running on her long straight legs along thick boughs, arms outstretched for balance. She leaped over voids where thin branches would not hold her, knowing all the time that Kerchak was gaining, knocking terrified Mangani from the forks and nests in which they cowered, unable or unwilling to come to the aid of the female of renown. Now, for Kala, there was no way out. Tarzan, too, was gaining on Kerchak. He had learned well from his mother the art of upright limb running and was as fleet on his feet as she. Kala had stopped and stood in a nest of fresh cuttings. Here she turned to face her pursuer. The end had come for her. Running was futile. Kerchak came slowly now, his eyes altogether mad, every muscle straining and pulsing. Keeping sight of his prey, he reached out and snapped off a thick branch. Weapon in hand, he advanced. There was terror in Kala's eyes as she backed away, back from the nest. He followed her into the matting of woven leaves and branches. He felt his mistake at once. The nest was newly built, a first attempt of a young male recently gone from his mother's bower. It had easily held Kala's weight, but it was far. There were hoots of Mangani laughter, but not for long. For the final trickery, the unconscionable humiliation of the leader by a female, was nothing short of a death sentence. Kala began swinging arm over arm amid the branches that hung over the clearing. It was then she saw, to her horror, that the boy she had risked her life to save had not retrieved his boy and fled from the fury of the insane beast she'd drawn away from him. No, Tarzan was running along a branch high above Kerchak. Kerchak, who had found footing on limbs below ones through which Carla now swung. He was thrashing upward with his club, trying to break her legs. She did not stop, just moved, finding handhold after handhold and pulling up her feet to avoid his blows. Yet her eyes searched for her son. She wanted to cry out that he should save himself. Now she lost sight of the boy and slowed to find him, stopped for the briefest moment and hung by both arms far above the forest floor. She was not, therefore, aware that Kerchak had found an angled limb and deftly climbed it. At the moment she found sight of her child, she sensed Kerchak suddenly above her and knew without seeing that the club was rising above his head. Tarzan's expression told her as much. She loved the boy so. Knew him to be fine and strong and clever. She had meant to save him today, he, never knowing himself to be the child who had once saved her. Busso, Carla, Busso, the boy cried out to her. Flee, mother, flee. But she did not flee. He watched in helpless horror as Carla reached out one furred arm in his direction. Her warm brown eyes found his and held them steady, steady, steady as the stout club arched above her head, swinging down with a force and fury that crushed her beautiful face to bloody pulp. The long fingers that had once guided his mouth to the sweetness of her milk loosened, and she fell arm over leg with the gracelessness of violent death, meeting the ground with a dry thud. In that moment, Tarzan lost all reason. Became, in fact, as mad a creature as the one he now pursued. With a flight across an impossible void and with a mangled cry of agony, he leaped full upon Kerchak and sliced with the blade a great gash across the monster's face. Kerchak roared with pain, dropping the death-dealing club. It mattered not. He wanted nothing but the blade. Kerchak grasped for the knife as the boy pummeled with his feet, seizing every moment to sink the sharp tip into flesh. It was then that Kerchak grasped the small white wrist with his massive hand, and with a menacing snarl moved with his other to relieve the Tarzan of his weapon. The boy stared into the eyes of obscene wickedness and with a more easy movement than any he had in his young life made simply opened his fingers and let the blade fall, end over end to the forest floor. Roaring with rage at this final bit of trickery, and caring less for the runts death than possession of the weapon, Kerchak began a swift descent, arm over arm, limb running, nest crashing, his eyes always fixed on the glinting prize below. The attack from above, therefore, was quite unexpected. The puny one had jumped on his back and was tearing at his face. Fingers found the knife's gash and pulled it painfully apart. Kerchak inflicted punishment with teeth on the boy's arms and legs, scratching and tearing flesh and pulling muscle from bone. Then came a searing pain the likes of which Kerchak had never before felt. A bony finger was pushing and gouging at his eyeball. So great was the agony that momentarily his arms could do nothing but flail helplessly. By the time he'd regained his faculties and before he could reach the small hand, he heard a great sucking noise and felt the eye plucked from its socket. The viscous globe now hung by sinew down upon Kerchak's bloody cheek. Engorged with a fury so consuming it could raise the forest itself, with both hands he reached above him and found the slender white torso of the Tarzan. He raised the boy high overhead and, turning on his feet, set his one remaining eye on the boundary of the bower. He wished the son of Carla to be gone forever from the Mangani, the clan of Kerchak. He knew that alone and without the protection of his band the boy was as good as dead. He would be torn limb from limb by lions or leopards or trampled underfoot by elephants. And so, with all the force that his massive arms could muster, and with knowledge that he had been dealt a disgrace that even the Tarzan's death would never mend, he threw the puny one far out into the forest. Tarzan's fall was broken by many limbs, but those limbs broke him as well. He crashed finally to the ground, more dead than alive, blood flowing from a dozen gashes, and an arm that felt no longer attached to his shoulder. He was beyond pain, but he retained sense enough to know that on the floor of the forest he was easy prey. So gathering all the strength of his spirit and remembering the sacrifice of Carla, he crawled, battered and broken, his dimmed eyes searching for a tree, any tree with hand and footholds that he could somehow climb. And then he remembered nothing. Flight from the Mangani bower had found him and was tearing and burning every fiber of his body. Yet there was some comfort here. His head and shoulders rested not upon the hard bark of the tree. There was softness beneath him. He struggled to open his eyes, and in the slitted view above him, he saw his sister, Jai. She was stuffing woma into her mouth and dutifully chewing the bitter blue leaves. From her mouth she took the paste, and as she applied it to a gash on his shoulder, she saw that he was back in the world with her. Her expression was unreadable to the boy. She did not speak. There was not, he realized, a single thing that could be said. As she worked the woma paste into his wounds, he tried not to cry out or wince. He wished above all to be brave before his sister, Jai Kala, daughter of Kala, in their mother's honor. Then he saw a twinkle in her eye, the same as he had seen in the moments before she had tricked him onto his back while wrestling. Jai, he managed to whisper, and questioned her with what expression was left in his battered face. She reached behind her and held something in her fist above his head. It was the blade. The boy smiled and closed his eyes. I was speechless, shaken to the core. Tarzan stood then. Come inside, he said, and gave me his hand to help me up. In the dark he led me to the bed and drew me down with him, curling around my body as he had done so many nights in his nest. Now I felt that the protective and comforting gesture was as much for his own benefit as for mine. I did not hear Tarzan's breathing slow or feel his muscles twitch as they always did as he was falling to sleep. He was wide awake, remembering, reliving the terrors and the pain of his darkest memories. How had he managed to grow into such a fine, remarkable man? To escape profound damage to his innermost being. By what subconscious means had he melded the noblest of human qualities with the strongest primal instincts of the Mangani? I pondered these questions for hours, occasionally recalling the horrors that had taken place in this room, unaware that I had finally fallen asleep. When I opened my eyes at dawn's light, I found Tarzan sitting in Alice Clayton's too small writing chair, gazing down at the open journal on the table. I could see he was not reading the handwritten script, just staring blindly at the hateful words. He looked up at me finally with an expression both resigned and confused. Gathering my courage, I picked up where I had left off in John Clayton's journal. It was an ape, but not an ape, covered head to foot in fur and as large as a gorilla. But this was the strange thing. It was too upright and human-like to be one. Human-like. What am I saying? At first I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me, for the creature disappeared from where it had been standing on the boundary of the beach and the mangroves behind. Perhaps, I thought, I had been a castaway too long and my contented life was naught but the delusions of insanity. Then Johnny came out from the hut and wrapped himself around my leg, asking for a swim in the sea, and I knew that this life was all too real. My son and wife were real, and as if to prove this reality, the beast emerged once again from the mangroves, this time farther away yet altogether recognizable. It stood very still, staring at the baobab. Go inside, I told Johnny, unsure if he had seen it. We will swim later. I reached around and took up my rifle, closing the door after him. I aimed, knowing very well the thing was too distant for a kill shot. I was not, however, sure I would have wanted to kill it, for it did have the aspect of a man and would that have been murder. I fired, and the gunshot's effect was gratifyingly instantaneous. Unhurt, the creature bolted into the mangrove swamp and did not reappear. Alice was by my side a moment later. What had I shot at? She inquired. She well knew my reluctance to waste even a single bullet, for when our stores of ammunition were gone we would be quite helpless against wild animals, however infrequently they might visit our home. I thought to spare Alice news of the ape man, which is how I had come to think of it, but thought better of keeping it to myself. I needed every iota of tact and diplomacy I had learned in my service to the crown to describe the brute so that I would not frighten her unduly, yet frighten her enough so that she would be wary herself and take special care of our son. So I told her, but I fear I succeeded too well in comforting her, or perhaps it is merely my unfounded belief that I am capable of protecting them from all eventualities. That I can scare it away with the Winchester if it returns or dispatch it if it comes too close. She has, however, promised me that she and Johnny will stay close to the hut. Unless I am there with them armed with my rifle. Written, John Clayton, the 1st of March 1889. I have seen it, seen the creature. Some months have passed since John's first sighting of it, and I ashamedly had grown complacent. I think that part of me had chosen to believe that the story of the ape man was a misperception or a wild phantasm brought on by my husband's compulsion to keep Johnny and me from all harm. But my eyes were not deceiving me when I walked out my door in the morning and saw the enormous furred monster standing in plain sight on the beach not 200 feet away, its eyes fixed on the hut. I quelled the instinct to shriek but quietly called for John to come with the rifle. And shut Johnny in. He was there at my side in a trice, but his appearance caused the agile creature to bolt for the swamp, and John's shot missed it. Our boy pounded excitedly from the door calling, "What did you shoot, Papa?" John pushed me inside, requesting that I ready all the Winchester shells that we owned and load the pistol as well. It is dark now and I write by the light of a candle, one of the last left in our stores. We spotted the creature twice more this day, farther down the beach, peeking out from the mangroves. John shot both times and it disappeared at last just after sunset. He stands sentry now outside the door, unsure if the thing will return again. Tomorrow he will fashion a lock, a luxury he deemed unnecessary before, from the hardware of the Fuwalder's wreckage. Tomorrow as well, he will teach me the use of a pistol, for there will come a time when he must sleep, and someone must hold back the night. Johnny, the ever-cheerful child, now whimpers in his sleep. We have not told him there is a monster outside the door. Yet he knows his world has changed. His light-hearted mother and hale, undaunted father are strained and speak in terse, worried phrases. How foolish was my optimism. This is no sweet dream of paradise. There is no rescue, no vaunted homecoming with stories of adventure to tell, no royal garter from the Queen for John's unswerving service. There is only this dark beach and stinking mangrove swamp out of which come nightmare creatures to stalk us. The idyllic years are shattered like Venetian glass, never to be whole or beautiful again. I am so afraid. Written tremblingly in the black of a moonless night. Alice Clayton, the 7th of July 1889. I can barely keep my hand from shaking or my wits intact, for in the hut in the dead of night I hear the weeping of my wife and child huddled ball-like in bed, outside the palm leaves swishing and flapping in the tropic winds, a sound until this day I found a comfort. Now it is a sinister noise, a frond falling on the roof enough to make Alice cry out as though struck. The events of the week past have been worse than the mutiny in our abandonment on this shore. Worse by far. The creature returned and with him brought a tribe of his hideous brethren. They are ape men. They stand upright and yet bear the face of a monkey. Having come in numbers, they grew bold, day by day drawing closer to our shelter. I had always thought it strong, and in truth, it weathers the fiercest of storms. But will it withstand the attack of an army of monsters? Few of them walk in plain sight on the sand, but from our porch where I've stood every nightmarish day, I can see dozens in the mangroves, swinging by sinuous arms and calling not in hoots and howls but in words and phrases of words, incomprehensible to me but a language known to them. I have fired and fired my weapons. Shot and killed them, but still more come. Besieging us, urged on by the giant who first came here last year in July. This abomination leads them as surely as a general leads his troops. Admittedly I find it as horrible as I do touching that they drag their dead away as humans on a battlefield do. My skin crawls at the memory. I am so tired. I have not slept for days. How could I? For a time my brave Alice stood beside me on the porch firing the pistol as I did my Winchester. Then all at once the giant emerged from the swamp just before the door and I, forced to reload, watched as he fixed her with his terrible black eyes and, pounding his massive chest and clutching his erect masculinity, roared his animal lust to possess her. I froze in horror, unable to pull the trigger. By the time I took aim, he had fled again to the swamp, and Alice collapsed weeping into my arms. We are all but spent of our ammunition. I have locked us in, barricaded the door with our trunks and extra wood hammered across the entry. Alice begs me to keep a candle lit for she so dreads the darkness, and so by our last candle I write. She is wild with fear, clutching our child, and I am altogether helpless, have no words of comfort. I am sorry, Alice, I wish to say. Sorry, John, my son, for I have failed you. What is that? A sound on the roof. A falling frond. Dear God, they. A footfall's a groan escaped my throat and a violent shuddering shook my whole frame. The expanse of blank white pages splattered brown with blood told more a story of horror than any words could do. I could not bear to look at Tarzan but recalled the trembling rage at his sight in the manganese bower of the one called Kerchak, and of his murder of Carla. Now this. The hellish tale of his father, mother, and his tiny, tender self finally cruelly besieged on a dark, windy night by the very same loathsome beast. I must force myself, I thought, and gather my courage as Alice Clayton had. For 4 years on this beach. With hands shaking, I closed the journal and looked up. Tarzan sat on the bed, frighteningly still, his back to the wall, eyes open, staring sightlessly, no doubt gazing with clear vision into the past. The air was warm, but I shivered uncontrollably. I crossed the room and sat on the edge of the bed. I wished to embrace him, but some restraining force kept me seated, still. Not my corporeal body but my love must flow across the space between us to enfold and comfort him, for I knew it was Tarzan's own ordeal to suffer, one without which he owned no future. He began to speak in the voice of a small child, words flowing one into the other, a rush of terror and grief. Mummy screaming crashing door. Papa, where is Papa? Cannot see. Mummy holds me tight, too tight, cannot breathe, cannot see John. She cries, screams the door at the door, ooh hairy monster biting Papa. Blood, Papa screaming wet and red, Mummy crying, no God, no Jesus, help us, it is coming, red with Papa's blood coming, it is coming. Monster falls on Mummy, I will hurt him, cannot hurt him. Mummy screams and screams, strong arms around me lift and carry out in dark, and Mummy screams and waves and wind warm fur chest. Mummy screams no more, beating heart, thub, splashing, croaking, clicking, soft arms, strong fur arms and chuffs, baloo, Carla, baloo, eyes close, sweet milk in mouth, so sweet. All I know, it was more than a minute before Tarzan came back to himself, as if from a daze, and stared hard at me. Jane, we are going, he said, rising and rushing out the hut door. I followed to see him jump to the ground. Then he was moving quickly across the sand, south, in the direction of the mangrove swamp's inlet. Wait for me, ladder and ran, trying to catch him. Stop. What are you doing? Kerchak will die, he called without turning. I sought some logic, any logic that might stop him. Kerchak is an animal, a wild animal. I shouted after him. You are a man, a human being. Hastar coils and strikes, that is what snakes are born to do. Cheetah kills prey, that is what leopards are born to do. Mangani are not born to kill, he shouted back at me, never slowing. Only, Kerchak kills. He is sick in the head. You can control yourself. I can put boy in Kerchak's heart. I don't want to lose you. I blurted suddenly, the words surprising me. Painful and joyful and true. Tarzan slowed perceptibly at this but kept striding forward, nearing the brackish outlet. Wait, please wait. I was crying now, tears washing my cheeks, desperate to stop him. If you fight Kerchak and if you are hurt, if you are killed, what will happen to me? Think, Tarzan, think. What would Kerchak do to me? The image those words evoked was like a dart to Tarzan's brain. He stopped, in mid-stride and turned, saw me running toward him. I flew the remaining distance between us, but he caught me by the shoulders and held me at arm's length, holding me in a piercing gaze. Then he crushed me to him. I lifted my mouth to be kissed, but the lips that met mine were less tender than ferocious, for murderous rage had, with but a moment's grace, transfigured into passion. Bloodlust to wanton lust. Now his hands were on my breasts, and though I'd expected this, wanted it, still the extravagance of his touch was shocking. The hands lingered but a moment, then followed with voluptuous restraint down the curves of my waist and belly. All at once I came fully alive, in places he caressed and those I wished him to caress. He buried his face in the soft of my neck, biting me gently, then fiercely, then gently again. He pulled down my shift and was on me everywhere, licking my breasts, licking with a long, cat-like tongue that jellied my knees. He laid me down in the sand and straddled my hips, hanging above me with a look that spoke of hard animal craving. Yet poised as he was to strike, he waited. A sign was needed. The smallest sign would unleash him. I raised both my hands to his waist. Flat palms snaked around him, my fingers playing on the taut ripples of his back. Then all restraint abandoned me. Hungrily I surrendered, and as I pulled him down, a primal growl sounded deep in Tarzan's throat. I lost myself then, lost time and the world. It was an idyll like no other, two of nature's innocent creatures at one with the sky, the sea, and the land. We worshipped together at the altar of pleasure, learning the secrets of our bodies, the rush of exquisite sensation, the languorous exploration of willing flesh. For days on end I thought little and felt much, though I did consider Cecily Fournier and how thrilled she would have been to see me here, naked in paradise with this astonishing, virile man. Whether it was love I was feeling, or merely lust, I did not dare to think. But, while Tarzan, who had grown as quiet as he had tender, spoke of neither, I sensed that in his heart and mind I had, irrevocably, become his mate. We slept close every night, a tangle of limbs. Many times I'd awake to feel his warm breath on my neck. Often he cried out in his sleep. Once when his moans were piteous and protracted, I gently shook him awake. "What is it, love? What were you dreaming?" It took a while for the answer to come, as though he were replaying the night visions over in his head. "Kerchak," he finally murmured, trying to come in. I kissed his face and smoothed his hair, whispering, "Sleep, sleep, but only sweet dreams." He took my hand and draped it around him, holding it to his breast. He twitched, then fell into a slow rhythm of breathing that told me he slept. I would have followed him, but my own night demon had awakened. As Kerchak menaced Tarzan's thoughts and dreams, Ral Conrath menaced mine. In both instances, a single monstrous individual had wrought devastation on an innocent family. Certainly the Claytons had suffered a more gruesome end, but Conrath's intent was no less vile than the crazed manganese. I was no drive Freud, but I nevertheless attempted to analyze the psyche of the man. With icy precision he had chosen his victims. He had set the trap, baiting it with irresistible promises, then orchestrated our meeting. It haunted me that Ral, like myself, might have witnessed father's brief chest clutching at the Zoological Congress and held knowledge of that weakness to later exploit. In the end, with that jaunty two-fingered salute, he had left me to be eaten alive on a lonely mountaintop. Kerchak's actions were overtly violent, clearly fueled by insanity. Unforgivable, yet somehow understandable. My tormentor's mayhem was more subtle and devious, but was his premeditated, lest I wake him with my black thoughts. I imagined Conrath even now in fine evening wear at some European gaming table gambling with his ill-gotten fortune from King Leopold, his pate for women every night, perhaps scheming his next adventure, keeping a keen eye out for his next mark. I loathed the man, desperately wished to avenge my father's death. Of course, it would have to wait till my return from Africa. It would not be an easy thing, but I would find a way. Then I shuddered, remembering the words of a wise old friend of father's, Dr. West. "If you go looking for revenge," he'd said, "you had best dig a grave for your victim and another next to it for yourself." I didn't care. I would see to Ral Conrath's demise whatever the cost. I no longer stopped to reflect upon how strange my life had become, for every moment was needed to live it. Every afternoon without fail, I laid Tarzan down with his head in my lap and bit by bit picked at his dark matted locks with one of the Claytons' dinner forks. The hair, once untangled, was thick and beautiful. As I picked, I could see in my mind's eyes my father's long hair blown backward as the Packard sped home from Cambridge on a Friday afternoon, and my mother pulling him into the house with mock horror that he looked like the wild man of Borneo. What, I thought, would she think of my wild man? We sat every evening to watch the setting sun, and on this night a great tornado of purple clouds began to form on the horizon. The rains will come soon, Tarzan said. Soon. When? His words shook me, waking me from a beautiful dream. How long before the rains come? He thought for a very long moment, considering the shape and movement of the clouds and sniffing the air. Less than 2 moons. All at once the passion that had ruled my life before coming to Africa came surging up, like a plugged well unbound. How could thoughts of such a wondrous thing as Pithecanthropus aportarensis erectus have slipped my mind? Maybe I had lost my mind. First I had become Tarzan's analyst, then I had become his concubine, mistress, mate. He had, likewise, shown the profoundest affection for me by stifling his natural instincts to do away with a mad Mangani. Concern for my welfare had trumped his primordial urge to destroy his enemy. Tarzan, I began, feeling horribly uneasy and praying for clarity, I am a scientist. Single quote. He regarded me with curiosity. What is that? A scientist is someone who studies, as you've studied from books and learn to read and write. About animals and stars and earth and trees. What do you study? Here is the deepest part of the quagmire, I thought. Tarzan had learned to think and reason more quickly than any human being could be expected to do, but there was no way in the world to explain to him the theory of evolution or fossils or the science of paleoanthropology. I would have to lie, or at least modify the truth. I study apes, I finally said. Bolgani and Manu. He narrowed his eyes, sensing the dishonesty of my explanation. You study apes, yet you were afraid when the Bolgani Baloo touched you. Where I am from, a scientist might study a gorilla but never be touched by it. And never do the studying standing high in the limbs of a tree. Trees are where Bolgani live, he reasoned. I expelled a discouraged breath and began again. I am most interested in studying the Mangani, I said, relieved to be speaking the whole truth once more. When you took me to the hollow tree and we saw the great bower through the hole in the trunk, I grew very excited. He regarded me with a bewildered tilt of the head. The Mangani are a rare tribe. Rare means that there are very few. I made the sign of few with my 2 hands close together. There may be no other tribes of Mangani in all the world. No other Mangani. That is correct. So every single one that lives is precious. Even Kerchak, I thought but did not say. Precious, he repeated. Did he know the meaning of that word? I wondered. Tarzan, you are precious to me, and I am precious to you. Because you are the only Jane and I am the only Tarzan. Yes, I cried with a relieved laugh. But for so many more reasons, I thought. He was silent, waiting to hear what it was that I clearly desired. Will you take me back to the hollow tree so I can study the Mangani? No, no, Kerchak is there. Danger is there. Even in the warmth, I shivered. I knew that I cursed myself for having convinced Tarzan too well about his need to protect me. How can I make you understand? It is very, very important that I go to the Mangani Bower. I must study them. It was as much in father's memory, his legacy, I realized, as it was in my own self-interest. I cannot take you. You are weak and slow. And if you see Kerchak again you will want to tear him apart, I thought. Instead I said, I am weak and slow. But I can become strong and fast. You can teach me. I beg you. But I must do this before the rains come. Before you take me out of the forest. Before I take you to England. I held his eyes, now reflecting the last rays of kudu, and saw his resolve wavering. I knew how deeply the man wished to please me. I saw his desire to see the places on his father's map of the world. I will teach you. Then I will. He was seeking the word. Decide. Yes. Then I will decide. Will we leave tomorrow? He lay back in the sand and pulled me onto him. His face was a welter of conflicting emotions. These weeks at the Great Water had transformed him, pained him, but most important pleasured him beyond his wildest dreams. Searching my eyes, he must have seen much of the same in me. Why would we ever wish to leave this place? For a moment, even I wavered. Perhaps we could stay just a bit longer. We will go tomorrow, he said. Then he drew me to him, and in that moment, student and teacher. The journey back to Eden was longer and more difficult than the one we had made to the coast, as so much of the previous trip had been achieved by downriver rafting on the Ogo tributary. The shallow water and tangle of slippery roots in the mangrove swamp behind Zudarklul made footing difficult and dangerous, and here mosquitoes in profusion swarmed us. I constantly feared losing the Clayton's journal that I'd packed into a crude satchel of sailcloth I had stitched to the best of my abilities. Tarzan was least at ease in the swamp of all terrains, and once having crossed into the jungle he seemed to find relief in the overgrown paths and impenetrable canopy of foliage. He was comfortable and familiar with the dim light of the jungle floor, the thick, sodden carpet of decaying vegetation between his toes. I was less than comfortable with palm fronds slapping my face and thorn bushes scratching my legs. And the snakes. They were everywhere, slithering and hanging in the branches of trees. We stayed well clear of the army of red ants that moved in a long roiling column, devouring and denuding everything unable to move from its path. We stopped at night, resting in whatever crude nest Tarzan could quickly fashion of banana leaves, eating a simple meal of fruit and nuts before laying ourselves down on our bed to sleep. He lost no time teaching me the simplest skills of survival. How to see and how to listen and detect the scent of any creature that might do us harm or become a meal. I learned to use every sense to its finest degree. How to become unaware of me. A split bamboo cane could be used to collect water to drink. Beans were to be found in the most unlikely-looking pods. And raw bananas, though bitter, could always be found and would stave off hunger if nothing else was edible. Feeling my teeth gritty, I crafted a toothbrush of sorts from the fibers of a palm tree, an invention that Tarzan found very clever and began to employ himself. Though my training excited me, I was increasingly eager to begin my study of the Mangani. I had with me the Clayton's journal with only 80 empty pages, and all the fountain pens and nubs of pencils I'd found in the hut. I fretted about the limited space for so prodigious a documentation as well as running out of writing materials, but there was nothing to be done about it. I had better be careful with my words and keep the illustrations small. When ink ran out, perhaps a substitute could be made from blood or berry juice. The notes could always be enlarged upon when I returned home. It concerned me that living things were not at all my area of expertise. I was neither a biologist nor an anthropologist. I studied fossils, for pity's sake, at the very most the tissue of cadavers. On our fourth day out, the raucous sound of an elephant's trumpeting up ahead stopped us in our tracks. Visions of Raoul Conrath's butchery and my own guilty part in it made looking Tarzan in the eye all but impossible. I saw by his grim expression he'd been witness to the Mbel slaughter. "Have you been angry with me about the elephants?" I said, coming around to face him. He bored deeply into my eyes. "I know why you shot the bull. He would have hurt your father and the Black-White tribe." We had spoken very little of the Porter expedition, but this was his name for the strange conglomerate of native people and Tarzans. "Why shoot the female?" he said. "She was down. There was no danger. She was suffering, Tarzan." He cocked his head to indicate his ignorance of the word. The female had already been shot many times with a terrible weapon. The one that made a great thunder in the jungle. Yes. I saw many wounds in her side. There was much blood. That is right. The wounds were causing her awful pain. When I went to her in the clearing, I saw the hurt in her eyes. Where I come from, if an animal is suffering and cannot be healed, we take its life quickly. We end its suffering. I paused to compose myself. I did not wish to kill the elephants, the male or the female. "I'm very, very sorry. Your father is dead, like mine," he said a moment later. The question took me by surprise. I felt my throat tighten with the answer. "Yes," I whispered. "Why did he die? A bum ticker," I thought ruefully, though the news of my death on the mountain would certainly have been the shock needed to kill him. I placed a hand over my breast and patted it. His heart was sick. Why did the bad man leave you to die on Sumbula? How could I possibly answer so complex a question? Would Tarzan understand how Ral had tricked father and me into believing his promises and lies? I could hardly admit my earliest feelings for the man. And how to begin explaining the Belgian incursion into Africa, the genocide of 10 million tribespeople, and King Leopold's desire to cut a road through paradise. The bad man's name is Conrath, I finally said. Conrath. Tarzan spoke this with the same repugnance he reserved for the name Kerchak. Tonight when we lie down to sleep, I'll tell you the story of how I came to your forest. His eyes softened and his mouth curled into a slow, lascivious smile. And I will tell of the first time I saw you bathing in my pool. The first time he saw me naked, I thought. I hadn't been mistaken about a near presence that day in Eden. He had watched me, perhaps grown aroused. Is that why you followed me up the mountain? He nodded, not at all ashamed of his decidedly lewd motives. I wondered at the outcome of our fates had Ral Conrath not left me to die on Sumbula's peak. If Tarzan's primal urges had not, of necessity, been supplanted by his softer, more protective instincts. Take me to see the elephants, I begged. Tanta, he said. They are Tanta. We lay stretched across a broad limb above a clearing where they drank and bathed in a muddy pool. There was an old bull, monstrous in size, 7 female, other entwining their trunks together affectionately. But it was the baloo sliding and flopping gracelessly in the slippery mud that held us wrapped, and the sweet attention of the mothers who used their strong, sinuous trunks to help the young ones stand, only to watch indulgently as they fell again. They craved bathing, splashing and swimming in clear deep pools and lolling about for whole afternoons in muddy ones, endlessly flapping their great ears to beat the mosquitoes from their eyes. The largest of the females had recently birthed the youngest and smallest of the baloo. This baby was the clumsiest, forever slipping with splayed legs in the mudholes. Once we watched as the tiny creature sank in a deep hole, its slopes so steep and slippery that none of the females could extract him from it. They had begun trumpeting in panic. With a deafening bellow, the trees parted and the bull came charging out of the bush. In a graceful sweep of his immense trunk, he encircled the body of the youngster and lifted him up, depositing him gently onto the muddy shore. We slept that night and rose early. Tarzan led me to a deep, sandy-bottomed pool, and we slipped into it moments before we heard the low rumbling of Tanta's soundings, the snapping of twigs and branches that heralded their arrival. Following Tarzan's lead, I dove deep and swam underwater in the direction from which the elephants were coming. I felt the water disturbed as the huge beasts entered the pool. Now as we drew closer with our eyes open, we could see the great hulks of their bodies and the tangle of their paddling legs. Taking my hand, Tarzan silently urged me to follow him closer to them, but I couldn't. I was terrified at their immensity and their wildness, and I begged Tarzan not to go. I begged in vain. He took a long breath and submerged, breaking the surface surrounded by 4 of the females. They stared with little fright but some curiosity at his head, all that protruded from the water, bobbing on the surface. I could see him smiling as the trunk of one touched him delicately on the back of his head. They were curious. Carefully, he brought his hands above the surface and reached out to the female before him with fingers spread. Eyes fixed on him, she wrapped her massive trunk around his arm. They all took turns touching him, finally realizing there was more to him below the water's surface. I heard him laugh as they explored his body. But when the giant bull began paddling his way, a bolt of real fear tore through me. Would the male be as curious as the females, or would he regard this stranger as an intruder, and with a glancing blow to Tarzan's head with his trunk, or an upward thrust of a sharp tusk, kill him? It seemed to my untrained eye that the bull was indeed wary. He swam close. Then the long, thick trunk snaked below the surface. I had rarely seen alarm in Tarzan's expression, but it was now apparent that the male had wrapped his trunk clear around Tarzan's torso. In the next instant the elephant dragged Tarzan beneath the surface. I fought panic as more than a minute ticked by with my lover fully submerged. He had barely had time to suck in a full breath. 2 minutes, and more I was poised to create a disturbance, shouting and flailing about, when suddenly the bull's grasp loosened and Tarzan exploded out of the water astride the back of a baby. He gasped a breath and one of the females trumpeted loudly. With this, the bull turned and paddled away, as though to leave this strange white, fuzzy-headed Baloo to the females. Soon after, I, too, was welcomed into the company of the herd. Once my fear had sufficiently subsided, we spent the morning in joyful communion with the elephants, bathing and playing. We'd dive deep and encircle their thick legs with our arms. Once I slid beneath a female and caressed her leather belly, examining the two teats between her forelegs. We bobbed near their heads and splashed water on their ears, closely observing these magnificent appendages. The air grew ever thicker and hotter, the swarms of insects unbearable. Late in the afternoon the herd took refuge in a shallow watering hole and found relief from the flying pests in the cool brown-black mud at its edges. Hand in hand, we followed them gingerly in. Standing waist-deep in the pool, I understood why Tanta sought these baths. No mosquitoes swarmed us. No sand flies bit us. Mud cooled the skin. We went back to the shore and rolled in it, covering ourselves, hair, face, limbs, and torso, in the stuff, and laid ourselves out in the sun, baking. Tarzan dove into the pool and wallowed amid the herd, cooling himself. One by one, the females and Baloo allowed him to mount their slippery backs. Tarzan's laughter echoed across the water as he slid and splashed down, and climbed up again, only to careen back into the mud for the sheer joy of it. "Jane," he cried, beckoning to me broadly. I was returned to Eden. The homecoming to Tarzan's fig tree was sweeter than I ever had imagined it would be. There was a great and raucous welcome from Mr. Gray, who, upon our arrival, flew rather than walked down to the nest and began shouting out the whole of his vocabulary as he paced back and forth on a branch above our heads. "Tarzan," the crimson-tailed parrot cried. "Tarzan, Tarzan, Piggy, Piggy, Jane." The bird was, in fact, so happy to see his old friend that he jumped down on Tarzan's head. His needle-like claws became stuck in the long hair and were soon tangled. We both laughed at his clumsy extraction from this bird's nest. When the commotion of our arrival had quieted somewhat, another grey parrot flew to the fig and perched quietly just inches away from Mr. Gray. On first observation the two looked identical, but the closer I looked, the more differences I saw: a slightly smaller, sleeker head, the coloring of the plumage lighter. "Have you gotten yourself a wife?" I said to our friend. "Is this Mrs. Gray?" he answered, uncannily, by reaching over and gently grooming his companion's head feathers, a gesture she accepted by moving a bit closer to him and closing her eyes. I saw Tarzan smiling. "They are mates," he told me. "Now they will never part." I had come to expect Tarzan's absence from the nest when I awoke in the morning. It had always been his habit to climb the fig before sunrise, and I had never questioned the ritual or begged to join him. The day after we had arrived home, Tarzan shook me awake. I was instantly alert, needing no time to rouse myself or rub the sleep from my eyes. "Follow me," Tarzan said. "Very careful where you step. Where you hold." It was strange climbing in the dark, though I saw at once that it was not pure dark. Here and there leaves glittered with moonlight like tiny lampposts showing us the way. Tarzan, who knew the route perfectly well in pitch black, was most certainly moving upward through the branches with unaccustomed slowness and deliberation so I could safely follow. The limbs and branches thinned out as we neared the top, and he demonstrated how to lay a foot upon a slender bough so as not to bend or break it with my weight. Finally he reached down and lifted me handily to the crown of the fig. I found to my delight that Tarzan had fashioned a second nest here which, though smaller than the one below, was adequate to bear the burden of two bodies sitting side by side. We sat facing east, a direction he called Sumbula, where the merest glow of light could be seen behind the mountain range. I saw a few stars still shining brilliantly in the dome of the sky. Few, as the moon was full and bright in the west, below on the horizon. "It's so beautiful," I said. His reply was a long silence during which he lay back, resting his head on his hands. Kudu will come soon, he finally said. The sun will rise, he corrected himself. When it comes, the black will turn to purple. Then, he was searching for the word, the color of the hornbill's cheeks. Orange, I said, and he nodded. From the mountains smoke will rise. Like smoke from Waziri fires, though many times greater. I think there is a tribe that lives in Sumbula that makes these fires. I was quiet, for he had never spoken so long or so eloquently. When the sun rises, the moon it will still be in the sky. Is that why you brought me here today? He affirmed that it was. I was humbled by Tarzan's broad knowledge of his surroundings. I knew little of astronomy but was aware that it was a rare occurrence in a year when a full moon and rising sun shared the same sky. You are a naturalist, Tarzan, I said. What is that? A kind of scientist who studies plants and animals, the earth and the sky. Today I will begin the teaching, so you can grow strong and fast, he said. I resisted the urge to hug him, but thought, you are my student, now I will become yours. You will follow me. Do as I do. Go when I say go. Stop when I say stop. You will be silent. You will see and hear and smell everything. Or you will die. Suddenly despair overtook me. How on earth could I learn everything expected of me in time to study the Mangani before the rains began? Tarzan's eyes were fixed on me. You will learn quickly, he said. There will be time. Then the sun rose in all its violet and orange glory. Tarzan stood and gave me his hand, helping me up. Assuming a pose of reverence, he stretched his arms out before him, chin lifted. I did the same, feeling the first warm rays on my chest, envisioning the full moon at our backs. We inhaled the fragrance of the fig leaf bower, and I knew without words that here, standing at the top of the world, we were giving thanks that Kudu had risen again to begin its travels through the arc of blue sky and another day had come. With the years of our diverse lives behind us, I could feel that something great lay ahead. Adventure, discovery, danger. We were joined together in a strange destiny, my wild man and me. And I was ready as I would ever be. So it began. We climbed trees endlessly, he instructing me in the art of finding hand and footholds, some obvious, some mere toe and finger holds. I had to learn to trust that these would support me, and my courage grew as the size of the nubs by which I perilously hung over the forest floor diminished. I became adept at gathering fruits and nuts and ferns, and more than once caught myself literally going out on a limb to secure the ripest cluster of berries or the pinkest figs, a feat I would have blanched at watching Tarzan do just months before. The mature liana of the great forest afforded us our campus. On the broad branches I felt confident almost at once, using my outstretched arms as a circus tightrope walker would do. But I was leery of narrower limbs, and Tarzan patiently educated me in which of them were sturdy enough to hold my weight, which looked large enough but were made of brittle wood and might crack beneath my feet. And soon I knew the crisscrossing of pathways in the canopy as a network of roads, one that led to the warm pool or the pawpaw tree with the ripest fruit, or to the Enduro escarpment and the Waziri village. Above our heads, a tangle of branches, air roots, and vines provided a perfect environment for brachiation. I admit I found it daunting at first. I was not a petite girl, nor was I small-boned, and though years of riding had strengthened my legs, I regarded the musculature in my hands, wrists, arms, and shoulders as inadequate for the task of swinging from one branch to another. But Tarzan was a clever and patient teacher. At first he guided me to webworks close to the ground so that fear of falling was all but eliminated, and my feet touched the forest floor as much as they dangled above it. To begin, he chose a liana of small hardwood branches around which my fingers could curl completely. His body behind, his hands over mine, he placed them for me in the same ways I had danced with father as a little girl, standing with my feet on his shoes. This allowed my grip to be firm and complete before Tarzan released his. Thus we worked, arm over arm, he instructing which branches or vines might be crawling with biting red ants and those that were slippery or poisonous and to be avoided at all costs. My strength and dexterity increased daily. I grew calluses on my soles and palms. I knew my progress to be good, for Tarzan acted the proud parent when I leaped across the ever-widening gaps between branches. Soon I was surprising myself with prodigious feats of brachiation, exploding with most unladylike whoops of triumph. Tarzan insisted I learn the use of the bowie to kill prey. I could not yet hunt. But he would subdue an animal with his sheer strength or dexterity and insist I deal the death blow. I was of course horrified to be taking the lives of animals, even for food, but learning even the most gruesome of the forest arts was the price I was forced to pay if there was to be any chance of my returning to the manganese bower. I enthusiastically applied myself to the tasks of daily living and so determined to broaden our diet, in particular to encourage Tarzan to eat cooked meat. I was still very thin and my limbs wiry. I wondered if it was the loss of weight that had caused the cessation of my menses, a circumstance that although worrisome made matters in the wild far less complicated. I recalled the frenzy when my female hounds came into their season. The last thing I wished to be out here in the forest was a bitch in heat. And of course without ovulation there was no chance of pregnancy. But whether for health, appetite, or vanity's sake, I contrived to put some meat not only in my stomach but on my bones as well. To this end I had Tarzan take me back to the Waziri village, where we were given a warm welcome and, at my request, we were shown how to hammer one piece of split bamboo into the ground and use another, held horizontally and stroked up and down, to produce a spark. It was hard work to raise the wood's temperature high enough to ignite, and we learned to take turns rubbing and blowing on the coal. 2. The tribeswomen seemed delighted to teach the ape-man's mate how to prepare certain of their delicacies. Grubs raw disgusted me. Grubs roasted were quite delicious. And the once shocking lizard on a stick touted by the women as one of their favorite hors d'oeuvre became eatable. Tarzan, who had relied solely on the bowie knife for his infrequent meals of flesh, was given the gift of a spear and then taught by the men how to use it. In no time we were enjoying meals that satisfied my palate, though Tarzan was slow to appreciate cooked flesh. One afternoon he speared a fish in the nearby watering hole. The taste of it when it was baked in banana leaves in our fire was a cause of delirious lip-smacking celebration for me, and finally Tarzan admitted to enjoying it, in particular the oily crisp skin. It was a small triumph, but one by which I was entirely delighted. Some small creature had taken up housekeeping in the nest under my head, and after several nights of disturbed sleep I decided to evict it. Tarzan had gone to spear us a fish. It had amused me to see shining in his eyes the memory of an craving for a particular food, this craving that, for probably the first time in his life, moved him to secure for himself that same meal. I had set about on my hands and knees picking apart the thick mattress of twigs, leaves, feathers, and moss and the soft fibrous tufts from the silk cotton tree in the places I remembered hearing the scuffling about and chewing which, in the deep quiet of forest night so close to my head, had sounded like the downstairs maid cleaning out the hall closet. Less than a foot down I came upon an object foreign in size and shape to the nesting material. With a bit more digging I uncovered an artifact that, once uncovered, literally set me back on my heels. When Tarzan came swinging acrobatically through the curtain of vines near the fig, a sight that never failed to thrill me. I was sitting waiting for him. He dropped down feet first with immense grace just in front of me and his eyes fell immediately on my find. The expression I saw flitting across his face surprised me, for embarrassment was one emotion he had never once demonstrated. Why was a Waziri bow and arrow buried in our nest? I inquired mildly. He produced a blunt-nosed fish, holding it out for me to see. He was clearly unready to confront the issue of the hidden weapon, so I exclaimed brightly at his catch and climbed down the fig tree to the clearing to where we had taken to building our cook fire. He followed shortly, having wrapped the now gutted fish in a neat package of banana leaves tied with a length of fiber. I was nursing the first tiny flame with bits of dried twigs. Now he knelt down beside me and began feeding larger sticks into the crackling fire. Bow and arrow? He asked, as though no time had elapsed since my question. In the nest. Yes, I said, that is what the weapon is called. Did your mother never tell You the story of Robin Hood. Tarzan shook his head. Well, many years ago in England a man, not so different from you, lived in a forest much like this. There are forests in England. Not anymore, I'm afraid, but back then there were, and the man called Robin Hood was a good person who wanted to protect the forest and his friends from a very bad person called the Sheriff of Nottingham who was making trouble for everyone. So Robin gathered a small tribe around him, the merry men, to fight the sheriff. And the weapon they used for hunting and fighting was the bow and arrow. Tarzan was wide-eyed. In England they had Waziri weapons. Something very similar and, strange as it may seem, these weapons are still used, though not for hunting meat to eat. For what, then? Sport. Tarzan shook his head uncomprehendingly. Sport is something people do for the pleasure of it, not of necessity. I thought for a moment. The way you dive from the cliff into the deep pool, that is sport. Now he was quiet. Why did you hide the bow and arrow, Tarzan? Why did you not use them to hunt? He lifted his hands in a helpless gesture. I cannot. This was an odd statement. There was nothing physical that my friend was unable to do. Or so I had thought. Robin Hood loved a woman, I said, surprised at how shy the statement made me. Arrow. As am I. You. Would you like me to teach you? Yes. I smiled at his uninhibited enthusiasm. What civilized man would welcome instruction in so manly an art from a woman? Shall we begin today? Yes, he answered. After the fish, Tarzan and I journeyed to the Waziri village for a second bow and quiver of arrows that would be needed for our endeavor. On the way he described how he had first come across the tribe and their weapons. Once his injuries at Kerchak's hands had healed, Tarzan had begun to climb the fig and greet the dawn. He'd felt strong again and swung through the branches with ease, moving in the direction of Kudu's Rising and the mysterious Smoky Mountains. It was here he first became aware of creatures so far below the crush of leaves that he could hear but not see them. Their words and voices were somehow Mangani and somehow not. Then he recognized that the sounds and tones were more the kind that he, an inferior Mangani, made. This surprised him. Carefully descending, he had seen a group of the creatures moving with swift grace on two legs along a forest path. He thought his eyes had deceived him. These were not Mangani, though their bodies were the same dark brown. But the brown was not fur. It was skin, and except for color, the skin was smooth, the same as his own. 2. They were not as broad and powerful as Mangani, nor their arms and digits as long. Their faces and the shape of their heads were, as he remembered seeing the reflection of himself in an undisturbed pool, much as his own. They carried long sticks with sharp points and used them to throw and bring down several wapi. These were a small species of antelope, at one time. And they slung on their shoulders another odd pair of sticks, one of them curved and tied on two ends with the thinnest of twisted vines. From this shot a sharper pointed branch, shorter and thinner than the other, that flew into treetops with a speed that Tarzan had never imagined possible, bringing down Manu and Nita, the thin sticks having pierced through the bodies of their prey. All the while they moved through the forest they spoke in a language that sounded strangely familiar and soothing to his ear. With great stealth, Tarzan, keeping to the treetops, followed them on the whole day's hunt till they reached a place at the foot of the four mountains. Here he had come upon a great pile of stone, very narrow but very tall. Taller than the top of the trees. He'd climbed to its highest point, a long rocky ridge, and looked down upon a puzzling sight. It had to be, the Blackskin's great bower. But this bower was set upon the forest floor and not above in the crooks of trees. Their nests were as high as the creatures stood and had holes through which they passed to go inside, much as the grey hookbills had a nest hole. There were many of the brown, two-legged, short-armed creatures, as many as the digits of his hands and feet, and that many times over. He saw males and females and young ones of every size. Short animal skins covered the males' dangling parts. The females' hips and upper legs were wrapped as well, though their rounded breasts hung as female manganese did, and infants fed from them as he had done from Kala's more pendulous ones. The word he heard most was waziri, and so the creatures came in his mind to be known by that word. Their chief. Tarzan knew him as chief by the heads that dipped as he passed, so like the cowering postures of Mangani as Kerchak came into their midst, was named waziri as well. The tribe became for Tarzan an endless source of wonder. He did not show himself to them, and he, deft in the treetops and silent as a cat, was not known to them for many long cycles of rain and drought. Once, while he was tracking their hunt to watch and learn of their weapons, the small party was set upon by Sheeta. One waziri was mauled, and in the sadness and confusion of carrying his mangled body back to the bower, one of the hunters left behind his curved weapon and pouch of pointed sticks. Now they were Tarzan's, and he determined to learn their use. So many times he had spied upon the hunters to copy their stance, their positioning of the bowed branch and the pointed stick. So many times the stick sprang prematurely and uselessly to the ground at his feet. Nothing he had yet attempted, save trying to kill Kerchak, was less successful than this. In the end the weapon defeated him. He finally set it aside in his bower, covering it with leaves and moss so he should not be reminded of the cursed object. He did persist in observing the waziri in the village, and Chief Waziri, who was much loved by all. Tarzan learned the name of the four sloped mountains to the east of their village, that which they called Sumbula. Though they spoke the word often and with a reverence greater even than the name of their chief, the waziri did not go to the mountains. It rose from the tree-covered mountains and the earth shook beneath them. The waziri fell to their knees, trembling, and chanted the word again and again until the shaking stopped. We had seen as much during our first visit to the village. As theirs was a great and proud tribe, if they fear the mountain, Tarzan believed he should fear it as well. He never, therefore, strayed any farther to the east than where the Sumbula foothills began. It was here above the village that Tarzan saw a girl of his age, her taut brown flesh moist and shining in the day's heat, pounding the gomi root into paste, saw her high round breasts and felt something stir between his legs. He remembered with fear and loathing how Kerchak wielded the flesh stick against the female Mangani with as much violence and pain as he did a wooden branch. Tarzan slunk away flushed with shame, wishing never to inflict such anguish as his hated enemy had. After that day he began to wear, as the waziri males did, a skin that hung from his waist to cover his loins. He continued to visit Waziriland often in secret, but never again did he feast his eyes on any young female. Instead he'd fashioned for himself a long pointed stick weapon and learned to throw it with deadly force. He took waziri words back to his own nest and laughed to hear the Grey-Neater, Lulu, speaking in that tongue. 2. Tarzan marveled at the fires, the captured lightning that danced all yellow and orange in pits in many places in the village, fires over which the waziri placed their kills. It had been the sight of the strange flickering flames that had caused the undoing of Tarzan's secret presence. As he was drawn from the rocky ridge and treetops, his descent had taken him lower and lower. Then suddenly his sure footing failed him, and with a resounding crack, he crashed through boughs and liana, catching himself finally just above the heads of the waziri females at the fire. They shrieked at the shock of a white-skinned, four-limbed, long-haired creature dangling by one arm with an expression they perhaps perceived as fierce but was to Tarzan more akin to shame. He must escape from this humiliating confrontation. With the sound of Kerchak's most blood-curdling roar, Tarzan had risen in a wide arc and, gaining a barely existent foothold, catapulted himself, flying, through an immense void. Then catching hold of a gnarled vine and soaring up and away with the effortless grace of a Manu, he vanished in the deep folds of the canopy. The fearsome wild ape man of the forest became waziri legend that day. The first time he'd swung down from the trees with the purpose of making talk with a waziri, he had caused a great sensation among the tribe, with females shrieking and little Baloo crying. The males had drawn their spears and bowed weapons, but Tarzan, words he had learned by secretly observing them from above. He repeated waziri many times, Bongalo for food, and Mpinga for village. He pointed to a young one, saying Lunami, and to the growing delight of the tribe cried Tinkalo and began kicking a large nut pod with his feet as they did while playing their favorite game. But when he uttered Sumbula, the spears were raised again, if only briefly, for Tarzan quickly assumed a pose of submission as a Mangani would do when an angered Kerchak approached. He later learned that Sumbula was a sacred word, not spoken lightly, and he silently vowed never to say it again. He stayed only a short time to assure the tribe he meant them no harm and only wished to make talk with them. On the second visit, they complied, even inviting Tarzan to eat with them. And bringing him into Zozothango, the men's house, in which all the Waziri males involved themselves with palaver of great and minor import. The need to hunt and kill a man-eating leopard that had struck for the third time in one cycle of the moon, negotiations for a marriage, the punishment for a stolen pig, even jokes and pranks they played on one another. So besides talk, there was laughter, and this was pleasing to Tarzan, as the laughter sounded not like the shrill Mangani squeals but like his own. Here he had met a man, the only one of his tribe to ever have left Waziriland, and gone Sita, in the direction north, and come back alive. His name was Echo, and he stood examining Tarzan very closely for a long while, pointing north and bobbing his head up and down in a signal that he had learned meant yes. Then Echo said quite loudly to all the males at the palaver, Teka Mpinga Tarzan, Tarzan, Tarzan. He had on his journey seen a village of Tarzans. But what did Teka mean? Tarzan had asked. Large. Very large, Chief Waziri answered. Echo. This, then, was the man whom Raoul Conrath and Paul Darnett had met at the dock in Port Gentle, the one whose golden pendant had led the Porter expedition to Eden. It was all very strange indeed. Once back in the clearing beneath our fig, I fashioned a crude target of banana leaves tied to a tree, the concentric circles drawn on with charcoal from our cook fire. I stuffed it with soft nesting material so that the arrows, carved wooden tips with grooved teeth, would not be damaged by repeated practice. The bow, a simple affair with both ends of its stave wrapped with narrow leather strips and the string of twisted leather, was, not surprisingly, shaped and weighted differently from its European counterpart. It took some practice of my own before I could hit the bull's-eye. I could see Tarzan watching me with slack-jawed admiration, or was it amazement? For in all the physical disciplines that had preceded student, when I was confident myself, I stood Tarzan before the target. By my observations of him I guessed he was ambidextrous, and I could not determine which was his dominant eye. I was right-eye dominant and wished to make it easy all around, so I placed the bow in Tarzan's left hand, as I would do myself. This is your bow hand or bow arm, I said of his left, and this is your drawing hand or string hand. I stopped then, annoyed at the outset with the plethora of useless terminology. I would just teach him, simply, not talk him to death. Picking up my own bow and arrow, I stood before Tarzan and assumed the correct posture, my body sideways to the target and shooting line, feet shoulder-width apart. He copied me, striking a perfect stance almost instantly. I went to him then, and had him watch as I loaded an arrow into my bow, careful to point it toward the ground and placing my fingers close to his eyes so he could see their positioning. The index finger above the arrow, two below, with the string held in the second and third, as I had been taught. I lowered my weapon then to watch Tarzan's loading of the arrow and adjusted his fingers accordingly. He was altogether silent, concentrating deeply. When I was satisfied of his finger placement, I again took up my equipment and demonstrated the raising and drawing of the bow in one fluid movement, the string hard drawn to my face, resting lightly at the corner of my mouth, while the bow arm rose toward the target. Again I went to Tarzan and, assured that he was ready, had him pull back the arrow to the anchor point. I stood close behind him, enjoying the feeling of him near me. My new physical obsession, becoming strong and fast, had for the time being superseded the more sensual pleasures we had enjoyed so frequently at Zoo Darklul. Aim for center, I said, and when you are ready, let go of these three fingers on the bow. I watched Tarzan's teeth clench and his eyes narrow as he homed in on the center of the target, the picture of single-minded absorption. He let fly, and the arrow missed the banana leaf target by a fraction of an inch. I expected an angry oath, the usual reaction of a frustrated beginner. But Tarzan simply reached back to the quiver slung around his shoulder and withdrew another arrow. With intense deliberation, he reloaded and aimed. Then with perfect form took his shot. When the arrow thwacked into the outer ring of the target, Tarzan turned and smiled fully at me, expected no less from the man, but that I had succeeded in my instruction of the art of archery gave me inordinate pleasure. For the next several days Tarzan did next to nothing but practice, and in no time the pupil's adroitness with his new weapon exceeded the teacher's. But hunting with a bow and arrow was, after all, the point of the exercise, and he soon moved out into the forest and taught himself that skill. After delivering his first kill, a wild pig, and partaking of its succulent cooked flesh, he decided to take me with him on the hunt. It proved an electrifying experience, first learning the skill from my student, then attempting, with little success, to bring down my prey. With a bow and arrow I had never practiced on a moving target, and with a rifle on the skeet range the target moved at a uniform rate. Even the bull elephant I had brought down had been coming straight at me and was therefore a reasonably fixed target, but here the prey was small and flitted about, or jumped sideways in short, jerky bursts of movement. But it was not so much my aim as the nearness to the prey that proved my problem. Rare delicacy was required, as well as a quietness of being, to narrow the distance between me and my intended mark. I used what I had learned about quieting my breath and becoming still as stone. Yet I lost count of how many targets I missed. I had become less squeamish about killing living things, for this was the wild. After all, and for better or worse I had become the wild man's mate. Taking example from Tarzan's dignified response to his early failures, I refrained from angry expletives when, time after time, my target evaded me. But in this exercise Tarzan was stern. He meant for me to bring down our dinner, so I shot and missed, till my right arm burned with pain. When the blue-green neater sitting above on a branch and 20 feet away was in my sights, Tarzan came to my side. He said nothing, merely breathed in a slow, steady rhythm near my ear. He wished for me to take up the same rhythm. And so I did. This calmed me, and almost by magic the pain in my shoulder vanished. I felt steady on my feet, and the target came clear in my sight. I released my fingers from the string and loosed the arrow. The bird was falling, lifeless, before I knew I had hit the mark. I turned and clasped Tarzan in a rough, triumphant embrace, then ran to retrieve my kill. When I'd taken down my first antelope, Tarzan had run his hand over the animal's flank, his fingers coming up deep ochre. He had painted my face with the pigment, and I'd replace my now shredding native cloth. Tarzan showed me how to skin it and finally soften it using the edge of the blade, along with repeated drubbing on a stone set beside the warm pool. When the hide was ready, he watched as I clothed myself in it. I moved to hang it around one shoulder like I had the waziri cotton, but he reached out and pulled it down to my hips. I watched as he draped the thing this way and that, like some wild couturier pinning together his latest French creation. Finally he was satisfied with his placement, which closely approximated the tribal women's skirt. I was speechless. My bosom was entirely uncovered. What shocked me especially in wearing this revealing garment was how unperturbed I was with my nakedness. I quite liked the feel of my breasts preceding me as I moved through the world. There was a bounce and shimmy as I walked, and when I brachiated through the canopy, they stretched and elongated. The sensation when I swam in the warm pool was one of unimaginable sensuality, the finest silk dragged slowly across that delicate skin. Never had I thought of breasts as anything more than fleshy protuberances to be carefully covered, imprisoned in the hated whalebone corsetry. I could not deny the growing pride in my figure, lithe and strong and quick. I liked it when Tarzan gazed openly at me, whether I lay in repose in the nest or was in motion, running along the jungle floor, chasing through the liana. I had become shameless. Utterly shameless. And it was, I decided, an excellent state of affairs indeed. It was Tarzan's way to swim almost daily. It was the moment in the day that he relished above all. He would stand high on the cliff above the pool nearest the nest. Its edges had sandy shores, but below the falls it seemed to have a bottomless depth. I loved to watch him straighten his back and square his toes on the black rock beneath his feet. There was no hesitation as he raised his arms high above his head, palms touching, and sprang, first rising and then streaking downward, breaking the water with hardly a splash. This day we descended to the forest floor from the upper nest after our dawn greeting of kudu. The anticipation of the crashing falls never failed to excite me, but when we breached the curtain of water and beheld the sight of the loveliest of pools, I stood stunned and horrified. Floating on the surface and strewn along the black sand beach were Tarzan stared in dismay. I remembered the warm tendrils of water the first time I'd bathed here. But this was something more. Volcanism, perhaps. But it was far beyond my capacity to explain. He snapped off a banana leaf and wrapped a dead fish in it. We will go to the Waziri. Tarzan and I squatted across from Chief Waziri and Yulu in the dirt of the charm doctor's hut, as women were forbidden in the men's house. Tarzan had asked the question about the cold pool turning hot, and there had been a very long silence that followed it. I could see Tarzan's concerned expression. He would be wondering if he had spoken foolishly or somehow offended our hosts. Yet he remained calm, and I watched as he began breathing in rhythm with the chief, keeping his eyes respectfully on the dirt floor in front of him. Jaljuma, Yulu finally said. Tarzan touched his hands to the sides of his head, a gesture that said he did not know the meaning of the word. In answer, the charm doctor stood and took hold of the central pole of his hut with both hands, pushing and pulling it with all his strength so that the house shook and small creatures living in the thatched roof fell down to the floor and scurried away. Jaljuma, Tarzan repeated with certainty. Clearly the word meant the shaking of the ground, an earthquake. Tarzan had described to me these tremors that he had experienced all of his life. Some had been so small they could be felt only if he was walking on the ground, but some were so mighty they shook the trees, causing the birds to take flight from the canopy, and set the manu howling. Koho dark luli jaljuma. Tarzan asked the headman. Hot water and ground. Moving. Chief Waziri and Yulu had honored the ape man by learning several Mangani words. Dark lul, they knew, meant pool of water. Yulu nodded. But Tarzan's expression was mystified. He turned to me. How does the ground shaking make the cold water of the deep pool hot? He said to me in English. Then he looked questioningly at Chief Waziri. The man shook his head and touched his mouth to gesture, I cannot say. However, then the two Waziri stood. The meeting had come to an end. Tarzan rose and I did as well. Yulu said to him, Lata and Tembongalo. Tarzan politely refused the offer of food, and we returned home no wiser than before. Tarzan had come to trust my skill and wits enough to allow me freedom to move in a narrow circuit around the fig. But he always armed me with the bowie, and his instinct to protect me assured that my solitary travels did not exceed a quarter of an hour without his gaining sight or sound of me. Unspoken as it was, I knew that Tarzan was bound and determined to make me his equal in self-sufficiency and competent to defend myself. Despite the growing mastery of his native tongue, he chose oftentimes to be silent. Yet we were constantly speaking, employing a subtle language of bodily gestures and the eyes. Using both Mangani and English words. It was rich with nuance and proved altogether satisfying. I had never before conceived of how very verbal was my home society. How little anyone touched each other. These were human behaviors that, before now, I had never considered. How cold and rigid was the civilized world. Many times I simply thought a thing. Where is my quiver? I would love a handful of ripe figs, and there Tarzan would be, holding out the arrows or the fruit. In short order I came to view it as the normal state of affairs. I realized with astonishment, become a familiar forest dweller, and I found this deeply satisfying. Our late meal done, we had climbed to the nest and stood together in a happily exhausted embrace. It was Tarzan's way to fold his arms around me and simply hold me in perfect silence, my head on his chest, his hand over my breast, waiting for our hearts to begin beating in the same rhythm before we kissed and laid ourselves down to sleep. I saw the foot-long brown viper as I lifted my head, dangling an arm's length over Tarzan's right shoulder. Its target was the back of his neck. No time, I thought. No time. Down, I cried, and in the instant he obeyed my command, I snatched his bowie from its sheath and sliced in a broad, furious arc through the air where a moment before Tarzan had stood. The next morning, with little fanfare, we left for the manganese bower. It occurred to me that while I was forbidden to graduate from Cambridge University, I had passed my courses at Tarzan, Lord Greystoke's College of Eden. I could not have been more proud. The great bower. We arrived at the hollow tree with little time to spare before losing the light. The climb down that had been so perilous for me the first time was now easily accomplished. On the narrow ledge, the monkey's carcass was nothing but desiccated skin, fur, and bone, a circumstance that I appreciated and one that Tarzan found alarming. "Tomorrow," he whispered, "I must find another. They will smell our presence." Just then the last rays of sun blinked out, leaving us in shadows that soon turned to pitch black. Using my sack holding the journal as our pillow, we lay down and he pulled me into the crescent of his body. The excitement of the next day's undertaking set my mind afire, but as was the case every night under Tarzan's stewardship, I slipped effortlessly into slumber. By the time I awoke, Tarzan had returned with the putrefying corpse of a small anteater. I stifled my repugnance, setting my mind firmly to ignore it, for I would be forced to work directly above the rotting flesh. But the moment I peered out at the scene of the waking manganese village, all else fell away. I feasted my eyes on the matrons, their infants and the older Baloo, the young females in their own nests, and the males of indeterminate age. I asked Tarzan to enlarge the blind's hole so that he might stand by my side and answer innumerable questions. What is that female's name? And why does she have two Baloo of nearly the same age? It was Gamla. Her sister had given birth just after Gamla had. Who are the two youngsters wrestling on the ground? Are they brothers? Cousins? Unrelated? What do they eat? How far will they travel to forage? With the sun pouring down through the trunk, I had picked up the Claytons' journal, written on the first blank page, a study of Pithecanthropus oportuensis erectus, the manganese of Gabon, and was about to begin writing the first of my observations when the trees across the clearing high above us began to shake. I felt a sudden sinking in the pit of my belly, and Tarzan stiffened at my side. I turned to him and saw the effort of unfathomable restraint harden his features and knots of tension in his neck and shoulders. His fists clenched into solid rock. I spoke in the gentlest voice. "Tarzan, come away from here." I led him like a blind child, for he was blinded by the fury of Kerchak's presence. He had not even laid eyes on the brute and was yet coiled tight as an overwound spring ready to snap. Strangely, the stories of Kerchak's 3 murders left me more curious than terrified. Here, above the bower hidden behind the view hole, I felt safe, immune from his hideous brutality. "Why don't you go get us something to eat?" I said. "I'll be all right here." He was too overwrought to speak, but he nodded and climbed dutifully away up the hollow trunk and disappeared. The moment he was gone, I took my place at the blind. Kerchak had appeared, and made his descent to the ground, thieving his breakfast along the way, terrorizing males, females, and Baloo alike. The morning grooming of and groveling before the brutish tribal chief had begun. How to write about this creature in a scientific manner? Had my objective already been sullied by knowledge of Kerchak's previous actions and character? Or must these be considered no more than hearsay? Did I dare write in this scientific documentation any more than the most dispassionate observation? What a glorious dilemma to have, a provocative and unstudied species literally at my feet and a singular partner in the endeavor to boot. I believed myself, at that moment, the luckiest woman in all the world. Tarzan returned with enough fruit and nuts and sweet baby ferns to last us the day. He had, in his own way, I refrained from asking how, managed to calm himself so substantially that he was a great help with my study, despite Kerchak's belligerent and overwhelming presence at the bower. It quickly became apparent that the Mangani were a natural. Mother moved from one place to another, the little one would ride on her back or chest. Constant grooming of her child's fur was the most intimate of activities. The teat was at all times available, and as much a source of comfort as nourishment. Of course my fondest observations were of those qualities that set the Mangani apart from other pre-human primates, their upright posture and their ability to speak. It thrilled me beyond measure that there were words of the language that I recognized when spoken by a member of the tribe, and I rather quickly learned the names of individuals, as the Mangani had the habit of preceding much of their communication with the name of the one to whom they were speaking, and identifying oneself with not a pronoun but a name. Gamla, Udbizan Kerchak was clearly Gamla, come groom me. Eta, Ud Sokal, come, little one, drink my milk. Kai, Dandu Kob Abulu was Kai, stop hitting your brother. It was all so human, I thought, and yet to see the creatures swinging so effortlessly through the trees with their overlong fingers or clutching a branch with that strange perpendicular toe left no question in my mind that Tarzan's adoptive tribe was as far from human as it was similar. A strange and intoxicating paradox. Adolescents too young to breed, males and females alike, were devoted to playful activities, their favorites of which were wrestling and chasing one another through the canopy. Of course there was foraging for food, but I in my stationary blind was prohibited from observing it. Mangani left the immediate bower for hours at a time. I resigned myself to Tarzan's descriptions and the obvious results of the food search, a diet quite similar to the meals he had returned with for the two of us, though the PA.E. ate leaves in quantities and fat white grubs as a kind of delicacy. There were pools in the vicinity, but the Mangani did not eat fish. Tarzan reported that their refusal to swim was the cause but that the species was not adverse to eating snails and tiny crabs they found at the water's edge. Tarzan's spirits lifted considerably with any sight of his half-sister, Jai. He told me that after Kala's death and his banishment from the Great Bower, Jai had been the only Mangani who'd not abandoned him. Even after he'd moved his nesting place far enough from the bower to guarantee his safety, Jai had found him and visited him there. Lately, though, her disappearances from the bower had begun to provoke Kerchak. All of his attempts at kingar mating with her had as yet come to nothing. She had no desire to mate with her mother's murderer, and while Kerchak wished to show his dominance over every female in his tribe, he was leery of Jai, perhaps remembering the consequences of killing her mother and Kala's Tarzan's son. He did indeed believe Tarzan had perished after his beating and expulsion from the bower. Late afternoons were a time for rest. Matrons called their young back to the nest for feeding and a nap. As everyone dozed, the buzzing of 10,000 insects rose and melded into a single solid sound. Tarzan had gone scouting for our evening meal, and I sat contentedly writing up the morning's observations. Aside from the quickly dwindling time for study before we would have to leave the forest fewer than 3 weeks now, the Clayton's journal was filling at an alarming rate with my smallest handwriting and dozens of illustrations, and endless data was still to be recorded. It had been the only blank paper I'd found at Zudarklul, Alice's precious box of stationery scattered about and destroyed by the elements of the previous 16 years. When the awful day came, when the last blank page of the journal was full, I would have to resort to my memory of 1,000 tiny details, a very daunting prospect. I heard a gravelly voice from the forest floor and, knowing at once it was Kerchak, went quickly to the view hole to peer down. As yet there was no movement in the bower, but the Mangani chief repeated his call, this time louder and more demandingly. Gamla, Ud Kerchak. Gamla, come to Kerchak. My eyes sought the female in her nest nursing her 2 infants. I had looked up, but had yet to move from my place. Gamla. Kerchak roared and pounded the ground with both of his clenched fists. Ud. I scanned as many nests as I was able, attempting to observe the Mangani. Response to Kerchak's unwelcome summons. Many of them had already shrunk away into the shadows. Others leaned over the lips of their nests and watched, for Gamla had laid down her baloo and begun her reluctant ascent to the forest floor. It was with a sick feeling that I watched the handsome furred female walk on. her straight legs to the center of the clearing, what I had come to call the throne room, where Kerchak still sat, idly chewing on a pile of that day's offerings. I was grateful Tarzan was not present to witness what I guessed was about to happen. From this height there were no facial expressions visible, but I could clearly see the posture of defeat as Gamla turned her back to Kerchak and dropped to her hands and knees. Then Kerchak, as if possessed by sudden rage, swept away the food with a swipe of an arm and rose to his full height, pounding his "Do not watch," I commanded myself. Turn away from this spectacle of violence. But I could not. I was a scientist. The Mangani were my subjects. It was my privilege and duty to observe every aspect of behavior, no matter how repugnant. Kerchak, larger by half than all the adult Mangani females, mounted Gamla from behind, roughly grabbing the fur at his partner's neck. Yet she bore the frenzied copulation quietly. Mercifully, it was short-lived. Once Gamla had regained her upright stance and began climbing back to her nest, I pulled back from the view hole, slumping down with relief. My heart was thudding. Bitter billow rose in my throat and I thought I might vomit. But I calmed myself, aware of Tarzan's imminent return. I would not allow him to see me upset, and under no circumstance would I write of Kerchak's rape of Gamla in John and Alice Clayton's journal. It would be sacrilege, I thought, an insult added to injury. No, I had committed every moment of the scene to memory, and once returned to England I would record it in detail. A sudden jolting of the earth caused some screeching and scrambling in the Mangani bower. Even Kerchak, busy stuffing his mouth with grubs, jumped to his feet in fear. Though the earth tremor was brief, in the hollow tree its consequence nearly proved fatal, for the journal in my lap as I sat on the ledge flipped up and out of my grasp and, to my horror, tumbled down through the trunk, clattering and echoing loudly as it fell. I looked at Tarzan, who had returned. He was standing at the blind and had braced himself for the shock. But now that it had passed, his body was stiff with attention. His eyes were fixed out the view hole, and he clutched the interior vines and ridges for another quake. When all was still, I joined him and looked down on the clearing. Kerchak was now on his feet and moving slowly toward the base of the hollow tree. I cringed as the journal, momentarily resting on a rotted latticework 20 feet below us, slipped off and fell an additional distance, coming to rest with a thud near the bottom. When Kerchak started to climb, Tarzan and I pulled back quickly. I saw him look up and determine that a hasty escape out the top would be impossible. Climbing down would trap us in the well of the trunk. Now we could hear Kerchak's progress up the outside of the tree. I fought panic and wished desperately to speak to Tarzan, to make a plan. But we must remain silent and at all costs stay out of Kerchak's sight. I could see Tarzan's mind at work, his eyes flicking in every direction. Reverting to sign language, he gestured me to follow him. Squatting backward his body suspended perilously over the well of the hollow tree. Swinging his legs forward and back, on the next forward movement he released his grip and disappeared. I stifled the urge to shout, "What do you want me to do?" for clearly Tarzan meant for me to do exactly as he had done, and even with my rigorous training, it appeared impossible to me. The sound of Kerchak nearly at the blind hole forced me to act and to trust implicitly that Tarzan's plan was viable. I leaped to the ledge, turned my back to the abyss, squatted, and placed my fingers around the lip. Praying that my balance and newly strengthened body parts would not fail me, I carefully lowered myself down. I dangled only by my fingertips for a moment that felt an eternity. Pain shot down my arms. They would not hold. I felt my fingers slipping, and the very moment they lost the lip, Tarzan's arm shot out, clutching my waist. He pulled me to him where he clung by the other arm to a mass of tangled roots and ropey bark. Not a moment too soon. By the sounds above us, Kerchak's grunts into the blind hole were echoing up and down the tree well. Shortly he was done entertaining himself with the strange racket, and a brief silence ensued. A moment later we saw the anteater's carcass tumbling down the trunk. The thought that Kerchak's hand was feeling around inside our blind struck such fear into my heart that, but for Tarzan's strong arm supporting me, I would have lost all control of my muscles and followed the anteater's stinking corpse to the bottom of the well. Kerchak was ripping the bark and the brittle wood from the dead tree's blind hole. How long it would take him to enlarge it enough to enter, I thought, was the remaining length of my life. There was little light beneath the shelf, and I could not see Tarzan's face. I buried my own in the musk of his smooth-corded neck and thought there was nowhere else on earth I would rather spend the moments before death than in this man's arms. But Tarzan had pulled himself from my grip, giving me his handholds. I heard the sound of the Bowie knife being withdrawn from its sheath. Silent as a cat, he edged along the inner trunk and raised one arm, feeling for the lip of the ledge. He was going up to face the beast. Kerchak, even from our hiding place below regained the ledge while he quickly recovered the fallen journal in the tree well. From the blind, I watched as Jai, in the center of the clearing, fell to her knees and presented her rump to Kerchak, who was quickly descending to claim his prize. But the moment his feet touched the ground, Jai stood and, baring her teeth at him, turned and raced for the nearest tree. Tarzan pulled me to go, but I urged him to observe his sister. I felt his fingers digging into my flesh and saw that his face was twisted with hatred. It was not lost on him that Jai was luring Kerchak away from him as his mother had done all those years before, and she had died for that sacrifice. In the canopy, Kerchak was gaining now, bellowing in anger was he, too. Remembering the trickery, Jai leaped into a mango tree, clinging fast to its branches, and began a careful climb. A moment later Kerchak crossed the void and landed in the limbs under her. But they were not limbs. They were feathery leaves on delicate woody stalks. They could barely hold Jai's weight. They could not hold his at all. With a shocked and furious roar, Kerchak fell, crashing through the branches, until his body hit the forest floor. Now Tarzan was pulling me away from the blind, pushing me up the hollow trunk to make our escape. I heard Kerchak's blustering oath. Kerchak Bundalo Jai, Kala's children. I learned more of the character of the Mangani from that day's observations than I had in all the previous days combined. Of course there was no question of returning to the Great Bower now that Kerchak's curiosity had been aroused. The danger was too great. The loss of the observation blind was a massive blow for me. The few precious weeks left before our enforced departure were now useless. I was far from done studying the Mangani. I had, in fact, barely scratched the surface of their anatomy, physiology, and behavior. Back in Tarzan's nest, I fought despair by counting my blessings. Simply to have discovered Pithecanthropus aportarensis erectus had been the greatest thrill of my life. I read my writings endlessly, adding to them, even beginning an analysis of them. But it was no good. How could I possibly analyze the data if it was incomplete? I found myself unable to sleep, obsessed with the idea that in a single moment of weakness, allowing the journal to fly from my hands, I had destroyed, once and forever, any chance of a worthy study of the living missing link species. I should not have taken you, Tarzan said, brooding and angry at himself for putting me in danger. I knew it was futile to ask to return. I grew short and snappish, but Tarzan bore my moods with quiet dignity and even tried to draw me into lovemaking, but in my obsession I had lost the desire for all but intimate friendship. In fact, his attempted embraces irritated me, and this reaction, in turn, disturbed me greatly. A constant war raged inside my head. What have I gotten myself into? This outrageous adventure and the unearthing of Tarzan's harrowing secrets had drawn me, seduced me into a most bizarre affair of the heart. There was no doubt we cared deeply for one another and most certainly lusted after each other. I was nearly sure I loved him and was certain he believed me his fated companion for life. But was he mine? He said he longed to travel the world outside Eden, go to the places he'd seen. In his mind's eye after poring over his father's map and hearing my descriptions of them. He was more than bright. Brilliant, I thought, and had powers to adapt that were stunning. But he had spent a whole lifetime believing himself to be an animal. He was a savage wild man who would chew the bloody flesh from the bone of a fresh kill with obvious relish. I could take Tarzan out of the jungle. Could I take the jungle out of Tarzan? Or was this thinking an attempt to rationalize my selfish worries that he could never adjust to my life in England, my career as a scientist? I wondered if our unbridled abandon on the beach at Zoo Darklul had made a sensualist of me. A muddled fool living a fantasy. I knew I was driving myself insane with such thoughts. It was probably no more than the impossible frustration of knowing how near I was to PAE, with no way to observe them, and the time for my stay in Africa running out. As Tarzan hunted one morning, I sat in the nest rereading my notes for the 100th time, the greys perched above me chattering to each other in a language that was a charming mixture of forest sounds, whistles, clicks, Mangani, and English, peppered with human laughter, both Tarzan's and mine. I was aware of just how much I conversed with the pair, and how we had become a strange family foursome. In fact, I was reading the passage aloud to them, glad for an audience I dreaded the thought of becoming the proverbial addled professor, and was so engaged that I failed to hear the sound of something climbing up from below. When the long furred fingers gripped the edge of the nest and I saw the top of the Mangani skull, I screamed and leaped upward, clutching the branch overhead to make my escape. But the rest of the simian head, when it followed, was not Kerchak's. From where I hung, rather humorously by one arm and one leg, I saw that the Mangani was a female. It was Jai, and on first sight of me, she also screamed in fright. I quickly gathered my wits, realizing I held the advantage, having known of her existence while Jai had no knowledge of mine. Who, the Mangani must be wondering, or what was this creature in her brother's nest? Jai. I spoke the name gently, but the female's teeth were still bared and her eyes were bulging. Jai Zabalu Tarzan. Jai, sister of Tarzan, I'd said. Tarzan Unk Paco, I added. Tarzan go zebra. There was no word in the Mangani language for hunt, but the words, no matter how imperfect, had the desired effect. The expression of fear on Jai's face transmuted into bewilderment. I tried again. Tarzan Popo Paco. Tarzan eat zebra. With this, Jai climbed into the nest and squatted there. I untangled myself from the upper limb and came carefully down, sitting on the edge farthest from the Mangani. I patted my own chest. Jane, I said. Jn. Jai's voice was rough and throaty, but she had gotten the word right. This thrilled me to my core. It was the first time I had conversed with PAE, and the creature had spoken my name. A savage cry echoed in the canopy, and Tarzan came crashing through the foliage onto the scene, his blade unsheathed, his features set in a fierce grimace. It took but a moment to realize that all the female shrieking had been harmless vocalization. Here sat his sister and his mate in amiable conversation. It was a strange tableau, I thought, stifling the impulse to say, Tarzan, won't you sit and join us for tea? He didn't sit. Indeed, with a happy cry, he threw himself bodily upon Jai. They began to wrestle. Once again I sought safety on an upper branch, giving them all the room needed for the playful melee. Mr. Gray, also attracted to the ruckus, Beakover towed his way down and perched on a limb above my shoulder and began shouting out, Jai. Jai. Piggy Piggy Tarzan. The parrot and I watched the rehousing until the siblings sat back on their haunches panting and exhausted and altogether pleased with themselves. Thus ensued the most exquisite experiences of my research. For daring to challenge and humiliate Kerchak, Jai had lost her position in the Mangani bower. She would certainly be killed if she returned, and so she built a small nest of her own near Tarzan's. Here, with him translating the Mangani to English, Jai became my willing subject. Many times, I was aware that Tarzan's Zabalu scrutinized me with equal fascination. It had proved difficult to explain where I, a Tarzan female, had come from and fully grown, but Jai could see the open affection between the white skins, and she made her approval of me apparent almost immediately. I hardly knew where to begin with my close study of the Mangani female. Jai. The pens and pencils were brought out, and the pages of the journal began to fill again. The new anatomical drawings became the most thrilling aspect of my study, for not only was I able to execute an artist's rendition of a body part, like a child in a sweet shop, my head spun with choices of what to study next. Hands and feet with their specialized fingers and toes were of keen interest, as was the skull, though measuring cranial capacity was approximation and guesswork. The mouth, teeth, tongue, and throat took days of observation. It was not an easy thing explaining to the Mangani why another would wish to put fingers in her mouth, move her tongue around, and request that she open and close her jaw. I could only guess what lay within the larynx, how it differed from an ape's and a human's. It amused Jai no end that I insisted that she make the same noise over and over again while I held my fingers over her neck. The examination of the femur, hip joint, and pelvis to study the upright stance became a great source of merriment, for the palpations tickled Jai, and she, playful by nature, could not resist tickling me back. We rolled around the nest snorting and shouting with laughter, Mr. and Mrs. Gray happily chiming in with their own. But it was this wild grappling that put into Tarzan's head the idea that Jai should teach me to wrestle Mangani style, much as she had taught him as a young boy. I demurred at first, as this physical exercise was more foreign and exotic than anything that had come before. It will be useful to you, Tarzan suggested, though for the life of me, I could not see how. In the end I acquiesced, and the three of us repaired to a clearing on the forest floor. With Tarzan standing guard against any ground predators, we two females fell together, arms and legs a tangle, with Jai almost gingerly for she knew her strength and in silence for she had no words for description, giving instruction in the fine art of Mangani wrestling, another course in Lord Greystoke's forest curriculum, I wryly thought. When Jai thrust her head into my chest and pushed me to the ground, my lower limbs with next to no prompting wrapped around Jai's legs, and the grappling that commenced was far more instinctual than I could ever have imagined. Fingers clutched forearms. A leg was trapped between two knees. I saw how a head could be locked in the crook of an elbow. There was constant movement, rolling, flipping, tumbling, and escaping each other's grasp. Of course, Jai's advantages, besides the obvious, were fingers longer than mine, and the flexible perpendicular toe that was, by far, the strongest of all her digits. Tarzan could not resist joining in, and while he never did wrestle me, brother and sister would sometimes demonstrate a particular maneuver, something that was quite new to them both. It was in this way that I first observed that a wrist grabbed by an opponent might direction of the tip of the thumb. I thought it a rather elegant escape and insisted upon practicing it with Jai until I had perfected it. As exciting as the anatomy and language and the physical exercises were to me, most riveting of all were those times when, with Tarzan translating, Jai would allow me to peer into the interactions of Mangani society, a history of the tribe, and analysis of particular individuals. Of the greatest interest to both Tarzan and Jai was their mother, Kala. She had clearly been a remarkable creature. Though Kerchak's dominance had been established before Tarzan's adoption and Jai's birth, there were though a word I translated as memories or tales or legends that were told and retold down through generations. Tarzan had heard many of them, and now he was called upon to take the though in the uncomplicated Mangani language and interpret them into English, every word of which I recorded in the Clayton's journal, with some interpretation of my own. Kala and her family. It became apparent to all, shortly after reaching her sexual maturity, that Kala was the most attractive of the Mangani females. Every male, young or old, desired to mate with her. Her coat was soft, more hair-like than fur-like. She was larger and stronger than other females, and her scent was irresistible. Challenges were fought over Kala, but even when a challenge was won, she remained aloof and did not choose the winner for Kingar. The first mating season after her maturity came and went without pregnancy, and it was during this time that Kerchak rose to dominance. Of all the males, he had grown the largest by far, and all were aware, but did not speak, of his strange behavior. Where the Mangani were quiet and lived peaceably, Kerchak was loud and flew into violent rages, fighting when there was nothing to fight about. When the females next came into season, Kerchak began challenging every male for every female, something unheard of in the tribe. There had always been sharing, and females might choose with which male they wished to mate. Some of the males were injured by Kerchak, and one died of his injuries, further shocking the tribe. But Kerchak had grown uncontrollable. There was no one strong enough or brave enough to stop him. Then, in a moment that all living Mangani would never forget, Kala, she disappeared from the great bower, never returning until her season had finished. Even Kerchak, with his furious moods, would not mate if a female was not in season. In the seasons that followed, Kala grew wise and powerful among the females. Even Kerchak let her be. Her only sadness was her childlessness. She was good to all the tribe's Balu and longed for one of her own. Note: there seemed to be no understanding that mating was required for a female to give birth and, as partners were interchanged so frequently, no concept of paternity. Kerchak began disappearing from the bower for long periods of time. The Mangani were so happy to have him gone they did not question where he had gone. They grew unhappy whenever he returned, for it was then he displayed the foulest of tempers and flew into the worst of rages. After one of his absences, a strange thing occurred. When it was least expected, Kerchak ambushed Kala and forced Kingar upon her. Note: the estrus cycle had not begun in the females. Even her size and strength were no match for him, and she succumbed. After this, Kala's anger grew very large. She said to all that Kerchak was Gumado Banala sick in the head. He was shunned by the tribe, which caused more violence. He did, however, retreat from the lower bower where the sleeping beds were and made his nest far above everyone else's. Kala's belly began to swell at a time when no other female's bellies grew, and to her great joy, she gave birth to a healthy Balu. She was the best of mothers, and the infant thrived on her copious milk. Kerchak returned from his absence this time with madness in his eyes. He shouted and roared and flung himself around like a great wind in the trees. He broke the arm of another male and forcibly mated, out of season, with nearly every female. When he approached Kala, she withdrew, holding her Balu to her tightly and baring her teeth at Kerchak, enraging him further. It was then he broke off the limb of a tree and began swinging it around him. No Mangani had ever seen anything like this. They had neither weapons nor tools. Kala ran from him, but not fast enough. The branch upon which she had fled was shattered by Kerchak's club. She fell, and her infant tumbled from her arms to its death. The uproar was great, but no one was strong enough to challenge Kerchak. The one Mangani who had always had the courage to do so was Kala, and her spirit had been broken. Her infant go. She clung to it and wept over it, or just sat staring sightlessly into the canopy. The sadder she became, the angrier Kerchak grew. One day he came with the club that he now used as his weapon and forced all the Mangani to follow him out of the great bower. Even Kala was pushed along, carrying the decomposing body of her child with her. The tribe moved far beyond their foraging grounds, traveling for many days, lost in the forest that turned to jungle and finally to mangrove swamp. It was confusing and terrifying, and Kala, the true leader of the Mangani, was unable to lead, still so deep had she sunk into her grief. The mangrove swamp scared the tribe with its razor-jawed crocodiles and stinking black water. What came next was far beyond their comprehension. Kerchak led them to the edge of the swamp and out onto white, gritty ground, beyond which was Zudarklul, the greatest water the tribe had ever seen. It was endless and moving in terrible swells that made a horrifying roar. Above them was not the protective green canopy of their home but a sharp blue dome with a burning yellow orb that blinded them to look at. But there was no turning back. Without Kerchak, they were lost. They would never be able to find their way back to the bower, so they followed him up the white, gritty strip of earth, staying far from the dark lul, and came upon a tree of the strangest form, a great trunk that, up at the level of a Mangani nest, grew very large. And on this nest were two creatures who appeared sick, for they had no fur except on the tops of their heads. Their skin was white. From inside the closed nest came the sound that they knew to be the voice of a baloo. It was wailing in a thin, pitiful tone. None were moved by the sound, none but Carla, whose ears pricked up. For the first time in so long there was life in her eyes. The stinking corpse she had held close to her breast since its death now dragged along behind her by one arm. The larger of the Tarzan's white skins raised a stick and pointed it at the Mangani, and suddenly came the sound of thunder, as if a terrible storm had descended upon them. There was no water coming down from above, or lightning either. But Baldur, who had come in curiosity to Kerchak's side, lay bleeding from a hole in his chest. Then he stopped moving and lay still. Dead. All the Mangani ran back to the mangrove swamp. Kerchak as well. Night was falling. No one wanted to stay with the crocodiles, but no one wanted to be near the strange bower where Tarzans with their thunder sticks could make Mangani fall down dead where they stood. All of a sudden Kerchak was moving, splashing through the black water, back in the direction of the strange bower. And Carla, still dragging the dead baby behind, followed. The Mangani shook and shivered in terror without either of their leaders, one hated, one beloved. They were alone with the sounds and the stench in the mangroves on the darkest of nights. Finally came splashing, and there was Kerchak, covered in blood and crazed as they had never seen him before. But it was Carla who was most changed. She no longer carried the corpse of her Mangani infant. Now she held most protectively at her breast a small, hairless Tarzan baloo. He was completely silent and clung to Carla with scrawny arms. Despite her strange acquisition, Carla was calm and happy. As the moon rose, they watched her offer the little one her teat. When he took it in his mouth, Carla closed her eyes and smiled. No one understood why Carla would want the strange hairless creature. But finally Kerchak was ready to take him home, and none questioned it. In the great bower again, Carla, with her Tarzan baloo, withdrew to her nest outside the clearing and kept even more to herself. This made Kerchak angrier than before, as did the puny white creature she had brought back with her from the great water. But Kerchak was powerless against Carla's will. She had become strong again, and even her distance from the clearing did nothing to diminish it. Females would come and visit with her and little Tarzan, as she had named him. Even males would chance a visit with the beautiful Carla, and in time her belly again grew swollen. A female was born and was named Jai, which meant brave. Tarzan suckled on one teat and Jai on the other, and so the family of Carla was complete. So intent was I on transcribing every word into the journal that it was not until later that I had the time to pore over the legend. It was, I realized, a stunning bit of social and behavioral history told in the oldest spoken language on Earth, and also the missing piece of the puzzle of Tarzan's life. But another revelation buried in the tales truly set my mind afire. Carla was a far more extraordinary creature than I had previously realized, for she clearly possessed an intelligence that surpassed that of every other Mangani in her tribe. Perhaps every other Mangani who had lived before her. Could it be that this individual was the next step in human evolution? And if this was the case, did her offspring, Jai, possess what brother, the trait of increased intelligence? 2. Carla seemed to have conceived outside the female's seasonal heat. My study of Tarzan's sister took on an even greater intensity. I was frustrated by having no other Pithecanthropy portuensis erectus to which I could compare her. Clearly Jai was intelligent and physically strong. But unlike her mother, she had fur, not the silky body hair that Carla had been described as having. That trait had not been passed down to Jai. Perhaps the gene for increased mental capacity had not either. 2. I spent endless hours pondering Kerchak. Was he the last vestige of an older a species that was prone to brutishness and violence, or the first recorded hominid to display signs of madness? As happily awash in mysteries as I was, two conundrums constantly haunted me. The first. Which aspect of Tarzan's nature was dominant, the feral animal or the civilized man? As I watched him with Jai, his persistent ape-like traits were obvious. Lying comfortably with her in the nest, he would groom her, picking the knits from her fur and sometimes to my horror popping them in his mouth. I believed that 16 of his formative years living as a Mangani had so deeply imprinted on his mind their habits and culture that no amount of memory retrieval or retraining in the world into which he was born would ever fully civilize him. Frequently he would speak of his desire to sail on an ocean liner and ride in an automobile, but moments later he would forget them, fully immersed in the task at hand: hunting, eating, playing. All of my conversations about the future, present, and past had proved outside his comprehension. There was simply no way to explain the finer and more stultifying aspects of civilized life to him, circumstances that would no doubt chafe at his wild nature. If John Clayton returned to England, would he be lost to me, swallowed up by the uproar that would invariably ensue, transformed by the responsibilities of his title and fortune? Yet another worry had begun to intrude upon my thoughts. In the excitement of my discovery and research, I had given little or no thought to what the news of a living missing link species would bring down upon the heads of these precious creatures. The academic, scientific, and religious establishments in all their ravening exploitation. Comparative anatomists, vivisectionists, taxidermists, theologians, zookeepers, adventurers like Raoul Conrath who would sell specimens for freak shows to the highest bidder. How could the modern mind ever Mangani have once the world discovered them? Where did my responsibility lie? As the days passed and the air grew thick with moisture, I stifled my misgivings and made plans for the inevitable homecoming with Tarzan. There was so much he needed to learn simply to get by. On the forest floor 20 paces apart I had him come through an imaginary door to where I was standing erect. He practiced saying "How do you do?" hundreds of times until he had mastered the correct inflection, learned just how far he should bend at the waist, the correct nod of the head, and the difference between the force of the grip on the hand of a lady and a gentleman. I explained that other than a handshake, there should be no physical contact with Tarzans unless he knew them to be friends. Looking people in the eye when speaking to them was important. Otherwise they might consider him devious or untrustworthy. In our rush to leave Zoo Dark Lul, it had not occurred to me to bring dinnerware from the beach hut, so I fashioned approximations of plates with rounds of bark, napkins with banana leaves, and silverware with slender sticks carved into forks, knives, and spoons. I had Tarzan build a simple table of appropriate height and, as we sat on stumps, I taught him how to properly eat a meal. For some reason, every time he uttered "pass the salt, please," I fell into a fit of giggles. I tried to explain the clothes he would be expected to wear, garments even more stiff and confining than the bush suits he'd seen Father and Darnett and Raoul Conrath wearing. For his questions of why a collar should be so tight about the neck and why someone would wear shoes, I struggled with answers. I dreaded his one day asking why a woman would strap herself in a whalebone corset. I considered making an attempt to explain to Tarzan his true station in English life, but as the thought made me gloomy, I decided to wait until it was altogether necessary. "Kalen Galyal," I said, pointing between Jai's legs. "Females bleed?" I had asked. Jai nodded her head as Tarzan had taught her to do for the affirmative. A sideways shake meant no. I was unsure how to proceed with the questioning about the Mangani estrus cycle, for they had no discernible sense of time. From what I gathered, the females appeared to go into an annual or biannual heat, as lower mammals did, but I needed to be sure. I scolded myself for failing to learn the correct wording for my query from Hart was becoming fidgety and bored with the Tarzan female who, it must have seemed to the Mangani, talked incessantly. Perhaps a simpler question. "Zoo Mangani Balugalyal," I said, and with my hand showed increasing height. Hoping Jai would understand. "How old when a young Mangani menstruates?" Jai thought very hard and, grabbing my hand, took it to a height of 4 feet. Then pointed to her own vulva. "Brilliant!" I cried, delighted Jai had made sense of the question and pleased. She continued to show signs of real intelligence. When Tarzan returned, I must ask him how old a 4-foot Mangani female would be. I began scribbling the questions and answers in the journal, all the while fretting about the wording of the next query. I heard rustling in the fig boughs below me and looked up to find Jai gone. from her spot. Unsurprising, I thought. I'm taking forever with this interview. And it was true that the manganese shared Tarzan's propensity for coming and going with little or no fanfare. But by the time it registered that the fingers of the furred hand on the lip of the nest were too long and broad to be Jai's, I was staring into the hideous one-eyed face of Kerchak. The speed and silence with which he rose like a mountain over the nest's edge and flew at me left no chance to cry out for help. I was vaguely aware of the panicked fluttering of grey feathers above me before the monster's, the beast. It was the stench of fetid breath on my face that woke me. I knew before I opened my eyes some approximation of what was before me and wondered, in growing panic, if my eyes remained closed would I stave off the inevitable. I heard short sniffs as Kerchak ranged over my body with his flattened nose, down into the pit of my arm and lower to the V of my thighs. This was more than I could stand, and through gritted teeth a moan escaped me. Steely fingers gripped my belly and I screamed, eyes springing open against my will. The face I dreaded to see, the appalling fanged visage, was leering down at me. I refused to meet his gaze. His immense furred body throbbed with a sickening heat that threatened to choke me. Get hold of yourself, I thought. Do something, anything, but do not die without a fight. I chanced to look at the manganese, and with all thoughts vanished, I moved. My foot smashed into the bull ape's testicles and, massive as he was, his soft parts proved vulnerable as any man's. He cried out in shocked agony, falling to one side. I twisted away only to find myself 100 feet off the forest floor in Kerchak's nest. He leaped at me, but I found footing on the thick limbs he used every day to descend. Now I could see the great bower and its manganese in their nests peering up at the perplexing scene, a Tarzan female in Kerchak's nest. Now I was running away from him. Running on light feet as he lumbered after me, clutching the fleshy sack between his legs, growling in fury. Hey! Hey! I cried, begging for help. Tarzan, Tarzan. Jaikala, Jaikala. I saw the female spring out onto a branch in front of her nest and begin climbing toward me. Then another female. And another. I was closing the distance between us, using the narrowing limbs, down to the gathering of maddened females. Having failed to come to Kala's aid years before, they were perhaps unwilling to allow their tormentor another murder right before their eyes. Almost there I could see the warm brown eyes, the outstretched hands. And then he fell, the furred devil, as if out of the sky, heavily onto the branch between us. He stood with his back to me, a jagged club in his fingers, thrashing it in my rescuer's direction. He snorted his displeasure with the mutiny, but forward they came, through with his tyranny, ready to die. The club arced high and with a sickening thud of wood on flesh and bone, Gamla fell bloody to a lower limb. The others pressed in. No, no, I will not allow it. My precious manganese females Kerchak, I shouted. Kerchak, Kingar. He turned slowly and faced me, a ghastly cyclops with flecks of foam around his snarling red mouth. I turned and made for the nest, luring him behind me, cursing my mad, irrational ploy. I would reach the nest, and when he came near I would jump to my death, die of my own will and not be murdered by a loathsome beast. I could see the nest before me. Almost there. Gather your resolve, I thought. Death will come quickly. But he leaped from behind, sweeping me under one arm, propelling us up and up to his nest. Trapped in his clutches I prayed for unconsciousness. It would not come. I felt the coarse fur against my skin, heard the lewd growling whisper, Kingar Tarzan. In the nest, he threw me down on my back and, reaching out a hairy hand, ripped the hide skirt from my body. Kerchak rose tall, showing me the vile weapon of his masculinity, that which would rend me and kill me as it had Alice Clayton. He threw back his head and roared his supremacy, a horror of a sound. I thought, that would surely be the last I would hear in my life. The arrow that thwacked into Kerchak's side had barely time to register in either my vision or the monster's senses when out of the clearing swung Tarzan, a furious titan, a human projectile slamming with such velocity into his mortal enemy that the giant was knocked to his knees. I rolled away, crouching on the nest slip as the combat began. Kerchak snapped off the arrow shaft, and coming to his full height, he turned. Tarzan was ready with a downward thrust of his blade into Kerchak's upraised arm. But the cut barely fazed him. He merely stared with the outrage of recognition. By the madness that fueled his being. All Tarzan wielded against him were his wits and the bowie, and the knife was of no use unless it pierced a vital organ. Go, run, Tarzan shouted at me. I hesitated, unwilling to abandon the sight of him. Go. I leaped to a close branch, never taking my eyes from Tarzan, his fixed upon the dreadful Mangani. Kerchak's first blow, his great arm thrashing in a wide arc, knocked Tarzan clean out of the nest. I screamed, for the ground was 100 feet down. I found him clinging to a branch. But only for a moment. He scrambled upward to a tangled liana, hanging like a monkey by feet and hands above the nest. Now Kerchak broke off a limb the size of his arm and began savagely beating the thick mattress of twigs and leaves around him. Tarzan, he snarled. Kerchak karagged Tarzan. A promise to destroy him. Kerchak Kora. Tarzan's feet first swing smashed Kerchak's face, cutting short the threaten. Knocking him backward. But he grabbed Tarzan's legs and held them fast. Clinging to a limb with one arm and his large-toed foot, the creature dangled his antagonist far out over the clearing. Then in a feat of inconceivable prowess, Tarzan swung himself sharply upward, stabbing with his knife the arm that held him. The grip suddenly released, he climbed the beast's body. They fell back into the nest, a blurred tangle of furred and white-skinned limbs. Tarzan's fingers grappled over Kerchak's face, clawing at the one good eye. Kerchak knocked it away, scissoring Tarzan's torso with colossal legs. Tarzan landed punch after punch on unyielding flesh. Kerchak lunged at Tarzan's neck with his terrible fanged mouth, ripping the skin but failing, barely, to sink his teeth into the jugular, rip out the throat as he had John Clayton's. The beast's mighty fisted blow to Tarzan's belly knocked him back, but the punishing arm was laid bare as Tarzan's blade sliced the length of it. Blood spurted. Kerchak roared in fury and thrust upward with the other arm. The bowie flew from Tarzan's grip only to be snatched in mid-flight by his adversary who now, gracelessly, punched the air with the blade, exultant in his victory. Tarzan unarmed. In that moment of Kerchak's self-delusion I saw Tarzan again retreat to the higher perch. What was he planning? What was he thinking? Tarzan took flight, diving down on Kerchak's back. The unexpected assault from above took him by storm. Tarzan's powerful legs clamped visor-like around Kerchak's middle, thrashed with the knife to no avail, violently bucking his rider, bellowing his rage. The twist and loud snapping of Kerchak's neck was sudden, choking the beast's roar in his throat. The look of stupefaction lasted but a moment, then the one eye rolled back in his head. Tarzan shoved the suddenly inert figure to the brink of the nest and tipped it off and over. Kerchak was dead all the while he tumbled heavily down. Dead as the bulk of him snapped heavy branches like twigs. Dead when his behemoth's body crashed with a thud to the forest floor. Tarzan flew to me, holding me to him, murmuring my name and wordless sounds of joy I felt surging through every pore, the furies that had driven him relentlessly to this moment in time. But he tarried only long enough to confirm I was whole and uninjured, for the Mangani, all of them, were streaming silently from their nests to the ground and Tarzan was drawn to join them. I followed after him slowly, savoring the sight of this gentle tribe longing for proof they'd been freed from its tyrant. A cry from above announced the arrival of Jai, her head bloodied, swinging to the great bower, and my heart soared with the sight of her. And Gamla lived, limping painfully and carrying the club that had wounded her. She was first to reach the reviled corpse. She swung the branch above her head and came down on Kerchak's face. Once, twice, 3 times, till it was red mash. The others gathered around, jostling and murmuring quietly. Baloo played with the flaccid hands and feet of their once feared oppressor. But when Tarzan came, they made way for him, he stained red and brown with blood. He'd regained the bowie and, once at Kerchak's side, he fell to his knees. The blade arched high and drove violently downward into the leathery chest. Hardly a sound was heard from the tribe as I made my way to the ground. They parted for the naked white-skinned female. Tarzan was working with rough, jerking strokes at the body as I came to his side. I saw that in his hand he held the dripping, scarlet heart of the killer. I stared transfixed as he drew the glistening flesh to his mouth, ripped out a piece with his teeth, then thrust the heart high over his head, triumphant in his vengeance. The silent clearing erupted with ecstatic howls and cries of revelry. Mangani fell at Tarzan's feet in the worship of gratitude. Something raw and primordial surged through me then. Something ancient and long unbroken. Knowledge that the creatures about me were sisters. I had never desired him more. We stood in the shallows of a nearby pool. Tarzan's eyes were closed as I washed him with cupped hands. His body was coming up in angry bruises. One shoulder was bitten, the skin of his neck torn in several places. He appeared to be still, but when I laid my flat palms on his chest I found him pulsing, tremulous beneath them, his heart pounding a strong, steady rhythm. His eyes still glittered with remnants of violence, and he clasped me fiercely to him, bruising me with a feverish kiss. He grasped my shoulders hard, pushing me to arm's length, desperately searching my face as though it were a map, something, anything to guide him back from the throes of insanity. Instead I lifted my face and licked the fresh wound. He shuddered under my lips. In that moment all in me that was civilized fell away like a snake shedding its skin. I'd seen Tarzan for the brutal creature he was. An animal mad with a lust to kill. Here he stood, pulsing with heat and sweat and blood. His hands ranging over my breasts, thighs, belly were rough. And I wanted him rough. Craved him inside me. Moving hard. I drew him onto the shore. He pulled me down, atop him. Pierced me. Sweet. Fire tore through my body. Snarling, he began to thrust. The world fell away and our coupling, our wild exultant cries, were lost amid the roars and calls and screeches of the great forest canopy. We were one. The bond unbreakable. Forever. We came to our senses slowly, never straying far from the great bower. I found myself shaken to the bone by my raw carnal raptures coming so soon after a brutal bloodletting. I had always believed Tarzan was in part a primal, feral animal. Never myself. In the sentimental shadow of genteel Lord and Lady Greystoke's beach hut, our lovemaking had been eager and ardent enough. And while I had revelled in the wantonness of our last joining, it had frightened me. Had we been possessed by jungle demons? Intoxicated by violence. The experience seemed to have electrified Tarzan, left him primed, cocksure, possessive. And for a time afterward, I basked in our glorious mating, certain that no other woman who'd ever lived had so sublime a lover. But when the tumult of roiling black clouds signaled that the rains would soon be upon us, making the swamp to the north impassable, once more prevailed. Kerchak's carcass had been left where it fell and was, to the contentment of the Mangani, rotting away before their eyes. Meanwhile, I had come to a momentous decision. I could do nothing that might harm the Mangani. If that meant never revealing the living missing link species to the world, so be it. In fact, I had barely scratched the surface of my study of PA.E., and subsequent expeditions would be carried out with secrecy and precaution. There was no telling how many years, or decades, it would take to complete the work. And perhaps by then a way might be found to protect their existence. Yet Kerchak's corpse enticed and tempted the scientist that I was. Beneath the decomposing fur and leathery skin was a skeleton, some of its bones broken but otherwise complete. I could not be certain when, or if, I might acquire so perfect a specimen again. I therefore asked Tarzan to strip as much flesh from the bones as possible, and with the bowie I dissected out the larynx and voice box. These we packed in salt and minerals, hoping to preserve the soft tissue, though I was not at all optimistic. Of course the bones of the face had been crushed and it was hard to know what would be salvageable. We set the carcass down at the borderlands between the manganese forest and the jungle. When we returned to the bower, we found the warmest of welcomes, with every member of the tribe gathering around us with grave solemnity. Tarzan Ben gunned, giant-toned, and the others responded with a guttural chant of the same words. I understood none but his name, but Tarzan appeared surprised. They wish to make me their chief, he told me. Great chief. It was, I thought, a proud announcement. The males and females alike began touching him imploringly. To my dismay, he did nothing to correct them, just smiled sweetly and returned their caresses, even lifting a tiny Baloo into his arms. I was dumbstruck watching the scene, seeing him gaze around with such warm affection. These are his people, his kin, I thought. But could he actually consider such a thing? Our eyes met then, and I saw a moment of confusion there, as though he'd been caught in the act of a petty crime. He had been contemplating staying. The breath went out of me and I looked quickly away. But my expression had betrayed me. A moment later I heard Tarzan say to the Mangani, "Jai Gundvando." Jai. She pulled Jai into a rough embrace. One by one the others grasped or nuzzled Jai, assenting to her leadership. Tarzan caught my eye as if to assure me, "I've said no to them. I am yours," and I nodded my affirmation. But I'd seen that moment, brief as it was, when the man had in his heart accepted his title as chief of the Mangani. We never spoke of it again, but it worried me. It raised doubts and uncertainties about the journey home. Even Tarzan's feasting upon Kerchak's still warm heart had not given me so much pause as his fleeting moment of desire to stay among the Mangani. When we returned to collect my specimens, we found that the army ants had done their job well. Kerchak's bones had been picked altogether clean. I found, as expected, that delicate folded muscles of the vocal cords had badly decomposed. But the larynx was made of sterner stuff, tough cartilage, and was largely intact. The greatest part of our task became the fashioning of 2 carriers that would safely convey the top and bottom halves of the skeleton back to England. The sturdy bark of the mango was stuffed with tufts of fluff from the silk cotton tree, rare in this season, harvested by Jai, Gamla, and the other female Mangani and delivered to us as grateful offerings. Many times I found them gazing at all that remained of their torturer. I had not observed the species long enough to recognize the varying emotions in those simian expressions, but I think in those days I learned the appearance of profound satisfaction by studying their sweet faces. Tarzan hunted a paco and with its supple hide fashioned sturdy straps to close and protect the cases and the pouch and the Clayton's journal, now filled with my scientific observations. We'd been postponing the inevitable, our goodbyes. Even now, memory of that parting brings me to tears. Jai was, of course, the most difficult to leave, as Tarzan was forced to make her understand that we would be gone for a protracted time and that we would be nowhere to be found. There were no words in the Mangani language for such a thing, and when she did finally understand, she wept, a sound that was as heartrendingly human as it was primal. The Mangani in their farewells could not understand our need for a hasty departure. They were unsatisfied with warm and fulsome embraces and in the end compelled us to stay another day, insisting on languid sessions of delicate grooming and sharing of succulent foods. But when the first raindrops penetrated the canopy, we knew we had tarried too. I had long dreaded our leave-taking from the parrots with whom we shared our tree, the only of our friends that could not be made to understand our absence. Indeed, I owed Mr. Gray an enormous debt of gratitude, as it had been he who had sounded the alarm when Kerchak had abducted me. It was while Tarzan was feeding the birds some of their favorite pawpaw seeds that I understood his unspoken anxiety about leaving the only home he had ever known. To look at the man, such a strong and heroic figure, one would naturally assume the wider world to be his oyster, exploration and feats are daring the everyday occurrence. But I had sung a lullaby to the tender little boy who still lived within him. He might never again show fear to another human being, but beating inside that strapping chest was a bruised and weary heart. Indeed, it was an overlong goodbye with our feathered friends, and I saw Tarzan's jaw clench as he climbed for the last time over the lip of his nest. "You take good care of each other," I told the parrots, "hatch many Baloo," and followed Tarzan down. We were climbing to the ridgetop of the Enduro escarpment, as I'd wished to view the whole of Eden one last time. Each of us carried one of the bags holding Kerchak's bones, so the upward passage was slow. We'd nearly reached the summit when the forest air erupted into sound. Conrath. There was no need to explain the calamity to Tarzan. He'd already set down his bag and was scrambling to the highest vantage point. I did the same. The scene below us was hard to make out from so great a height. Only a fraction of the village was visible and a mere slice of the central clearing. But it looked as if the tribe's population was gathered in a tight group at one side of it. No Waziri weapons were in evidence. Their postures suggested cowering. We would have to move closer. It was a silent scramble down the rock into the canopy and from there to the outskirts of the village. Tarzan leaped down to the thatched rooftops first and I followed. In this way we moved undetected toward the central clearing. Without warning, the racket of rapid-fire explosions rent the air again. When it was silenced, I could make out the sounds of screaming. Children wailing in terror. Tarzan grasped my arm and pointed below. Hiding behind the men's house was a pair of tribesmen armed with spears who had somehow evaded capture. Tarzan made the call of a bird, and they looked up at us at once. He signaled that they should continue stealthily forward along with us. We arrived at the hut closest to the clearing and, dropping to our bellies, peered down. Now we could see the whole central square, the place where we had feasted with the Waziri and watched them dance around the fire. All of their spears, bows, and arrows had been tossed in a pile. 24 white men, some tough and wiry, others large and brawny, were spread about the clearing. They were European mercenaries, 2 who manned the still-smoking Gatling gun and the others, skittish, standing at rigid attention with their rifles aimed at the villagers. Before them were the bullet-ridden bodies of 15 tribesmen. One of the soldiers lay dead with an arrow stuck in his eye. It appeared an attempt had been made to charge the invaders. "Yulu is there," Tarzan whispered. "I cannot see Chief Waziri." The charm doctor stood in the center of his people, giving no indication of his status to the captors. But the gray-haired leader was not to be found in the congregations of the living or the dead. Nor could I see Ral Conrath. I could hear his voice, though. He was right below us, under the thatch overhang. "Damn savages," he snarled. Now striding across the clearing came Paul Darnett, red-faced and raging. "What in God's name do you think you're doing?" he shouted. Conrath finally appeared below the lip of the hut. The sight of him made my stomach churn. "Defending your pathetic ass from unprovoked attacks like that." He jutted his chin at the dead mercenary. "I was making progress with the chief till this," Darnett said. "What do you call progress? There is enough Bantu in their language so he understands you wished to go to the source of the necklaces. Sumbula. Of course he resisted at first, but with time who said we had time? Well, now you have nothing." "Mackenzie," Ral called out. "Bring him over here." On the far side of the clearing, a red-haired giant with his rifle dug into Chief Waziri's back pushed the old man toward Ral Conrath. The headman's face was expressionless, but his eyes fixed on the corpses bleeding out into the sacred ground. "I have had enough," Darnett spat. "I will not be a party to killing these people. What's this bleeding heart act all of a sudden?" Ral went toe-to-toe with the Frenchman. "I saw the look on your face when I told you what your cut would be. You would have slit your own mother's throat for it. Don't tell me now you didn't know what you were getting into." Darnett glared at him. "How many more are you willing to kill to bring out this treasure?" Ral smiled jauntily. "All of them eventually." He appeared pleased by the horrified look that twisted Darnett's face. "You know something, Paul. You haven't been thinking straight. Chief here I need a little guided tour, him and me and 10 of his strongest men. And you're going to make him understand that if we don't all come out alive, everybody else dies. Men, women, children. I will not. You will not." Conrath looked genuinely shocked. "Well, I guess that's that. Then." Ral released Darnett, who turned away. I felt my heart leap to see the Frenchman, finally, after all this carnage, do an honorable thing. "Darnett," Ral called to him. Paul turned back with a hopeful look. Perhaps Ral had come to his senses. But, in the next instant Conrath drew a pistol from his belt and with the most placid look fired into Darnett's gut. Paul staggered backward, as surprised as he was agonized. He stood staring at his employer, covering the gushing wound with both hands, then collapsed face up into the dirt. That was all I could stand. I took aim at the subhuman beast with my arrow. Tarzan stayed my hand. "Wait," he whispered. Chief Waziri was in the line of fire. Ral Conrath was gesturing for several of his men to separate out the required tribesmen and bring them to him. I could see Ral fingering the gold ornament around the old man's neck. "Take me there, where these come from," he said, his voice icy. "I know you know the way. You'll be my guide. You understand me, don't you, you dumb jigboo?" He pointed to the Gatling gun, then pantomimed bullets taking down the Waziri tribesmen. "I love this weapon," Ral muttered, and with his pistol dug into Chief Waziri's back, led him, 10 mercenaries, and an equal number of Waziri out of the village in the direction of the Sumbula peaks. "We've got to do something," I said. "Wait until they are gone." Tarzan's eyes were following the party out of the village, till they cannot hear. Then he peered down at the 2 tribesmen below us. "Stay here." He leaped to the ground with the grace and silence of a cat, and gathered the men with an arm around each of them. He spoke quietly, making a plan. Our arrows were loosed simultaneously and found their marks at the same instant. The mercenaries manning the Gatling gun were stunned by the projectiles that pierced their necks from behind and came protruding with a gush of blood from their throats. A pair of spears came hurtling from Walla rooftops, impaling 2 men, and an instant later the Waziri fell down onto 2 others and dragged them silently from the clearing. Those who were as yet unmolested turned and began shooting with their rifles at the roofline from where they perceived the attack had come. But no enemy was to be seen. Tarzan and I had run stealthily to another rooftop position and let fly with our arrows. Another pair of men fell dead in their tracks. The Waziri's confusion had held them in their places at first. But when Tarzan and I raced into the clearing, Yulu found his voice. "Jakuma Tek Gomadi," he cried, and all at once the women and children fell back, and the tribesmen, unarmed, crossed the clearing and charged the remaining guards, now firing in panic at the approaching mob. The Waziri fell on them in a frenzy. Their screams as they were beaten and torn were less disturbing than how strangely pleasing the sound was to my ear. Only then had I time to reflect that I'd taken the lives of 2 human beings. That such an act felt natural and right did alarm me. Was savagery endemic to my constitution? To anyone's, given the proper circumstance. All of Ral Conrath's men had been violently dispatched. Waziri women were tending to the wounded and wailing over their dead. Though dazed by the carnage, I found myself drawn to the figure of Paul Darnett. Mortally wounded as he appeared, he was alive, squirming in pain, his head tossing from side to side. I knelt beside him and saw his bloody chest rising and falling. His eyelids were shut, flickering with pain. "Paul," I said quietly. He did not immediately answer, startled by the sound of the familiar and altogether unexpected voice. His eyes fluttered open with difficulty and focused slowly. Jane. Yes, I'm alive." Orc, dear God, he couldn't stay away, could he? Darnett was silent and still for so long that I feared it was too late. Then, forcing a painful inhalation, he began to speak. I should never have returned, should have resisted him. But he threatened me with my past deeds and the law, and he lured me. "Any gold?" "When?" I demanded. "When did he find the mine?" Darnett's eyes closed and a thin stream of blood and saliva leaked from the corner of his mouth. "One day before he went up the mountain to survey for those Belgians. You and your father were exploring your Eden. He found the Waziri mine before he found this Waziri village. He never came here until today. Belgians cash paid for mercenaries for bringing out the gold. Waziri, easy to subdue." Darnett managed a chuckle but choked on his own blood. "The Belgians," I whispered urgently, "are they coming?" "Yes, just south of here. Far enough away from his find. But not far enough away from the Waziri, I thought, or the Mangani. Leopold's ravening colonists, American gold miners, European scientists, all of them would lay waste to Eden." I turned away, unable to look at Ral Conrath's accomplice. He grabbed my arm with claw-like fingers. You don't understand. There is more. More than this abomination. He found a doorway, a symbol. Darnet's voice was growing very weak. What symbol could he mean? I bent over him, placing my ear to his lips. More famous than Petrie, Darnet whispered. Flinders Petrie. New eager long sigh escaped Darnet and he lay motionless. I shook him less than gently. His color had gone gray, but there was the merest rise and fall in his chest. Tarzan came and knelt at my side. Conrath has taken Chief Waziri to lead him into Sumbula. We must follow quickly. Yulu will take us. A sound of pain and surrender issued from Paul Darnet's lips, and I felt desperation overtake me. I needed to hear about the last moments of my father's life. A word, a gesture. Something. Anything. But when I turned back to the Frenchman, he was dead, his glassy eyes reflecting the shimmering green of the canopy. I gazed around once more at Raoul Conrath's butchery. There were no words vile enough for what I felt for him. I imagined it was something akin to that which had driven Tarzan to carve the heart from Kerchak's chest, and wondered what I might indeed be capable of when the man was again fixed in my sights. I stared down at Paul Darnet. What a wasted life. How honorably he had begun in Liberale, standing firm against the Belgians, giving all he had for love. But time and circumstance and human cruelty had devoured that which was good in him. I stood. We should hurry, I said. Following Yulu, we moved swift and silent along the forest floor. The path was narrow and overgrown above, but the earth beneath our feet had been tamped down to the hardness of stone. I followed the charm doctor, Tarzan following me. I felt a fierceness in me, a forward straining in my limbs. I was a hungry hunter, sights set on my prey. I could only imagine Tarzan's fury at Raoul Conrath, for he'd slaughtered many good people. He had stolen the chief and forced Waziri men, mightily fearful of Sumbula, to journey there. The 4 peaks of the range and the small valleys between them were blanketed with trees of a size I had seen only on my climb up the slopes of Sumbula's tallest mountain. Entering this forest was made all the more strange by the thick mist that rose about us and obscured even the sight of Yulu, if I did not follow closely enough behind him. It muted all sound, even the shrill cries of the birds that I could hear, but not see, flitting in the branches high above us. Danger might be lurking very near, Sheeta, Hastar, but without sight or clear sound of them, there would be no warning. Suddenly, Yulu called back for us to stop. He had led us off the main trail to the base of a monstrous tree, even its lowest branches too high to see, but by its bark it appeared to be a baobab. Its many thick roots seemed to grow as much out of the ground as within and formed a wildly braided wall before which Yulu now squatted. The charm doctor uncovered from beneath a mattress of moss a pile of sturdy clubs and a pot of what looked like pitch. Without speaking, he went to work making a fire with the dry stick and leaves that had also been hidden below the moss. He took 3 clubs from the pile and dipped their ends into the pot, then held them to the fire. They burst into flame. Yulu stood, his expression grave. Umla Hugga Sumbula, he said. Yulu says he fears taking, as Tarzan translated, careful to refrain from uttering that sacred word. I thought. Maboa Kai Waziri Ta Yulu Don. Only the chief and he are permitted, Tarzan said. Then suddenly the earth, as if giving the charm doctor a sterner warning, still began to shake violently underfoot. All 3 of us were thrown forcibly to the ground. My imperative to follow Raoul Conrath into the mine was forgotten in the upheaval. While the tree beside us was too mammoth to shake, the canopy overhead grew noisy with panicked animals. A vent nearby, one of those cracks in the ground I'd seen emitting the dense mist of the Sumbula foothills, tore open to discharge a massive plume of steam. Our torches abandoned, we scrambled away on hands and knees lest we be scalded to death. From below us in the earth I could hear the sound of great crashing and destruction. Yulu had heard it as well, and even when the shaking stopped and we 3 regained our footing, he seemed poised with his ear angled to the ground, listening to the subterranean. His features took on a brutal cast. Matala, he cried. We must hurry, Tarzan said. Yulu had returned to the base of the baobab and was kneeling at the tar pot, again coating the torch tips with pitch and lighting them. Without another word, Yulu lifted a section of roots, a beautifully hidden doorway, and ushered us into Sumbula underworld. It did give me pause when we began our descent, a steep one, into a steam-filled passage hewn from stone. We were below ground that had been regularly shaking since my arrival in Eden. Boiling mud pots. A pool whose cool water had turned hot enough to cook fish. And what we saw up ahead did nothing to assuage my unease. The passage opened out into a vast cave. Even by the light of torches and in the misty air I could see that the rough-walled chamber was a mine. Raoul Conrath's damned gold mine. That for which he had lied, stolen, bribed, and murdered. Yulu was staring at a giant wooden water wheel that had toppled over and broken into jagged pieces, blocking the way. This, I surmised, had been the crashing sound we'd heard from above, the one that had troubled our guide. The channel that had moved the water wheel, I now saw, was a noisy rushing river, the Mbelogo tributary, gone underground. But the water was boiling hot, steaming. Father's observation about the area's volcanism had never seemed so obvious. Are we mad to be heading into an underground cavern that could collapse and bury us alive? I willed myself to rein in my fears, and it was easier than I expected, for the sights around me were strange and extraordinary. I was no expert, but even a child could see that the veins, the wavy ribbons of gold in the mine, were plentiful and thick. It was ingenious how the engineers had used the wooden water wheel built into the underground river to power a kind of conveyor belt that brought from two wide shafts, like arms that disappeared into the black depths, yellow metal that the raw quartzite rocks shimmered in our lamplight. At the back of the main chamber was what must have been a stone smelter. It was cold now, but I could see it must have produced prodigious heat. We were forced to scramble over the fractured water wheel to move ahead. Under my bare feet, the broken wood skeleton was no more difficult to traverse than the twisted branches of a tree. Yulu was urging us on. As we left the gold mine behind, we entered a room housing what I vaguely recognized in the flickering torchlight as presses, coin presses. This was a mint, a find beyond all expectation. Here were sophisticated dies and screw presses that had clearly stamped the Waziri necklaces. The whole thing was mysterious, miraculous, a mining and coin-making operation in the depths of the Gabonese jungle so far from everything. And abandoned, as though all in a rush. But abandoned by whom? There was no time for pondering, as Yulu had not paused for even a moment. He was leading us through an archway into a further passage. Its walls, I could see, were constructed of stone blocks, more finely made than the rough-hewn ones in the mine and mint. But what we found at the end of the passage stopped me in my tracks and caused the hair on my arms to prickle. It was a doorway, massive, with two polished marble columns on either side. The columns were deeply carved with hieroglyphs. Egyptian hieroglyphs. I stood unmoving. Wait, I said. I lifted my torch high and stared in astonishment at what I saw carved into the marble lintel. The flickering light left it in long shadows, distorting the image. But I could see enough of it to know that the symbol above the doorway depicted a square maze, the same design the Waziri used over and over in their village. This was the symbol Darnat had spoken of before he died. The one that would make Raoul Conrath more famous than Petrie. I studied it, recalling the story of the pile of rubble Flinders Petrie had discovered near Fayum Oasis, all that was left, he believed, of the fabulous 3,000-room ancient Egyptian labyrinth the historian Herodotus had visited and written about. But this was anything but a pile of stone chips. It was all intact. And the hieroglyphs I had nothing but the most rudimentary knowledge of Egyptology. But if what lay beyond these doors was what I suspected, what Raoul Conrath believed he had found, we had just stumbled onto the greatest archaeological find in centuries. A new Egypt near Africa's west coast. I was snatched from my musings by a deep sonorous droning and turned to find its source, the Waziri charm doctor. Yulu was stock still in a seeming trance, eyes wide and staring at the closed door. Now the droning intensified, causing his lightly closed lips to vibrate, the sound reverberating eerily in the empty hall. Tarzan's eyes were fixed on the man, confusedly, expectantly. I, too, found myself expectant. But of what? In the next moment we understood. As if a mechanism had been triggered by the vibrations emanating from Yulu's body, the great doors swung silently open. I was dumbfounded and could only imagine the chaos in Tarzan's mind. He had ventured into the taboo world of Sumbula and seen man-made wonders, wonders that were near to his home yet hidden all these years from his sight and knowledge. I wished I could speak to him, though I had no good explanation for any of it. But there was no time for talk. Yulu had moved through the doors and side by side Tarzan and I followed. Nothing that had come before prepared me for the staggering sight before us, a long, stately corridor lined with tall pillars of fine white marble. Yulu stopped long enough only to extinguish his torch, gesturing for us to do the same, for the entire passageway was perfectly lit with sconces of filigreed glass, the flames behind them throwing off a soft, filtered light. Light from what source? What was this place? But the dazzlement was just beginning. The walls on both sides of the hallway had been covered, every inch, with brightly colored frescoes. Though we were moving quickly at Yulu's urgings, I could see that the artistry was magnificent, but even more amazing was the content of the murals. Scenes of celestial bodies. The moon in its phases. The constellations of the zodiac. Strange, colorful billowing clouds set against the blackness of space. The rings and moons of Saturn. I lagged behind to gape at scenes of an erupting volcano, great waves towering over a coastal landscape, terrible winds flattening a forest. I was reminded again of Petrie's description of his labyrinth, paintings that showed the whole history of the world. There were scenes familiar to Africa, mountain ranges, waterfalls, snaking rivers, but others that had no business existing in a place such as this. Vast expanses of icy wasteland, a glacier cutting down through snow-covered peaks. As we reached the end of the hallway, Yulu turned the sharp corner and disappeared. But Tarzan and I had stopped dead in our tracks. For here before us was a magnificent map that covered an entire wall. It vaguely resembled our world, though continents were somewhat shifted about. Antarctica was nowhere to be seen, and a great island was outlined between the coasts of West Africa and South America. Painted with frescoes. These were neither celestial nor planetary features. What we were seeing was a spectacular bestiary. As I hurried past, I caught glimpses of gorgeously rendered paintings of every animal of the jungle: big cats, hyenas, crocodiles, elephants. There were herds of zebras, elephants, antelopes, birds, snakes, the long-tusked boar, families of great apes, insects. Tarzan had run ahead of me, following Yulu, but now I could see he was standing still, staring hard at the wall. When I reached him he was slack-jawed. "Look," he said, reaching out and placing his palm on the painted surface. Staring back at us was a perfect rendering of a Mangani female, male, and Baloo. The implications were stupefying. Whoever were the occupants of this complex, they had had knowledge of the missing Link tribe. "Matala!" Yulu cried. We dared not tarry, though the mysteries of this place were piling one atop another. I determined that when we had stopped Ral Conrath and rescued the captive Waziri, Tarzan and I would find a way to investigate it further. But now we were moving through a dizzying maze of interlocking chambers, crypts, and corridors, some that followed one after another, others that dead-ended, then turned back in the opposite direction. It struck me then with the force of an Atlantic wave. It is indeed a labyrinth. Here, a continent away from Egypt. This, then, was Sumbula. The secret that Waziri headmen kept from their people, the sacred and taboo, bringing out gold medallions and snatches of culture to be woven into the fabric of the tribe. For how long, how many thousands of years, I wondered, had their ancestors been visitors to this inexplicable destination? Ral Conrath, looking for a fortune in gold, had stumbled upon a far greater treasure, a lost civilization. It would have been the impossible dream of a boy's lifetime, one he dared not imagine, vast riches outshone by the unimaginable promise of worldwide fame and prestige. Scholars, scientists, noblemen, even kings groveling before him. Sure-footed and confident, Yulu led us deeper and deeper into the tangled stone edifice. Some rooms were no bigger than a closet, others, soaring temples. We passed through a chamber that with its scroll-stuffed shelves could only have been a library. Its sole living occupants, I found to my disgust, were large shaggy rats, one destroyed in Alexandria when I found myself alone, for Tarzan and Yulu had already run ahead, in a room at the center of which was a long wooden table. There were no seats around it, and I was certain it was not meant for dining. Along one wall were shelves stacked neatly with metal knives and probes and wooden-handled saws. On another wall I saw painted an image that took my breath away. It was a human figure lying supine on the table in the center of the room, a Caucasian male, the skin of his limbs flayed and the muscles perfectly depicted, the torso laid open and the organs exposed. This was a dissection laboratory. I swiveled and faced the opposite wall. Awash in wonder, hoping perhaps to see the dissection of the human back, but there, lying cut open on the same table, was a Mangani female, a full-term fetus still curled up in her womb. Jane, come. Tarzan had returned for his laggard partner. You must come. Now. Loath to expose him to this gruesome image, I dutifully followed him out into a stone corridor. One of its walls had collapsed inward. Yulu now stood staring down at the pile of rubble. I could see that at least 2 of Raoul's soldiers had been crushed beneath the mammoth stones. There was a bare black foot poking out of the crumbling rock and a crushed Waziri skull oozing blood and brain. It reminded me again of the danger we were in. But there was nothing to be done about it now. Yulu turned on his heels and rushed down a short hall, disappearing through a doorway. Tarzan and I followed and found ourselves in an altogether empty chamber. It was small, but the ceiling was very high. The only features were built into each of the 4 walls, what could only be called an instrument the size of the body of a cello. It was nautilus-shaped, and the accordion-folded membrane covering it resembled the gill of a fish. Grim and determined, Yulu strode to the wall facing the door we had entered. I had long ago lost my bearings and had no idea of its compass direction. With the back of his fingers, he lightly strummed the curved instrument. It produced a resonant, nearly inaudible tone that was rather more felt than heard around us. A moment later, the loud and distant roar of rushing water filled the chamber. It was the underground river in the mine. I saw Tarzan's eyes widen with wonder, and I, too, marveled. Complete silence. We all strained, trying to hear something. Anything. Then it came. Faint rustling and scurrying and the distant sound of the library rats chewing the parchment scrolls. The listening device was most certainly directed at each of the 4 quadrants of the labyrinth. Tarzan, as excited as he had been when rediscovering the English language at Zoo Dark Lul, silently gestured to Yulu, asking if he might strum the instrument on the 3rd wall. Yulu nodded his consent. Tarzan ran his fingers over the membrane. Instantly, the sound of voices could be clearly heard in the chamber. Get me out of this dump, Conrath. It ain't what I signed on for. It was one of the mercenaries. It's a goddamn tomb, another man muttered, though it was as loud and clear as if he had been standing in the sounding room with us. And I didn't sign on a pack of whining lily-livered chumps, Raoul Conrath snapped. My brother's dead back there. What's my mother gonna say when I can't even bring home his body? She's going to say, thank you, son, for bringing me back this lovely pile of gold, Raoul replied in an old woman's voice. And then she'll bake you a cherry pie. Hey, Mackenzie, he called. Yeah, boss. Fall back. I want a word with you. I remembered that Mackenzie was the tall red-haired soldier. You think we've got a mutiny on our hands? Raoul said. I dunno. Depends on how happy they are with what we find. And how soon we find it. Matullah, we heard Chief Waziri call. Conrath's voice was decidedly shaky. I don't like that guy, he said. Yeah, well, he's all we've got, Mackenzie said. Conrath lowered his voice. Maybe there is no treasure room at the center of the maze. Maybe it is a dungeon or a well he and his buddies will try to throw us into. Hell of a time to think of that, boss. I don't like the way this place is starting to look. Look at those things. Yeah, he knows where they are. They are very close, he says. We must run. Close to what? Tarzan shrugged. Words I do not understand. I wondered how much of Raoul's conversation with his men Tarzan had comprehended. The different dialects. So many colloquialisms. But there was no doubt what must now be done. Followed closely by Tarzan, whose head swiveled from side to side devouring the unfathomable sights, Yulu raced ahead, navigating brilliantly through the jigsaw of chambers, his urgency to rescue the chief and their men from the White Devil his only driving force. I had a purpose as well. Much as these surroundings astonished and confounded me, I knew with all certainty that there was nothing on earth more imperative than the ending of Raoul Conrath's miserable existence. As we continued inward, I saw that the man-made splendor of the labyrinth had been corrupted by the hand of nature. Roots of the gigantine trees above had invaded the rooms. With the slow, steady power of growth alone, they'd broken through solid rock as if it were custard, spiraling down around marble columns, snaking across floors, tangling around altars to obscure the faces of their deities. The next few chambers were small and claustrophobic, the roots almost entirely engulfing the walls. This, then, must have been what had spooked Conrath and given Mackenzie the creeps. It did, in fact, have a sinister look, a reminder that the most magnificent of man's achievements were so easily crushed by the relentless hand of nature. We turned a final corner and found ourselves in a broad pillared court with a soaring ceiling, its marble walls glowing with soft white light. Here the roots had found purchase underfoot, and we were forced to pick our way carefully across the thick woven mat of wood. Before us was a set of stupendous double doors, larger by half than the ones that had led us into the maze. They were covered in gold. We fell silent at the sight. But as we approached the astonishing doors, our attention was drawn to the two walls that flanked them. On our left was a fabulously painted fresco, a vast square building of 2 stories, the labyrinth as it must have looked in the past, its top floor above ground. Behind it rose the volcanic peak, the largest mountain of the Sumbula range. But below it, where the 3 smaller Sumbula hills, but where, then, were the Sumbula hills? It took a moment to adjust my thinking. The smaller cones weren't hills at all. They were tree-covered pyramids. Now I saw that Tarzan and Yulu were across the way, riveted to the opposite wall. This an even more complex mural. On the left end had been painted the labyrinth complex, its volcano and pyramids. On the far right was a huge walled city, nothing less than a metropolis, and built in concentric circles, the second of the Waziri's oft-repeated motifs. All of it was gilded in gold leaf. I made my way across to it and saw the city, its enormous circular grid of turreted palaces, broad avenues, towers, and stadiums. I now realized that the labyrinth and the city were 2 ends of a pictorial map. A caravan of figures, humans and elephants, appeared to be traveling from the Sumbula site to the metropolis. There were finely painted renderings of mountains, low hills, jungle, forest, rivers, rock escarpments, swamps, and desolate deserts between the 2. I had Tarzan ask Yulu about the painted city. Opa, he uttered, then fell silent. An undiscovered city hidden deep in the wilds of Gabon. The maze in which we were standing, fabulous as it might be, appeared humble compared to what might in fact be Opar, the lost city of gold. The great chamber. I will kill him, Tarzan whispered. I held his eyes. Let me. We were standing outside the golden doors left carelessly open, a testament to Raoul Conrath's belief that he would be unmolested during his endeavors. I looked behind me. Yulu was still studying the extraordinary fresco of a people's journey to a golden city. Tarzan quietly called to the charm doctor and he joined us at the doorway. We stared in at a sight beyond all comprehension. It was a great chamber, one of massive proportions. 4 rows of columns of a size that rivaled Luxor soared to the ceiling, the true height of which was completely obscured by a thick forest of tree roots and vines. Some of the pillars, all of them entangled by the thick vegetation, leaned precariously at odd angles, displaced, I surmised, by the millennia of slow incursion by the roots or, more alarmingly, by the recent tremor that had toppled the waterwheel in the mine. One at the far end had fallen altogether and now cut the front of the chamber into two uneven sections. From this vantage point we could see that the walls of the oblong chamber were shimmering with yellow fire, for they were entirely covered in the Waziri's medallions, the coin of this mysterious realm. In neatly spaced rows amid the gilded armoring were thousands of small alcoves, and in each of them were piled more coins. Millions of them. This was clearly a vault. The very heart of Sumbula. At the far end of the chamber, perhaps 100 feet from where we stood, were two. I could clearly hear the voices of Raoul Conrath to the left of center and his armed henchmen to the right who, by the sound of them, were forcing the Waziri to pull coins from the alcoves and toss them in piles. Chief Waziri was presumably among them. Tarzan signaled to Yulu that they would attack the right flank, and the charm Doctor began his stealthy move toward the front, using the thick columns to hide his approach. Tarzan pulled me close and buried his face in my hair. Though no words passed between us, I clung to him, my fears for his life and my own overcome by the pride I felt for his confidence in me. He pushed me to arm's length. "In there, find me," he said, "and I will find you." Then he was gone, scrambling up the nearest column using the circling vines for foot and handholds. Halfway up the pillar, he leaped into the thicket of hanging roots and began swinging silently to the front of the great chamber. I followed his lead, grateful that my limbs and fingers were able to easily lift me into the bare branches of the strange inverted jungle canopy and to the far end of the massive columned room. From my high perch, I looked down upon a scene of unspeakable greed. Just below was Raoul Conrath inspecting a treasure trove of small statues, his features disfigured with his lust for gold. "Holy Christ! Wait till you see this, Mackenzie," he called to his man in the opposite corner of the vault. Mackenzie and the other guards had their rifles pointed at all the native men. And their chief, forced to work removing coins from the alcoves, throwing them into wooden crates. Coffin-shaped crates, I thought bitterly, remembering my father, and found that my hand had quite unconsciously tightened around the Bowie's hilt. Above the Waziri, well hidden in the tangled roots, Tarzan crouched, taking his bow from his shoulder. Slowly he turned his head and found me with his eyes, held my stare. In the next moment, he loosed his first arrow and the melee began. That shaft struck a guard in the chest. He shrieked as he dropped to his knees, alerting the others, who swiveled and fired wildly, trying to locate the archer. Another guard clutched at his neck where one of Yulu's darts now protruded. The man began convulsing violently, his back arching so extremely that a moment later a loud crack reverberated through the chamber as his spine fractured and he fell screaming to the floor. Another henchman watching his cohort in horror was next to receive one of Yulu's poison darts. This man's shrieking began almost at once, as though fire was coursing through his veins. Then he started to bleed. First from his nose and ears, mouth and eyes. A red stain spread across his groin. And soon he was bleeding through the pores of his skin, face and hands. His clothing was suddenly drenched in blood. Moaning pitifully, he dropped to the floor and lay still. Gunfire ricocheted off the metal walls. Stone shard projectiles went flying from the columns. Chief Waziri called out a single word to his men, who instantly scattered. Raoul Conrath stood gaping at this sudden chaos. His pistol was poised for a shot, but all the targets were moving. Where were those damn arrows and darts coming from? The instant Mackenzie took aim at his fleeing native captives, Tarzan, with a lion's bloodthirsty roar, took flight and leaped down upon the man's back. Conrath stared open-mouthed as a naked wild man fell out of the knotted roots onto his top soldier. The rifle flew from Mackenzie's hands. They punched and kicked and gouged, till Mackenzie reached down, retrieved his gun, and began crazily swinging the rifle butt at Tarzan's head. Tarzan, nimble on his feet, evaded it, looking for a way to bring the man down again and disarm him once and for all. But he couldn't see what I could from my vantage point. Ral Conrath waiting for a clear shot of this brute. The target, that broad muscular back. Tarzan! I shouted in alarm. His head snapped up, but his turn to find me left. Him open to a perfect shot to his chest. I have to do something. I leaped onto a thick root and, with a savage cry, swooped down. Conrath never saw me coming, only felt a bare foot kick the gun from his hand and the force of the body that followed, knocking him to the ground. He rolled deftly and came to his feet to confront his attacker. There I stood, bare-breasted and back from the dead. My knees were bent, arms held wide like a wrestler's. "Surprise," I said, brandishing a blade as long as my forearm. He was gaping at me. "Son of a bitch," I lunged at him with the bowie and opened the skin of his hand. He yelped. "That's for my mother. Think twice about speaking rudely of her again." He couldn't help leering at my nakedness but was clearly enraged to be trapped like this by a female. And of course he was shocked. I could see him struggling for his usual witty nonchalance. "Oh, baby," he finally said, "you gonna make me have to kill you again. You'd best do a better job." "Who's the Romeo?" Conrath sniped. "That the ape man, darn it," thought. He saw in the trees. My expression told him he'd hit his mark, so he added, "The one I'm taking back to the Ringling Brothers freak show." Conrath darted quick as a viper and caught me off guard. The knife flew from my hand. My weapon is gone, I thought. But so is his. With that I sprang at him. We fell, grappling, to the floor. He is strong, but not so strong as my wrestling teacher, I thought. My muscles, from the hours of playful combat with Jai, felt powerful and sinuous, even against this hard, dexterous male body. I was edging our scuffle closer and closer to the bowie. I could hear Conrath's ugly grunts and profanity, furious to find a woman his worthy opponent. The knife was in reach if I could just free my hand. I darted for it, but he used the moment to flip me onto my back. One of my legs twisted around one of his, and with that we began to roll, over and over on the stone floor. I caught desperate glimpses of Tarzan. 3 more attackers had joined. Mackenzie. He'd struck 'em repeatedly with hard bare-handed blows. They'd fall but get up and charge him again and again. For a brief moment I was on my hands and knees, steady, while Ral was searching for my dropped blade. I chanced a glimpse at the altar and saw one of Tarzan's attackers suddenly drop, his skull spurting blood. There was Chief Waziri standing with a rifle barrel in his hand, swinging the heavy wooden handle like a club at the head of a second brawler. This man ducked and the blow missed. He charged at Tarzan's middle. Lifting him bodily by the waist, Tarzan sent him crashing to the floor. Tarzan had lost sight of me and was scanning the chamber with frantic eyes. He found me. Then leaving the others to battle Chief Waziri, Tarzan leaped upon the downed pillar and began to climb its diagonal length in my direction. All at once a sudden and thunderous convulsion rocked the chamber. Sumbula had awakened. The shaking earth split Conrath and me apart, he on a ledge below, me scrambling for his pistol on a new-made rock cliff above him. I watched in horror as the massive column Tarzan was climbing snapped in two, throwing him down on his back. The stone behemoth was inches from crushing his head. He rolled sideways, saving himself, but the rumbling went on. This quake was far stronger and harder than any we'd felt before. With an ear-splitting crack, and a blast of searing heat, the floor opened up beneath Tarzan. He was now balanced over a widening rift in the ground, and it was upwelling with molten lava. I saw his hair beginning to burn. Springing swiftly to his hands and knees, he was trying to reach me. Keeping one eye on him, I raced for the skittering knife, all the while knocked about by the unending tremors that seemed to be growing more violent. I watched Tarzan dart for the nearest intact pillar and begin scaling its height toward the shaking tangle of brown roots above. It was moving under him. Everything was moving, and the bubbling red gash was widening with every passing moment. With the sharp splintering cracks I was hearing the stone walls and columns beginning to crumble. I crawled to the lip of the new-made cliff and looked down. A mistake. Ral. Conrath stood wobbling on 2 feet, the pistol gripped in the hand of his outstretched arm, waiting for me. He fired point blank. But the stone floor jerked under him and the shot missed. I was knocked back hard against the wall. Jane. Tarzan shouted above the calamitous roar. I caught sight of him in the trembling roots above, clinging to a thick vine. Jane. Bowie. Bowie. What did he want me to do with it? It was then I saw that the chamber itself was splitting in 2, a glowing orange river of lava rising over its banks and covering the floor. With a piercing metallic shriek, one of the immense gold deities toppled slowly forward, crashing into the viscous red river, and began melting at once. Bowie. Tarzan barked in a commanding voice, and suddenly I knew his mind. I struggled to my feet and raised the knife high over my head. He leaped from his foothold in the roots, swung toward me in a wide arc, and snatched the blade from my upthrust hand. Then he disappeared onto the ledge below. Thrown to my belly, I watched as the falling blow of Tarzan's body knocked the pistol from Ral Conrath's hand. I thrilled as the Bowie sliced into the back of his knee, instantly severing muscles and tendons that held the leg together. Conrath's strangled cry was cut short when Tarzan lifted him overhead and heaved him like a rag toy far out into the middle of the chamber's floor, now a dozen feet below us. Tarzan battled the ever-moving ledges that could, in an instant, have ground him to gory pulp, and climbed up to my side. "We must go," he said, urging me to follow. But if we'd thought that all hell had already broken loose, we had sorely underestimated the fury of Sumbula. One by one, the giant pillars began to fall, dragging down from above treetops. Yulu and the tribesmen were nowhere to be seen, but now I could see Chief Waziri bravely meeting his fate, back against the wall, a shower of coins falling down around his head. Below us, Ral Conrath, hamstrung by Tarzan's blade, dragged himself toward the great double doors. He caught sight of us, struggling upward amid the torrent of stones, then looked behind him at the wide river of lava now streaming together with the fallen deity's melted gold and gaining on him fast. I had to marvel, for even at the last, Conrath's arrogance prevailed. "You're comin' with me, Janey," he blustered. "You and your goddamn ape man. To hell. You're on your own," I shouted down at him. "I don't believe in hell." Then the molten soup enveloped his legs and he shrieked, mouth open wide. But the sound was lost in the din of collapse. As daylight shone above us, I turned for one final glimpse of our enemy, now a hideous writhing statue of gold amid a forest of toppling root-bound columns. Tarzan was pulling me up and away through the mountainous avalanche. The ground had never stopped shaking, and as we reached the surface I was stunned by the sight of the nearest Sumbula foothill crumbling before my eyes, not as a mound of tree-covered earth and rock but in blocks of cut stone. A pyramid. "Hurry," Tarzan called, but as I made to haul myself out into the dust and orange smoke-clogged air, I felt my ankle catch in a mass of tangled roots. They were dragging me down as they fell into the sink of the great chamber. "Help me." Tarzan was there in an instant, hanging down from above into the pit, slashing with the Bowie at the tough, fibrous roots that trapped my leg. "Please," I whispered, watching in horror as a massive slide of pyramid blocks came crashing toward us, tumbling heavily end over end. Suddenly I was free, above ground, and we were running for our lives, running amid a course of ghastly obstacles. "On!" Tarzan shouted and gave me his back. With me clinging like a barnacle, he hurtled across the deadly gauntlet, the ground alive with convulsions. Myriad vents erupted with scalding steam. Trees toppled, their crowns afire. Jagged crevice ripped apart, glowing red from the center of the earth. And heated stones, great and small, rained down around our heads. The shaking ceased abruptly. The sound of all living things, normally loud to my ears, had fallen into shocked silence. All that could be heard was the hissing of steam and the crackling of treetops burning. Lava that moved on the surface. Journal from the top of the escarpment and, with heavy hearts at the loss of so much of our paradise, began the journey home. In sluggish streams shared the scorched earth with pots of boiling mud. Tarzan set me on the ground, and we surveyed what remained of the range. Rivers of molten rock flowed down the slopes of the high peak, its trees that touch the sky afire. The 3 foothills, all exposed as pyramids, lay in collapsed heaps. Looking west, we surveyed what was left of Eden. The mountain had given us so many clues and warnings, the steam vents and the basalt makeup of the Enduro escarpment. The many earthquakes. But never could I have dreamed of what catastrophe Sumbula might unleash. A great swath of the majestic forest at the foot of the range had been inundated by the river of molten lava. It took only a few days for it to cool substantially and a thick crust to form. It was a brittle black mass of volcanic rock, a mile wide and in places 20 feet deep. Our paradise was a wasteland. There was nothing left of the trees that touched the sky on the mountain itself, and all that protruded from the hideous layer of black rock was a graveyard of charred, leafless skeletons. The Enduro escarpment, that bogus gold mine of paleoanthropology, proved valuable after all. Its great height had deflected the flow of lava and spared the Waziri village. It was intact, though many huts had crumbled in the shaking, and the forest to the south was largely untouched. In strained silence, Tarzan and I hurriedly traveled west. Everywhere we went, we found terrible devastation, countless birds lying dead on the ground with their plumage brilliantly intact. Within a circle of fire-ravaged trees were the charred remains of an entire herd of elephants. The great bower had been obliterated by the eruption. A few of the Mangani, the very old and the very young, had perished in the fiery inundation. We searched the forest and located the survivors. It was a strange and joyful reunion. When the shaking had started and the forest to the east had begun to burn, Jai had instinctively and courageously led the tribe south. While shocked by the unnameable catastrophe, they were now calmly grieving their dead and busily rebuilding their new home bower. When we returned to the Waziri, we found them also mourning their dead. To the north, it began to rain. Nothing had prepared me for the incessant deluge. The roaring rat-tat-tat on thousands of broad leaves was enough to drive a person mad. By and large we traveled in silence, deeply sobered by the inconsequential nature of man and beast in the face of unimaginable forces of the earth. I met all obstacles with the stoicism I had learned from Tarzan. Thoughts of the mysterious labyrinth, New Egypt, and the lost city of Opar lying somewhere in the wilds of Africa consumed me nearly as completely as did the Mangani. Their mysterious existence, their evolution and survival against all odds. The complicated ethics of revealing them to or concealing them from the world. Tarzan and I did speak at night, curled up together in the dark in whatever hollow tree or jerry-rigged nest we could quickly fashion. He had endless questions about the maze and everything we'd seen within it, though I was at a loss to explain any of it. That it existed at all was a wonder to me. Its technology, high antiquity, I called it, was as enigmatic to me as it was to him. So perplexed was I that I instead urged Tarzan to imagine the places on his father's map where we would one day travel. Borneo, Stockholm, Mongolia, California. He told me he wished to know more of his mother's and father's life than had been written in their journal. That he hoped to ride on a train and in an automobile. To hear music and to see how Tarzans danced. Yet I was plagued by doubts. I anguished compulsively over the question of whether I was in love with this man or simply consumed by lust. Whether our unique adventure and great passion were enough to move a couple through an entire lifetime. Did he love me, or see me simply as his mate, his woman? I had come to him in Eden almost magically, and I was, after all, the only non-Waziri female he had ever known, save his mother. Would he cleave so tightly to me when there were other young, pretty girls, and surely there would be fawning and truckling at handsome Lord Greystoke's feet? I did some unselfish worrying as well. No amount of explanation, I argued, with myself, could ever convey the claustrophobia of living the better part of life indoors, the loss of the freedoms Tarzan took for granted in 1,000 different ways. Oh, how I wished for some guidance in this endeavor. But there was none to be had. I could only hope for the best. We nearly lost the journal in the mangrove swamp below Mbel territory, so treacherous was the rain-flooded tangle of roots. I hadn't counted on being welcomed into the Mbel village after our tragic visit, but Chief Motob had successfully sold the ivories that father had given him and, at least for the moment, the people were prospering. I sat with the women stitching from the Waziri textile a simple garment for me, one that would cover me sufficiently for polite company. Tarzan was taken into Motob's hut and emerged wearing the breeches and ragged linen shirt of the colonial officer whose jacket was the centerpiece of the chief's holiday garb. Thus outfitted, we were taxied in a dugout canoe up the tributary to the main branch of the Ogo. I had done my best to prepare Tarzan for the first shock of modern technology, but sight of the stern wheeler chugging downriver like a great white monster set him back on his heels. It was hard to read his expression, for there was some fright and horror admixed with admiration and excitement. And I knew that he wished above all, in the face of extreme circumstances, to appear brave and manly in my eyes. We were taken aboard the Dangerous, a craft less well captained and maintained than La Belle Fille, and the offer to pay our fare with a Waziri necklace was eagerly accepted. My appearance caused considerable commotion, as the death of the white Englishwoman had occasioned gossip all up and down the watercourse for many weeks after the Porter expedition had come out of the jungle. The captain plied me with countless questions, few of which I was willing to answer. He looked askance at the peculiarly clad John Clayton and tried to keep him up late at night drinking sherry and learn what he was sure were the sordid details of my rescue. Tarzan refused to drink, but he did use the French-accented captain to practice at English conversation, and insisted that the man show him every detail of the vessel. But the closer we came to civilization, the more apprehensive I became. Nothing I could ever describe would have prepared my lover for the shock of Liberale, the noise and the stench and frantic activity at every turn. The moment we disembarked, I learned that a freighter would be sailing for England the next morning at dawn, and I quickly made arrangements for our passage home. As I negotiated for a tiny cabin with the captain, sadly, not my Captain Kelly, I saw a wide-eyed Tarzan standing alone on the dock, watching the rush and clatter of human commerce all around him. Again I observed his embrace of new experience, yet many times I saw him recoil at a harsh sound or the mindless jostling he received by the dockhands, blacks who must have looked unfathomable to him. Waziri tribesmen dressed in white men's clothes, speaking the white man's language. With so little time till our departure, I became an army sergeant, ticking off all that we must accomplish before the morning. I hastily wrote a message to my mother telling her that I was alive and coming home, and sent it off as a telegram. Tarzan dutifully followed me everywhere, and I was forever extricating myself from his clutching embrace, as men unknown to him, black and white both, but all of them loud and aggressive, came unreasonably close to my person. How to explain that the crush of humanity was to be expected in city life, and that I was in no imminent danger? And how odd that he had trusted me to fight hand-to-hand with a grown man in the great chamber of Sumbula, yet worried for my safety on the dock at Liberale. Tarzan survived his first rickshaw ride with more equanimity than I could imagine. The sight of 4 native men propelling us in a box down crunching gravel avenues with strange Wallace looming on both sides. His eyes grew wide as we trotted through the marketplace, where he gawked at the gaily dressed siestas and mammies, their piles of ripe fruit and vegetables. He grabbed my hand when we passed small wooden cages in which colorful neaters sat passively on perches, and grew visibly alarmed to see a row of monkeys likewise imprisoned. I will explain later, I told him, wondering how I would excuse this civilized practice of animal abduction and keeping. Only when we started out the coast road and passed beneath the scarlet bower of the flamboyant trees did he seem to soften and grow easy. My disappointment was impossible to disguise when we arrived at Cecily's house to find it altogether empty and boarded up with no one to tell me what had become of her. Thus, with nowhere to stay and no source of clothing to put on our backs, we visited the dressmaker. I felt my own clothes to be confining after the loose shift and less that I had become accustomed to. As Tarzan and I walked into the Liberale hotel lobby, I could see he was chafing against his suit. It must have felt miserably tight around his limbs and neck, and the shoes had to have been unbearable. He was staring openly at the trophy head of a lion mounted on the wall above the counter, and I cursed myself for failing to warn him of such monstrosities. As I traded gold for a room for my husband and myself, I was grateful for the moral leniency of the French in general and their downright laxity in this colonial backwater, for we had no luggage, I wore no wedding ring, and in a questionable and most unladylike manner I was negotiating for accommodations with a strange gold artifact. I determined we should attempt eating a meal in a civilized setting, and so we were seated in the nearly empty hotel dining room. Tarzan sat rod straight in his chair, and I whispered that he could lean against the back cushion if he liked. So much minutiae we took for granted in everyday life. Would I become nothing more than a full-time tutor? He did quite well with his plates and glass and utensils, but we both found the food atrocious. Cecily had been right about that. I managed to get Tarzan to spit the poisonous stuff into his napkin and not onto the plate. I admit I did the same. I was determined, though, to have him practice the manners he would be called upon to use in short order, so I began some quiet dinner conversation. You asked me once about Lord Greystoke. Do you remember? He nodded once. It might be better if you answered, yes, I remember. Yes, I remember, he dutifully parroted. In England there are many, many people that live in Wallace, he added. Houses. They live in houses, as many as there are trees in the forest. That's right. But some of the people live in small houses and others in very large ones. That's because the ones who live in large houses have more money. To say was absurd and profoundly upsetting to me. Tell me about the men in England who have the most money. They get to be the headman. There is more than one headman. Many more. One for every tribe. Tribes are called families. Your father was from the Clayton family, and they had a great deal of money. Do they live in a large house? When they were alive they did. In a very large house. But who is Lord Greystoke? Lord Greystoke is a title, like chief, another name for a person. When your father's father was alive, he was Lord Greystoke. When he died, his son, your father, became Lord Greystoke. Tarzan looked utterly perplexed. And now that your father is dead, his son, you, are Lord Greystoke. It means that you are an important man in England. A chief. In a way you're a chief. You meet with other lords in an even bigger house in London, the House of Lords, and together you make the laws. Rules everyone else has to follow. You own a great deal of land, and horses and dogs, and you have many. Oh, God, I have many. What do I have many of? Servants. Yes, I know. What are servants? I was finding it difficult to hide my agitation. Servants are men and women who have very little money. So they work in the houses of men with lots of money and do the things that the rich men don't want to do for themselves. I don't understand. Neither do I. He looked at me quizzically. Have I made you angry? No, and I've done a pathetic job explaining the English aristocracy to you. I sighed. You are John Clayton and Lord Greystoke. You are a wealthy and important man. And when you get to England and have a house full of servants waiting on you hand and foot and everyone trying to push you this way and that and fit you into their stinking little boxes, you're going to be a very unhappy man indeed. With that I stood from the table, wiping hot tears from my face. Can we go to our room, please? Tarzan leaped from his chair so quickly it toppled over behind. Suffering from claustrophobia in the small hot space, said almost immediately, there is something dead nearby. It was the air that was dead, I thought, though I had no way to express such a thing. When I showed him the toilet and the bathtub rooms down the hall and explained their functions, he grew visibly confused. I thought then that if the word ridiculous had been part of his vocabulary, he would have employed it. All of this worried me, for if today's sights and sounds and smells grated on Tarzan's being, what a horror he would find Liverpool or London. It might be necessary to keep him in the countryside for a good long while. He might never acclimate, I thought miserably. But I was too exhausted to make small talk or any more convoluted explanations of this strange world into which I was taking him. I suggested we get some sleep, and we undressed. But when I went to turn down the gaslights, I found that Tarzan had climbed out of bed and was curling up on the floor under the open window. From the dark I heard him say, "This is how people live in England." I wished desperately to reassure him that it wasn't, but that would have been a lie. "I'm afraid so," I said, and with a heavy heart, I lay myself down. I was gone as soon as my head touched the pillow. My dreams were scattered and disturbing, the worst of them the sight of Tarzan strapped into an easy chair, struggling against the bindings in a drawing room barely as wide as his shoulders and as high as his head. I awoke as I always did, long before sunup. When I reached for Tarzan he was not beside me, and I remembered he had chosen to sleep on the floor. It was then I felt something different about my hand. With my thumb I felt the top of my third finger and discovered I was wearing a ring. Alice Clayton's wedding band. Its meaning struck me with as much worry as it did joy, but the sentiment was so dear, so loving, that I leaped from bed and went in the dark to the window, dropping to my knees. Tarzan wasn't there. I felt my way to the gas lamp and lit it. I could see his new suit of clothes, draped neatly over the back of the chair where he had put them the night before. The cases of Kerchak's bones and the journal were where I had left them. Out in the hall he was nowhere to be seen. I looked in the bath and toilet rooms. I began frantic reasoning and rationalization. Perhaps he had wished to spend his last hours on the African continent out of doors rather than enclosed in a malodorous hotel room. Maybe he had found his way back to the scarlet bower of the flamboyant, but now the sun's first rays were lighting the hotel room. Panic rising in my head and heart, I hurriedly dressed. I tucked the journal under my arm and gripped a bone case in either hand. I descended to the deserted lobby and was relieved to see a rickshaw with its four-man crew waiting at the door. I had them take me through the whole of Liberale, down the still deserted avenues and out the coast road where the vermilion trees showed no inhabitants other than the still slumbering birds. When we reached the marketplace, it was strangely chaotic in the thin pre-dawn light. Vendors were shouting angrily, and as we passed the wooden cages where the day before we had seen imprisoned animals, I could see now that they were empty. All of them. My heart pounded and my stomach turned, certain that I knew their liberator. What I did not know was the meaning of the gesture. Had it been Tarzan's final act, a universal declaration of independence, before vanishing into the green world he'd realized he did not wish to leave? It was with the greatest trepidation that I allowed myself to be conveyed to the dock, continuing to peer down every street and alley searching for any sight of Tarzan. There was frantic activity at the ship with the last of the coffee bean cargo being carried aboard. I accosted every man I saw, trying to ask if they had seen my companion, but I spoke neither French nor Bantu and could not make myself understood. Finally I spied the captain and pressed him for news of John Clayton, but he had not seen my husband, a word he uttered with a dubious smirk. He told me that I should board quickly, as departure was imminent. Perhaps I might check our cabin. Mr. Clayton might have slipped aboard without having been noticed. At this I felt tears burning my eyes, for I could not imagine him boarding without me. But the captain had become impatient and was calling, "Vite, Vite," to the dock hands, hurrying on the last of the coffee sacks. I boarded reluctantly and rushed below to our tiny quarters. There was no sign of Tarzan. I grew bereft. After all we had endured together, he had deserted me. No promises of adventure, title, fortune, or a life lived with me could replace the man's imperative for freedom. The wedding ring had been not his pledge of undying love but the only goodbye of which he was capable. Oh, what a fool I'd been. I felt suddenly ill, queasy and unable to catch my breath. I stumbled through the narrow passageway halls upstairs to the deck where I saw the crew pulling aboard the gangplank and felt the rumbling of the engine under my feet. The ship lurched as it began to move and I was knocked off balance, dropping the bone bags. But in fact as my hands clutched the rail, I felt emerging within me a state of absolute equilibrium. My mind cleared and I saw the rest of my life spreading out before me. A grim life of work and loneliness without the man I desired above all other men. The man I have fallen desperately in love with. And he loved me. I knew he did, in whatever mad configuration of animal lust, possession, guardianship, and romantic rapture his singular mind could conceive. Yes, he had deserted me, but had I since the moment he'd for an instant considered the manganese offer of leadership, been faithful in all my thoughts of our future together? Perhaps he'd fallen victim to his fears about surviving in the stultifying prison of society. Who could blame him? But here was the thing. I had learned to survive in his world. What I now saw with perfect clarity was that I could not live without him. I would not live without him. The dock was receding and I knew I must act. "Captain!" I shouted. Chicago, April 1912. Miss Porter II. Edgar was slack-jawed and mortified at his stuttering, as though his organs of speech had been impaired. He briefly wondered if a person could die of astonishment. I am beyond words. "Oh, I think you will find all the words you need, Mr. Burroughs." He noticed for the first time that morning sun was streaming in through the windows. "Forgive me, but I'm confused about so many things. If you're so worried about the manganese being found, then why have you been presenting the Pithecanthropus aportuensis erectus skeleton to the academic world? And why have you told me this story today?" The flush of her cheeks that had risen with the emotional climax of her story had now receded. She looked him squarely in the eye. "It took 18 months to mount a second expedition, a hand-picked team, very secretive. Yabby leading. Time to the dry season, we journeyed up the Ogo and down its tributary. We found the Waziri intact. Ulu now led the tribe with the deceased chief's eldest son, also known as Chief Waziri. It had occurred to me that after the destruction of Sumbula they might have picked themselves up and followed the ancient map outside the great chamber doors to the lost city of Opar. But they were content to live their lives in the forest south of the Enduro escarpment. They spoke with no great emotion about more white skins who had come up from the south into their territory. When I asked what had become of them, Ulu and the young chief led me into a hut off the central clearing to view the tribe's proudest acquisitions. In the dim light of a walla made all of volcanic stone, I was startled. Engineers from Liberale, a grinning smoked mummy wreathed in gold medallions. Their railroad must have made it as far west as Waziriland. Had a bit of bad luck with the cannibals. Single quote. Just brilliant. Edgar's imagination was running rampant with wild, colorful images. But what happened to the manganese? Yes, well, she grew very stiff, and for the first time since they had met, seemed lost for words. She sighed not once but 3 times before speaking again. "We found the new great bower with no difficulty. But all of them, every male, female, and young one, were dead. Nothing but fur and bones was left. I could only surmise that disease had taken them, some organism wafting up from the bowels of the earth to the surface after the Great Quake. Or perhaps they, too, had made contact with the Belgians and contracted a deadly microbe. What kept me awake at nights, though, was the possibility that, with all my good intentions, I had been their grim reaper." She looked at Edgar with the most forlorn expression. "For all intents and purposes, the manganese are an extinct species. Nothing can harm 'em now. There's not a single respected paleoanthropologist who believes P.A.'s bones are authentic. And as I said, today's was my last presentation. I may be stubborn, but I'm not a martyr." Then she added, "The good news, I suppose, is that Leopold's road through Gabon was never completed, and then of course the murderous old thug died." With that, Jane Porter closed and snapped shut the 2 cases of Kerchak's bones. Edgar felt a kind of desperation considering her departure. "Do you have to go?" "I'm afraid so. I'm going to visit my parents before I go home." "Parents? I thought your father was so did I." She smiled happily then. Yabby was suspicious the day Ral Conrath came marching down the mountain with his story of my bloody demise. Father was in a very bad way, and Yabby insisted that the bearers carry him out of the jungle in a padded wooden crate. There was no arguing with him. Once in Liberale, the newlyweds, Mr. and Mrs. Batty. Jane looked decidedly pleased, took up the shift and accompanied him to England. Archie Porter was more than half dead when he got home, but my mother nursed him herself. She simply refused to allow that damn ticker of his to have the final say. Where extensively. There was a sharp rapping at the apartment door. Edgar cursed silently. It was probably the landlord coming by for the rent. "Excuse me," he said and went to open it. Standing there was a man, decidedly not his landlord. He was quite sure, the Episcope operator from the Chicago Public Library. He was tall and broad-shouldered, and even in his expensively tailored suit looked more vital and alive than any other human being Edgar had ever laid eyes on. His gray eyes flashed with good humor and his long, wild black hair was thick and wavy. "John Clayton," the man said genially and stuck out his hand. "I think you have my wife in here." Edgar shook it, then looked quizzically at Jane Porter. "Good Lord, this is Tarzan in the flesh." But the woman who had been so animated in her storytelling the whole night before was now utterly silent and still. "Will you come in?" Edgar said to the man. "I'm afraid we can't stay. We have to catch the 4:40 train to New York. We've booked a cabin on a ship taking us back to England on Wednesday." Edgar stared with what he was sure was rudeness into the man's strikingly handsome face, imagining the taut, muscular body beneath the fine wool jacket and trousers and starched white shirt. What he might have looked like with that hair, a mass of matted locks. Jane Porter had come to stand beside John Clayton and looked up at him with a decidedly conspiratorial grin. He picked up the 2 bone cases and went to the door. "Change, enlarge, and embellish upon what I've told you as you see fit," the woman said to Edgar. "We haven't known each other long, but I somehow have great faith in your abilities." "But what happened?" Edgar said quietly, suddenly uncomfortable in front of the man about whose life he knew such intimate details. "Did you find Tarzan in Liberale, or did you have to go all the way back to Eden?" Edgar's imagination took flight. "Or was he waiting for you there on the dock in his new suit of clothes?" "You're quite greedy, aren't you?" The woman's smile was an infuriating tease. "You're not really going to leave me hanging," Edgar said. "What happened once he got back to England?" "He must have gone back to England eventually." Wait. Did Tarzan take up the Greystoke title? Did you ever?" She moved to John Clayton's side, and he smiled down at her with a look that bespoke unutterable adoration. "That, my friend, is a long story for another day." Edgar's mind was exploding with dozens of scenarios to keep the pair from going. But here was the blasted landlord coming down the hall for his rent. The Porters, or Claytons, or Greystokes, or whoever the hell they were, nodded a reserved goodbye and turned to go. Edgar kept them in his sight until they disappeared down the stairwell. "Well, have you got it?" the landlord said, holding out his pale, sweating palm. Edgar closed his eyes then and saw before him the lush canopy of Eden, the 4 hills of Sumbula, the great bower of the Mangani, and vast shining waters of Zudarklul. His mind drifted and he wondered if his all-story readers would cotton to an overeducated and shameless tomboy like Jane Porter. Wouldn't they like somebody a bit more sweet and submissive? And what was the African jungle without a tribe of bloodthirsty cannibals? The ape people were a touch of genius. And Tarzan himself. Now, there was a hero everybody could love. "Burrows," he heard the landlord bark at him. "I said, have you got it?" Edgar's face twisted into a slow smile. "I do," he said. "I have it. All of it." Then without another word, he slowly shut the door. Popo eat rock frog rut tough shark car beyond comprehension sheeta leopard sword bad talu daughter tand no tandanda forget tanta elephant tar white Tarzan white skin person tat insect tat wing tug want uglu hate unko usha leaf uta danger uta fear vando good wa green walla house wappy antelope yadir yat I yeti sight you'd come you'd bees and come groom fur uto gash cut with teeth uto yat cut I zabalu sister zan skin zoo big zoo tat insect zoo dark lul big water Atlantic Ocean zuvo tandify zoo zuvo strong.